All right, guys, welcome to the pregame show. Today we're going to be going over the patch notes before we start our tournament. So our tournament starts in about 30 minutes, 29 minutes to be more specific. And we're going to be going over all the patch notes, all the good stuff, so you guys kind of can keep up with what's going on in the event and have some fun. Yes, great times indeed. A huge patch. This is great. A lot of multiplayer changes, a lot of stuff we've been asking for, finally being delivered. So shout out to all the folks who've been working on it. It's looking pretty good. So how you guys doing, by the way? Hope you're doing well. Today's going to be a double elimination tournament, so we can take a look real quick. New season as well, so a lot of new stuff going on. So if you go to Total Tavern, you're going to notice that the leaderboard has been reset, so that is very neat. So brand new kind of slate for everybody to try and climb to the #1 spot. Whoever wins today's tournament, of course, is going to be taking that #1 spot. And here's the tournament, 5.3 launch tournament. Still have about 30 minutes to sign up and get checked in if you guys want to play. But yeah, a lot of really sweaty players playing so far. You can see we've got a big list of players, including the GOAT of Total War PvP, Professor Pone. So that's going to be very, very tough to beat for sure. I don't know what that sound is. Yeah, you guys hear that? I think there's like, I hear random Warcraft 3 sounds running in the background. I might need to restart my computer if that keeps happening. I'm not sure what's cracking there. There's some weird thing where it's like not been letting me uninstall Warcraft 3, and then I just hear random Warcraft 3 sounds in the background. So I might need to check into that. Let's see here. One sec. Okay. I don't know what's going on with it. It's so weird. Did you guys hear that? That's probably what's been causing the lag. Oh, the forbidden tech. Okay, I might need to restart at some point before the tournament starts. We might need to do a quick restart real quick, and hopefully it won't cause any issues. We'll see. You guys heard that, right? I'm not crazy. You heard that sound. Well, anyways, this is the tournament. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm very, very excited. You guys heard that, right? I'm not nuts. Warcraft 3 ghost sounds. It hasn't been letting me uninstall the game. There's like some weird bug with Warcraft 3. And there's just random ghost sounds coming out from it. All right, well, nonetheless, let's head over to the patch notes and go over all this goodness real quick. And then if we need to restart, we can. Don't you say no. You heard it. You heard it. Anyone ready for the rise of the Skull Cannon meta? Yeah, me too. I'm ready. All right, so we're going to go straight to the multiplayer stuff. So let's scroll on down. And where are we right now? Okay, so we're going. That totally threw me out of the loop, by the way. I'm feeling like a crazy person over here. All right, so for the multiplayer stuff, let's get to the balance. Multiplayer battles, great. So we've made some small but impactful changes to multiplayer this time around. Special thanks to the multiplayer community who guides our hands as we try to make this game the best it can possibly be. Right on, right on. So that's cool stuff. Unit caps. So this is something that we pitched to a Creative Assembly a couple months ago. I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 months ago. So the idea is that we pitched them the idea to add single entity caps to ranked multiplayer. So now when you go to play quick battles of conquest, domination mode, it's going to have single entity caps. Because before it was really stupid. You could go into quick battle and have like, a million Kislev snow leopards, whatever, right? It was pretty obnoxious. So you are able to get that. It's on a separate page. We'll jump over to that. Okay, thank you. If it's on a separate page, we will take a look. But yeah, pretty neat. The single entity cap is now in multiplayer. This is like very similar to what you've seen in like Fruit Rules and the various rule sets that we've had over the course of Warhammer 2 and Warhammer 3. So that's very, very nice. And there are a couple exceptions. So we let Creative Assembly know that things like Casket of Souls, Queen Bess, and Dreadquake Mortar, even though they are SEs, are kind of more artillery pieces, that they should not be included in the single entity caps. Vampire counts would really be pretty terrible if corpse carts were in the single entity cap. They would be heavily restricted on what they can bring. So that's pretty fat. Conquest mode changes as well. We do have the conquest mode changes. Now it's been up to 650 tickets. So the tournaments you've seen, the faction wars have been at 500 tickets, which I honestly thought was fine. But if folks who play land battle and conquest wanted 650 and that was the feedback Creative Assembly received, totally fine, whatever. The games are going to be a little bit longer, but the objective still will be a determining factor to an extent. But players are going to have a lot more time to fight over the objectives, which is cool. Yeah. So domination mode, we got one new map, Hidden Oasis. It's fine. We have our map pack, so we don't really need too much. They've added plenty of maps to the ranked pool, so it's still pretty good. So I think, yeah, the multiplayer changes might be on a different page. We're going to go ahead and check. Yeah, we'll find them. We'll find the page that those are on. But they do have one more comment here. Special thanks to the Exalted Creators. Those are the people who work with CA, who do YouTube and Twitch and stuff. And Catholic Alcoholic. So Catholic is one of our homegrown champions. He's been doing a ton of work kind of compiling a document, which has had a lot of good suggestions on it. And that's the main document that Creative Assembly has really been taking their data from. So that's very, very exciting. So let me just go ahead and find the page with the multiplayer stuff real quick. So just give me 1 second and we will pull that up. Dude, the ghost sounds were... I was wondering what was going on with that. Yeah, the Warcraft 3 ghost sounds. I heard them in the background. It's in the next text blurb. It's in the link. Thank you. Appreciate it, guys. All right, so let's see where we can find that. Okay, and there we are. You guys rule, man. Thank you, thank you. We're loading these bad boys up. Let's get these patch notes fired up and ready to party. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, heading on down to the general changes. We first have Gotrek getting a cost reduction. Uh-oh, the mighty dwarf. He's going to be very powerful indeed. But yeah, still fine. Beastmen, Bloodbrute Behemoth, getting a little bit of an armor buff. I don't hate it. You know, it's a cool monster, and making it a little bit more durable is always fun. So yeah, no problems with that. Centaurs of Tzeentch, I like this change. This is kind of along the lines of what we suggested when we did the video talking about units that needed to be buffed and nerfed. We were like, you either need to rework Centaurs or just slap 100 gold on them. And it looks like Creative Assembly took the approach of slapping 100 gold on Centaurs of Tzeentch, which is great. They're going to be much more expensive now. And, you know, if you want a Centaur of Tzeentch to come in and just dunk on things, you're going to have to pay more of a premium for them. So your army's going to be a little bit stronger, and I think that's quite nice. Pestigors getting a cost increase and getting a stat nerf, which is a pretty substantial nerf, actually. 4 melee attack is a lot. So not only do they get a cost reduction, but they also get a stat line nerf. I don't know if they needed to be gutted that badly. Pestigors are good, but I never have felt like Pestigors are like OP. Perhaps this is a different perspective, but yeah, I mean, perhaps a little bit stronger than some of the standard options, but that's a pretty big nerf. 4 melee attack, 10 armor, as well as a cost increase. I'm not like upset about it. I think it's fine. But yeah, that's a pretty big karate chop. So Chariots got reworked. Mass changes on Chariots. Chariots are some of the worst units in the game, aside from a couple niche ones. So we have had some reworking of that. So here we have the Razorgore Chariot getting a damage increase. And there's also been mass increases on Chariots, which was detailed on the previous page. Bestigor Herds, it looks like they got a charge increase. They're a little bit faster and they got charge speed. So this is definitely good. Bestigor Herds are pretty awful. So any buff to those kind of weird elite infantry that never see play and just die instantly to like one spell is always good. Centaurs got a cost increase, probably warranted. For 700, they're way too cost effective. Centaurs are super good, super fast, hard hitting, mobile, good at a lot of things. So I do like the Centaur cost increase. Beastmen have been one of the strongest factions in the game for this last patch in both, well, at least in Domination. I don't know about Land Battle, but yeah. Centaurs with Great Weapons getting a cost increase as well. The Cygor getting an explosion radius increase. I like to see that. Cygors are neat. Korok's Man-Rippers getting a buff, and the Eye of More Sleep Cygor also getting a substantial buff. More damage, more explosion radius, lots of good stuff. So overall, my thoughts on the Beastmen changes, I think they're fine. Nothing terribly, punishing. And honestly, the Centaurs got nerfed a little bit, Pestigors got nerfed, but a couple buffs to the Chariots, as well as their elite infantry, and a little bit of monster buff via Cygor. So I don't hate it. I think it's fine. Beastmen are totally going to be fine. They're still a great faction, have tons of good tools. I don't think Beastmen players have much to complain about. All right, so Bretonia. Grail Guardians getting an HP nerf, and Questing Knights getting a base damage increase. Hippogriff Knights getting a HP decrease. Peasant Mobs getting a cost increase, which, okay, I guess they're slightly... Are they better than zombies, though? I don't know if they needed that, but it's whatever. So really just the Elite Knights of Bretonia have been nerfed a little bit. I'm surprised. Yeah, not really, no. I think in Land Battle it's more, more of a thing. But overall, Bretonia, I don't know if Bretonia really needed too many nerfs, but their Elite Knights are very good, but I kind of feel like that's their thing. Like Bretonia, at least I don't think Bretonia in Land Battle or in Dom is like super, super strong. But hopefully they'll get some, look over down the road, because yeah, this is just going to make them a little bit weaker. 400 HP isn't the end of the world, right? They're still going to be good, but it's not insignificant either. Yeah, a little bit strange, some of the nerfs here, but yeah, overall, fine. Totally fine. I think it's more of a Land Battle thing. I think in Land Battle, the Grail Guardians, Knights, and Hippos are really, really strong. Whereas in Dom, they're not too bad, in my opinion. So, yeah, totally fine. Chaos Dwarves, my people. The Hobgoblin Wolf Rider bows, they've gotten more effective range. Cool to see. The Demon Sims Torture got a cost decrease. Overseer got a HP increase. He's still not going to see any play. He has terrible abilities. That's what needs to be reworked on him. Sorcerer Prophet on the Lammasu. Cool. Yeah, HP increase on Lamasu's. I like to see it. Zaytan got a huge HP increase. Could make him a little bit better. He does have a net, and now that he has 800 extra HP in the Lammasu, that's pretty damn respectable for sure. Archer range increase, cost decrease on their chaff units. I mean, that's really good. 50 off the Orc Laborers is quite nice. Lammasu getting a buff, kind of what we talked about. Yep, dude, it's exactly what we talked about in the video we did. Like, give them spell resist. That's their whole thing, right? So now Lammasus have spell resist. So you can have like a Zaytan. He's going to be hard to snipe. He's going to have a net. He has 800 more HP. He has 25% spell resist now. Yeah, makes sense that the Bretonnian Cav are strong in land battle. Yeah. Kadai Destroyer now has collision attack, so I'm very excited to kind of see how this bad boy does. If he hits anywhere within the ballpark of the Camarine War Sphinx, Chaos Dwarves are really going to be feasting. Granted, he's a lot slower, but that's still very nice. Dreadquake getting 200 gold off. Iron Demon, Dreadquake Mortar getting cost reductions, and Skullcrackers, yeah, anything towing the Dreadquake is getting a cost reduction. And overall, Chaos Dwarf changes are nice. They're very humble changes, but the Wolf Rider Bows change is nice. The cost reduction on the Lammasu, Labor's cost decrease. There's a couple things here that are very nice. So we're going to see if those kind of compounding buffs make the Chaos Dwarves better. But they were like a nice mid-tier faction, so I'm happy to see them get some, some milk there. I think that's great. Next up, we have the Demons of Chaos. So now Demons of Chaos have the Warriors of Chaos Demon Princes. So we'll have to see how that plays out. All right. So the Demon Prince has been moved to the extended roster, the generic one. Okay. Yeah, nothing really. I mean, we get this, the Slanesh Prince gets the cost reduction, so that's pretty good. I mean, he has Pavane, he has the lore passive. A couple things there that are pretty nice. So, yeah, I mean, really the only significant thing is going to be the Darkling Prince. I mean, these could be okay as well. We'll have to see, but yeah, nothing really exciting there. For the Dark Elves, Doomfire Warlock, cost reduction, Chef's Kiss, awesome. Crone Hellebron, cost reduction, awesome. And all her mounts got cost reductions. Bloodrack Shrines were terrible, so getting a 200 gold cost reduction off those, Chef's Kiss, that's great. Coldwood Knights getting a little buff. Don't hate that. They kind of felt a little bit janky. So I like to see them get a HP increase here, which they did. They lost one melee attack, but overall gained HP as well as melee defense. So that's good. Canid Assassins were already borderline good, so giving them 50 cost off that is also great. So yeah, I do like these changes. I think that's good. So for Dwarves, this is a big one. Dwarves have a lot of really broken stuff. So Demon Slayers and Dragon Slayers, this is huge, right? They needed to be nerfed pretty bad. So they both lost 5 melee attack, 5 melee defense. Probably, I mean, I think they could have warranted a cost increase too. I think that would have been nice, but it is what it is. At least we got something. Thunderbarge getting a cost increase for multiplayer up to 3,200. By the way, we are allowing the Thunderbarge today, so there's a chance that the dwarves are going to come in and just crush with it. We don't know. The Spirit of Grungni also getting a reduction. Bolt throwers have had their crew numbers lowered, and the bolt throwers' HP has been lowered by a lot. So if you notice how bolt throwers were like impossible to kill, like you would dive them and do like no damage. Now the crew members have been lowered and their HP has been lowered, and the reload time has been increased. So bolt throwers are pretty oppressive, and these are some pretty big nerfs to them in terms of their durability as well as their damage output with their reload time. So the changes to the bolt thrower here are very, very good. Scolder Guard getting a range increase, Rangers getting a decrease. It's fine. They're the great weapon variant. They almost never see play, so I think that's fine. Flame Cannon buff, I'm all for it. Thane getting a cost increase. Yeah, why did they not put the cost increase on the overpowered Slayer heroes? That's my question. They put it on the Thane, who didn't even really need it, and then they don't put it on the Dwarf Slayer. I would like to see the cost increases on the Dwarf Slayer heroes. Those are the ones that are really oppressive. Coilers with great weapons getting a buff. Now, the Gyrocopters are getting just absolutely gutted, which I think is fair. These things are just bullshit, or they were. So Gyrocopters have lost firewall moving, which is really good, because basically you couldn't shut them down, right? They were just invincible. Gyrocopters would just be running in circles and just being super oppressive. And even if you're chasing them with like a Fury or a Rotfly, they still generate value while you're wasting time chasing them and you just can't touch them. So that was really broken. They've had ammunition reductions. They've had damage reductions, which all good. I mean, they're still going to be decent, but now they'll require more protection. You're not going to be able to just unga bunga and fly them in circles and print like 1,200, 1,300 value. So that's very, very good. Brimstone guns. It looks like ammo primary weapon has been increased, so a little bit of a buff to the Brimstone guns in some regards, but they did also lose some armor piercing damage and some base melee damage. So the melee capabilities of gyros have also been nerfed. Gyrocopters, Trollhammers, and Grudge Settlers. Okay, so you can see pretty similar changes there. Gyrocopters, Trollhammers, and Grudge Settlers. Trollhammers, I think this is a typo, Because we have gyrocopters and we have brimstones, and maybe it's meant to be gyro bombers. No, I think. Yeah, I think this is a typo here. Troll hammers and grudge settlers. Grudge settlers are the rifle units, right? Yeah, that looks like that's a typo. Okay, so just minor changes there. Gyro bombers do not fire while moving anymore. Great. King Lun, Halkenhoff, and so these are the ghost characters. They've just had, their stats changed a little bit as it pertains to their missile block chance, so pretty insignificant. So overall, the changes to the dwarves are good, I think. Hitting the gyrocopters, hitting the bolt throwers, and nerfing the Slayer heroes, I think is going to bring them down a peg, which is good, because dwarves are very obnoxious to play against. It's a campaign unit. Okay, yeah. Understood. But why would that be in the multiplayer change section? That's kind of weird. Well, whatever. I was like, it doesn't click with me. I don't play campaigns, so you guys are gonna have to let me know. Yeah. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, I think that the Dwarf Slayer heroes maybe needed a little bit off. Add 50 to 100 gold to those guys. Because they're basically like mini unbreakable legendary lords. Yeah. Why do they have single player stuff? This is literally the whole page dedicated to multiplayer changes. Yeah, it's weird. All right, Empire Demogryph Knight buffs, freaking love it. Demogryphs are one of my favorite units in the game, so just awesome. And they needed a buff. They were kind of haggard compared to a lot of the other kind of cav in their category. Demogryph Knight with halberds getting a leadership, melee defense hit, but looks like they do get a damage output increase, a cost decrease. So yeah, overall, halberds and regular demis both getting buffed in terms of their cost, at least here for the halberds and the HP and leadership. Royal Outdorf Griffite's going to be getting the same buffs as well. So it looks like they have some extended roster units as well, so I'm going to ignore those. Archers getting a range increase, so that's pretty good. Nice, 130 range on those bad boys. This is a huge change, by the way, so Volkmar is going to be pretty cool. So Volkmar the Grim, the mount, his War Altar of Sigmar, a huge damage increase. God damn. 165 up to 240, and his armor-piercing damage is doubled. So Volkmar the Grim could be back on the menu, Yeah, that's really, really exciting stuff. I love it. Tattersoul's getting a +1 melee attack buff there. Reichsguard Knights getting a cost decrease, which is warranted. I mean, yeah, they were a little bit overcosted. The steam tank can no longer fire its hull. This is a big nerf to steam tanks, by the way. One of the reasons why steam tanks generate so much value before is because they could fire their hull-mounted cannons in melee. And now they can't. And also their collision has been altered, so it's possible to hit it in the rear. So apparently there was a bug with that. So good nerfs to the steam tank. Now, like if you tie up a steam tank, you're going to be heavily mitigating its damage. I think I missed something above. The ROR Demogryph Knights have the Glorious Charge. Holy shit. Okay. So the Royal Altdorf Griffites are back on the menu. Leadership buff, melee defense buff, damage buff, charge bonus up to 60, and Glorious Charge. Wow, that's huge. Okay, Royal Altdorf Griffites are like the Fireborn of the Empire now, maybe. That's huge. Are they going to be an auto pick? I mean, that's pretty nuts. Glorious Charge is one of the most busted mechanics of the game. So the fact that they got that is really big. I mean, they were kind of, not super popular before, and they caused terror to boot. They're just going to be folding up units super, super fast, right? So I don't hate it. Landship can no longer... Yeah, so the Landship got nerfed in a similar fashion. It can no longer fire its hull-mounted cannon in melee, and its collision has been altered, so it's possible to hit it in the rear. So good. Overall, the Empire changes are really good. There's nothing here I'd really criticize. I think everything in the Empire change doc is very, very good. So Grand Cathay, let's see. The Longma-mounted character gets Fear. Astromancer on the bird got a cost reduction, which is fine. Jade Lions and Jet Lions getting a damage increase. Awesome. Cathay is a solid faction, so I don't think they needed a lot, right? And these are good changes. It's fine. No complaints here. You don't need to just change things for the sake of changing things, right? If things are relatively fine in their units, that's good. So Grom the Paunch, okay, so Grom the Paunch had his AP ratio flipped, so now he does AP damage. So Grom the Paunch could actually be seen in a couple matchups. You might actually see him against dwarves now, right? He regenerates, gyrocopters have been nerfed, he does full AP damage. Chariots have also been buffed in this patch as well, so that's huge. The Demogryph Knights, yeah, Frostlight, that's right. Back of the menu, baby. Rogue Idol, max entities hit by splash attacks, which is actually a buff because I think it does more concentrated damage. And then the R-War now has magic attacks and, the explosion radius of its boulder. Feral Wyvern, wow, okay. So the multiplayer Feral Wyvern getting minus 300. That could open up some play for greenskins. I mean, that's a huge... So you might start seeing like Azag with double Wyvern or, some sort of a caster character with double Wyvern. Like, even a Wurzag with a snare ability and double Wyvern could snipe things pretty quickly, maybe. Oh, that's big. 300 off those bad boys. Very, very nice deal. AP Gloonies getting a minor change to their cost. Recruitment cost, they got lowered by 10. That's so random, but okay. Azag getting a cost decrease on Skullmuncha. It's awesome. And Orc Boy's getting a cost decrease of 25. Yeah, there was a lot of like oddly costed units. I think they're trying to make it more symmetrical so that you don't come out with weird amounts of money. So overall, greenskin changes are fine. You know, I think if you nerf the really oppressive stuff, the greenskins are going to shine, right? Because they were getting beaten down by a lot of the overpowered factions. So if you nerf them down, greenskins were already, you know, really good the prior season. So yeah, good stuff. Now, for the High Elves, Phoenix Guard now have immune to psychology. I think that's an excellent change. It was kind of always weird that the most elite High Elf unit that's literally like takes an Oath of Silence and is super badass doesn't have ITP. I think that's great. Yeah, I know. I am in one pwn. I am. If you keep banning Wood Elves from tournament, we're not banning anything today, guys. We're going to have like 2 weeks of tournaments probably with no bans. And we're just going to get the data. We're going to see what's broken and go from there. Eltharion the Grim on Stormwing. He got a minor cost reduction. Happy to see that. Teclis got a little bit more AP on his Arcane Phoenix. Rangers got a damage increase, so base weapon damage and armor piercing. That's nice. Rangers are a core unit, so that's really, really useful. White Lions of Grace, or War Lions of Grace, got a bonus for his infantry increase. Very good. Lion Chariots of Grace got a big damage increase across the board. Tyrannox got a damage increase. Phoenix has got a damage increase in Frostfire Phoenix. So overall, it's just pure buffs for High Elves, really. No nerfs. Some nice changes to their elite infantry. HP and damage buffs across the board on a lot of their troopers, as well as their monstrous infantry here in the War Lions of Grace. So no nerfs for the Empire, no. Except the Steam Tank. The Steam Tank and the Landship got nerfed, which they deserved it. So I think that was fine. And I think, yeah, the Phoenix Guard ROR is immune to contact effects. So that's cool. That means basically like poison, rampage, things like that. All right. So now down to Khorne. So the Exalted Hero of Khorne getting a stat nerf. Okay. I don't know if he needed that, but that's fine. Was he even good? Like, why nerf him? He's not even good. I mean, he's all right. Yeah, and you can see the stat decrease across the board on those. That's a bit of a weird change. Herald of Khorne. So on the Blood Throne, so the Blood Throne Herald of Khorne got a nice little stat line change here. He got a damage increase, yeah, and bonus for his infantry was nullified a little bit, but overall the damage increase is going to more than make up for it. A lot of those weird chariot mounts like Volkmar and the Blood Shrine and the Dark Elf variant, they all got buffed. All right. So yeah, you can see all of these are basically just shrine buffs. They got the same thing. They just got damage increases, bonus for his infantry, you know, slight alteration there. Skull Cannon was doing pretty well in the faction war, actually, but it got a big damage increase. 25 base damage, 100 base armor piercing damage. Oh my god. Reworked the attacks on Dana to make it more reliable in melee. Oh my god, the Skull Cannon meta might actually unironically be upon us. We haven't done Lizardman yet. This is huge. Do you know how much more damage that is? That is massive, and if it's going to be more effective in melee too, I think that the Skull Cannon could actually be a thing. Yeah, that's nuts. Bloodbrute Behemoth getting an armor buff. Gorby's Chariots being buffed. Forsaken of Khorne really needed this because they're one of the worst units in the game. They were terrible, but now that they have 700 more HP, I think they could see some play. Bloodthirster getting buffed with a little bit of damage and anti-large. Great stuff. Minotaurs of Khorne getting nerfed. They deserved it a little bit compared to some of the other units. So it's only 50 gold, not a big deal. And Khorne's Bloody Fist also getting buffed. Now down to Kislev. We're going to look. Zarina on her sled has had her movement speed nerfed as well as her charge speed, which is fine. She was a little bit obnoxious on her sled. Kislevite Warriors cost increase. Chef's Kiss. It's great. The Brawlers had a weird bug where they were doing splash instead of single attacks, so they were fixed. That's good. Frostworm has had a cost increase and now has collision attack, so could be very good, right? This could be a big carry. Like, if it does anything like the Khemerian War Sphinx with its collisions, it's going to be very nasty. Things of the Woods getting a 75 gold increase. Super warranted. Those things are very strong. So, yeah, cost increasing them is a great choice. Mordheim Beowulfs getting a similar cost increase. Kislev Horse Archers getting bumped up to 600. Dervishes up 50 gold. Very warranted. They were disgustingly cost effective at 475. Heavy War Sleds getting a cost increase as well. And yeah, and it looks like they've had their collision adjusted to make them more similar to other chariots. So massive nerf to the Heavy War Sleds here, which is warranted because they're super strong. Their shooting is very good. Light War Sleds have been nerfed as well. Elemental Bear getting buffed. It now has collision attacks. Oath Brothers of Tor getting a cost increase. And the Frozen Heart of Winter getting buffed. So overall, pretty big Kislev nerfs. Things in the Woods, Horse Archers, Dervishes, and Kislevite Warriors all cost increased, and a couple of their heavy war sleds and things like that were nerfed. So maybe that's going to be enough for Kislev. You know, we'll see. You know, you don't want to just absolutely gut them as much as I want to, just because I feel they're obnoxious. We'll see. Let's hope that's enough. Let's hope. They're still going to be incredibly strong. They're Kossars and Winged Lancers and Griffin Legion. Their characters. Kislev is still going to be a powerhouse. Lizardmen. So Red Crested Skinks have gotten a cost reduction, and their damage has been increased, so that's a good change, and their stats have also been buffed, so great changes for those. Going to definitely help against dwarves. Cohort of Sotek getting the same thing. Lord Croak getting a cost reduction. Gorok getting a massive cost reduction, which is cool to see. Nakai now grants all units in his army. Okay, this is a campaign. And now he has... Oh, Nakai has... Does he have Vanguard, Woodsman, and Causes Terror? Oh, wow. So Nakai now causes terror. That's going to make Nakai a homie. That's going to make him an absolute homie there. That's good. Yeah, Vanguard deployment on Nakai is pretty rad. He can run up, grab an objective or something and dom. And having terror is really big. He also gets missile resist, so Nakai is definitely the big breadwinner so far for the Lizardmen. Shredder of Lustria getting a cost increase. Skink Oracle getting a cost decrease. Coatls getting buffed with collision attack. Spirit of Tepok also getting the similar changes. Feral Troglodyons getting a cost reduction, and so is the Arwar, which is great. Krokar cost reduction on everything. Saurus Old Blood's cost reduction on everything. Feral Carnosaurs cost reduced by 1,500. So, yeah, probably still won't see much play. If you made them like 1,400, I think Carnosaurs would see play, but aside from that, probably not. But overall, I'm really excited to kind of see what Nakai can do in tandem with the new buffed Red Crested Skinks. Lizardmen were already a good faction, and Coatls maybe could be very good with impact attacks now. So, a couple things yet to be discovered. Norska getting a cost reduction on its big mammoths. Marauder Berserkers also getting a little buff to their charge bonus and walk speed. The Chaos Frost Dragon, I think they just made the Frostworm, has had a cost reduction, which is good. And Cold Voider getting a cost increase. Apparently, its action here is strong. It looks like it ignores contact effects and does have Frenzy. Okay, so that's why they gave it a cost increase. Mammoths getting a cost decrease. Love to see it. I think that's good. Mammoths are really cool. Marauder Icewolf Chariots and all their kind of cheap chariots getting buffed, it looks like. Chieftain getting a charge bonus increase. Baseline Marauders with great weapons getting a cost reduction. Brutes of the Hound getting cost reduced. Soul Crusher getting a cost reduction as well. And these are the campaign characters. So very minor changes to the Norska, right? But overall buffs on Mammoths and some of their infantry and dragons and stuff. So yeah, no, what's to complain about, right? Norska is Norska. Nurgle. All right. So we're going to need to start the tournament in 2 minutes, by the way. And we'll still look at everything because I'm doing casting today. So while we're waiting for players to ready up, we can continue going through the patch notes. Chaos Sword of Nurgle is on the Rot Beast, and it looks like mass increase. Okay, that's cool. So mass increases on a lot of the Nurgle mounts, on the Rot Beast mounts. Exalted Hero getting a big nerf. Wow, minus 10 melee attack is a massive nerf. Still going to be used, but yeah, that's a huge nerf. Marauders of Nurgle getting a cost reduction. That's nice. They're already pretty good, to be fair. Those are only the Great Open variant. Angels of Decay, and it looks like the drones in general getting a charge bonus. Rot Knights, this is big. Leadership bonus, armor up to 100, and masses increase. So Rot Knights could be better now. 20 armor and better leadership is a pretty massive nerf. Yeah. Korn's Warshrine gives a gradual ward save now, not in the Korn section, but in a list of spells and abilities at the bottom. Got it. The Rotting Riders, Rot Knights. Okay. So recruitment minus 200, and it looks like their leadership is buffed, their armor is buffed, and mass is buffed. I like it. And Kazik getting a mass increase. Tamarkhan now, okay. Tamarkhan and the Toe Dragon meta time. Let's go. So he has collision attacks. He's cheaper. And he turns way faster. Okay, 90 speed on the turn instead of 60. Okay, is it time for Tamarkhan to rise, baby? Let's freaking go. That's awesome. And we saw the Pestigore nerfs. Pestigore is getting a cost increase and losing stats. It's unfortunate for Nurgle, but they'll still be fine. They have plenty of choices. Rotfly is getting a big charge bonus. Doubling their charge bonus could make them better for sure. Exalted Great Unclean One, that's actually really big. He's getting 1,000 HP on the Exalted Great Unclean One. That's really, really good. And his max entities hit by splash attacks are also going to make him a bit better, it looks like. Forsaken of Nurgle, that's huge. Forsaken of Nurgle, guys, were already good. Or decent. And now they have another 700 HP on top of that. I think we're talking. Great Unclean One getting buffed, and Uncle for Uncle getting buffed as well. Cool. Grease's Gold Tooth recruitment minus 100. Poor Greasus. Oh well, he's still gonna be just a fat turd. They could make Greasus free and he would still suck. Alright, so going down to this Skaven. We are here with the little rats. I need to get the tournament started now. So, by the way, this is one of the gentlemen in chat. It's his dog. He sent it to me on Discord, and he said he wanted to make it into the thumbnail with the cornhound. So, it looks like it's Ladybird from King of the Hill, which is awesome. So, let's refresh this and get this going. Thank you guys all for joining today. And, yeah, looks like everybody's signed up. Wow. Oh, my God. This turned into this is going to be a long tournament, guys. This is going to be a long one. We better get this bad boy started. All right, so let's generate the bracket, and here we go. My wife and son and I started watching Penguin last night. It's really good, I know, isn't it? Penguin show is amazing. Okay, the brackets will appear in a second. It's a bigger tournament, so yeah. Oh boy, I think I underestimated how long this is going to be. Like a 5-hour one. We're going deep here today, ladies and gentlemen. 1 second. So let me just tell the players what's up. Oh, wrong intermission there. That's from the Creative Assembly event back in the day. All right. And let's go. All right. So scrolling on down, let's announce the tournament. It is go time. Okay. Tournament is now live. Get started. Good luck, have fun. Also, cool. So we let the players know that the tournament is live, and I'm going to be jumping in and casting lobbies throughout the day. And we'll continue going over the patch notes. I just need to find my way into a lobby real quick, so let me do that and make sure I have the map pack mod on. Yes, yes. Give it to me, precious. All right, Total Tavern map pack. Let's go ahead and fire that up and get it going. Any news on when the website update will come out? Not sure. Got to talk to the web developers guys and see what they're doing. There was a couple volunteers working on it. They're awesome, and we'll see. We will see. Pone is the final boss. He is. He is. Oh, that's the wrong intermission too, man. Okay, I'm just like all over the wrong intermissions. There we go. That's the right one. I got to delete some of those. Fine-tune things. Pay tribute to Lady Bird, the Bloodhound of Corn. Yes. Oh Jesus, freaking jump scared right there. Goddamn. All the technical difficulties today. All right, so let's go find a lobby to watch, and let me see who's playing. So I'm gonna go check the tournament and see who we want to cast. Let's do. Let's see. We could do. I'm trying to find two players who are like kind of evenly matched. Oh, Subutai versus Tim the Wilder. Sign me the hell up for that. Hell yeah, my two homies battling it out. Lobby code, please. Oh, by the way, Vampire Counts have their new Graveguard today, which is super exciting. Tim the Wilder. All right. So I'm going to get the lobby code for these gentlemen, and then we should be good to go here in a second. So let's load into the game. Let's find this bad boy and do it to it. Okay, should load up in a second. There it is. Very cool. And we're going to keep going over the patch notes because it's going to take them a while to build their army. So yeah, we should be fine. I did not expect, I mean, I guess I should have expected this many people. We maybe should have done an SFT or a Swiss because we got, it's only 34 people. That's not too bad for a double elim. That's not too bad. We did a double elim with like 70 people once, and it was literally like a 7-hour tournament. So that was rough. And it is Halloween today, so I got some stuff to do. Yeah. All right. So Subutai is going to send me the lobby code, and I want to make sure to get in the lobby. And then we'll go back to the patch notes and continue going over those. It's patch time. Yeah, baby. It is. It is. The Graveguard, great weapons. I hope to see them. This is Tim versus Subutai. I don't know what factions they're playing, but we're going to find out. All right, so the lobby is up. Let's join with code and find it. They're on a different version. Okay. Okay, let's see here. He might have forgot to enable the map pack. Yes. Let's see here. Okay, so he's restarting real quick. Yeah, because he didn't have the map pack on. 3 years later, it's been 5,000 years. Any, I don't know what that is, Lumi. What does that stand for? Chaos Dwarves? Is that what you meant to type? You best start believing in 9-hour attorney's turn because you're in one. Oh, no. No. If it does go more than like 6 hours, I'm going to have to go. because we have plans to hang out with some people tonight. So like 5 hours is like my cap. That's like as long as I'm going to be able to go today. But it's fine. The players can keep playing through, and as long as we get you guys a ton of great games, that's what it's all about. Okay. Okay. There we go. And now that should be the correct version. All right, on. Cool. So we're in the lobby, and these guys can now start on their builds, and we'll continue going over patch notes. All right. Subutai's got to be playing vampire counts, I would wager. He's got to be on the old vampire counts. All right. So let's go ahead and switch on back over here. All right. There we are. So Skaven, Ikit Claw, let's see what he got on his Doomflayer mount. So it looks like he got a bonus. Yeah, so Doomflayers had damage nerfs, but they got bonus for his infantry to compensate. So they're not as good against like Cav, but they're better against infantry. That was basically the big change that Skaven got. The Doom Wheel got some cost increases for Ikit, but also came with a big damage buff as well. So we'll see how that plays out. Warlock Master, pretty much just talking about all the mounts here. Sensor Bearers got a melee attack buff and a melee defense buff. That's pretty big. Could see a little bit more play now, because they were such glass cannons before, but at least they do more damage and are slightly more durable now. So Doomflayers lost melee attack and base damage, but got an increased bonus for his infantry. Because the problem with Doomflayers is they're very good against everything. Cav, infantry, whatever, right? So now they're just like more of an anti-infantry specialist, which is what they were supposed to be. All right, so Dwarf Thing Menace, yeah, similar changes, and those are the ROR ones. Throt the Unclean, getting a cost reduction to -200, which is very nice. So Throt is wow. Throt the Unclean on his Brood Horror. Whoa, hold up. Throt is freaking 400 gold cheaper on his Brood Horror? Oh my god, you're going to be seeing Throt in action. That is big. That is really, really big. 400 gold off? I mean, he wasn't even terrible. I mean, he wasn't great, but that's big. The Mutant Rat Ogres got a splash attack change, so they're going to be a little bit more effective and do more damage. Plague Monk Sensor Bearers getting a increase here. You saw that earlier. And the Doom Wheel just getting a damage increase as well and a mass increase. All right. So looking at Slaanesh, we have the Heartseekers of Slaanesh. They got those are the elite Cav. Charge bonus, damage increase. We'll see if it matters. I still think Seekers and Fiends are going to be the go-to. Hellstriders were nerfed a long time ago, but it looks like they got another cost reduction down to 675. So they went from 750 to 700 to 675, I think. They'll be better for sure. The Seeker Chariots, the Allurus on the Chariot. So it looks like they've had damage increases and bonus. So all the Chariots have had like damage increases and bonus for. Oh wow, that armor piercing damage almost doubled on the Slaanesh Chariot. Yeah, that's big. Exalted Keeper of Secrets here. Charge bonus has been increased up to 70. Its damage has been increased. So just overall buffs to the chariots, buff to the big monsters. Inkari has had some nice buffs as well. Big damage increase. So it's AP up to 420 and its base weapon damage up. Yeah. So overall, 30 on the AP, 10. So it's going to be plus 40. And its splash attacks have been reduced, which means it's going to do more concentrated damage. That's actually a big change for Inkari. That's really nice. Forsaken getting an HP increase. Fiends of Slaanesh losing 700 HP, which is really good. They're very OP. They were. So reducing their HP by almost 1,000, I think, is warranted. Keeper of Secrets getting a buff to its damage and its charge bonus. And the Exalted Seeker Chariots getting damage increases. Chariots just basically buffed across the board with the big monsters here. So Slaanesh changes are good. I think Fiends needed a nerf, but it's nice to see some of the elite chariots and monsters getting buffed. So no complaints there. Throt on a monster's mount is cheaper than Greasus. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. Tomb King, so Cetra, ooh, that's cool. So Cetra's Chariot now causes terror, and it got a damage increase, and its bonus for its infantry has been increased. So he could see a little bit more play for sure. Carrion getting cost reduced, Eyes of the Desert getting cost increased. Makes sense, they're pretty much auto-take. Ushapti RR, auto-take increased. Skeleton Archer Chariots getting buffed, and a Hex Race, that's from Arkan. Okay, so it doesn't matter. Cool, 1 sec here, guys. Just gonna be checking to see what the matchup is. So we got Demons of Chaos versus Vampire Counts. Oh, this is really funny because I was actually talking to Subutai last night about this matchup, and he was telling me, he's like, oh, it's not that bad of a match. But I was saying that it is a bad matchup and Vampire Counts get wrecked. And he was telling me that you just need to bring the right build. So now it's his chance to put his money where his mouth is and see how he does here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get it going. Game 1 in today's tournament. It's going to be Tim the Wilder facing off against Subutai. And, oh my god, the new Skull Cannon meta. Oh no, the Skull Cannon meta is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. We got double Skull Cannon. Oh boy. Oh boy. It is on. The Subutai's build is pretty normal. It's just very chap centric, so nothing is worth killing with like the Changebringers. And then he has a Von Karstein Vampire Lord use the Night, the Storm of the Night ability to try and kill flying units. Is basically what he's rocking there. Well, you don't bring halberds against Demons of Chaos. You definitely don't. Yeah, this is double elimination, so even if you lose, you know, you still get another chance on the bottom side of the bracket. So there is that. Yeah, all right. So double Scab's Wraith, but Tim coming in with the Forbidden Tech. So the Exalted Great Unclean one got buffed. He got like 800 more HP and also does more damage now in melee. And the Skull Cannons have been buffed as well. So we talked about all that today. Come and take what must be taken. Yeah, I don't know. We're going to find out. Edge of the Darkwood is the map here. Vampire counts versus Demons of Chaos in today's first Halloween. This is a Halloween matchup. We get vampire counts in our first game today. It's great. All right. Yes. All right. So taking a look here. Yes. Okay. And here we are. Where can we see the balance change logs? I can link it to you guys. Hold on. There you go. Those are the multiplayer changes. But we're going to continue going over them in between games. No Graveguard? Yeah, well, you don't bring Graveguard against demons. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah. I'm sure you'll see them at a different stage in the tournament. All right, so for Tim's build, he has Anti-Blob. So the Exalted Great Chungus here with his new HP buff. He is going to be Mortis Engineering down a lot of the zombies and chaff units, and he does have Fleshy Abundance, and that's pretty much it. He's got the Exalted Pinks, which are pretty good fighters in melee with fire damage. So 30, 38, and 32 stat line is going to be enough to fight off most undead. And on top of that, they of course, you know, hit very hard at range and in melee. I like the Exalted Pinks quite a bit. Double Exalted Plague Bearer, incredibly hard for vampires to kill. Scab's Wraith is one of the best tools against these for sure. And Subutai's on Mortis Engine, of course, is very good against these as well. But look at the damage on the Skull Cannon. 466 missile damage. And of course, they're better in melee now too. So I'm a little bit nervous for old Subutai, right? The buffs to the Skull Cannons here could be very, very destructive. That is going to be nasty, nasty. On the other side, looking at old Subutai, he's going to be going for the dreaded pencil formation. So he has 1 million units of zombies here and backed up by a double White King. On top of that, we do have the Corpse Carts with the Balefire. Balefire Corpse Carts are auto-take in this matchup because they imbue fire and magic damage to all nearby units. So you see the zombies are doing fire and magic damage, which is just a counter against demons in general. So yeah, and the Lord is going to be a zombie dragon. It's going to be a Von Karstein Lord on the zombie dragon. He's got Storm of the Night, Flock of Doom, Raise Dead, as well as Invocation. So pretty much all the standard abilities here. And yeah, we're going to see the Wrath of the Skull Cannon. I am now, Pone says now to see the Skull Cannon miss every shot. I don't think it will. We'll have to see. Thank you guys for joining today, though. It's going to be super fun. New season on Total Tavern. Massive multiplayer changes. Very excited to kind of be seeing how everything unfurls as we progress here. So Skull Cannon shots, obviously shooting into zombies and skeletons isn't going to be amazing, but okay, that's actually not bad damage. And the thing is, the Skull Cannons can refresh their ammo by charging in and attacking you in melee, right? So it's not a huge deal to just kind of shoot at skeleton spears. And Subutai is a little bit blobbed up in a couple areas, so certainly some opportunities there. So Skull Cannon's going to be getting attacked. We do see Subutai coming across with the Von Karstein Vampire Lord. Tim the Wilder waddling up and calling in more Exalted Plague Bearers. So very elite infantry, which will be pretty hard to kill for the vampires. Okay, Black Knights being called in. I do like Black Knights. I think they're solid. These are the Lance variant. I do like the Sword and Board variant a little bit better, but overall, these guys, yeah, they're not bad. You know, they can run down, you know, demonic infantry. If you get a charge with the Black Knights onto a very vulnerable, you know, Pink Horror, for example, the 25 armor of the Pink Horror is not going to be holding up very well. So far, the Skull Cannon's doing better damage than they would have before, right? Like, if these were the Skull Cannons of the previous patch, they would have done, like, barely any damage. But so far, they seem to be cooking. And there's, like, an afterburner effect. I don't know if I remember that. That might be new. But looks like a Skull Cannon shot does go into the Black Knights over here. That's what I would be really interested to see. Yeah, look at that afterburner effect right there. Pretty cool stuff. Ammunition on the Skull Cannons. One of them's down to 40%. The other one is kind of low as well. On the backside, we do see Exalted Plague Bearers being called in, and Subutai is going to be calling in some Crypt Horrors just to get mass and punching power. Crypt Horrors do have decent stopping power at 70 weapon strength, so if you're going to be shooting at, let's say, the big Plague Bearers here or something like that, you know, it's going to be pretty good. So moving across are the Skeleton Spearmen. Here they come, and another shot coming down from the Skull Cannon. Scab Scraith on top of the Exalted Pinks. Unfortunately, not a very good cast for Subutai because they're just going to pull back and regenerate those shields, and pretty much all the damage he just did there is going to be nullified, unless he follows up with something like Flock of Doom, which he does. So he follows up with Flock of Doom right here, probably going to be breaking through the shields, and now we get the Black Knights coming out, but they go right into the Unholy Hand Grenades, ladies and gentlemen. Nurgle's Rot just pounding into those guys, and that is not what Subutai wants to be doing. He wants to get them around the side. He's going to be using an Invo right now to try and top those guys off, and honestly, like, I don't see any reason to not get the Dragon character involved, although we do see Tim the Wilder calling in the newly nerfed Fiends. So Fiends of Slaanesh, of course, are quite a bit weaker now. They've lost a lot of HP, but if Subutai does blunder his micro here, which looks like he is, that's going to hurt pretty bad, and those Black Knights are going to have a very, very poor engagement. The Undead Hordes have engaged, and now Tim the Wilder is going to be farming ammo with his Skull Cannon. So his Skull Cannons have gotten in melee and are going to be farming ammunition. One of them does get a little bit trapped up in some spears and is being attacked by the White King as well. You can see some substantial damage going down to the White King here. And now there's going to be a breath attack on the Exalted Plague Bearers here, maybe. Yeah, it looks like Subutai got a breath attack from behind and does manage to melt a lot of those Exalted Plague Bearers. So that was a very, very good cast by old Subutai right there. As far as the Black Knights go, it looks like they did partially get away, 36 models, but that was not a good trade for them, and they're having a pretty bad time. But the unwashed legions of the undead are trading pretty evenly with the Demons of Chaos, which is a big win for old Subutai here. And we do see the Von Karstein Vampire Lord attacking into the Skull Cannon. Skull Cannon is wavering, and it's already at low leadership. So Tim is kind of in a losing position, honestly. His Skull Cannons are not in the best shape, and he does have a lot of Nurglings being called in, and it looks like Subutai does manage to punch that Skull Cannon in the face. So that bad boy is going to be at 0 leadership, 1 leadership, -10, and Demonic Disintegration is no joke. So the Lord of the Night, I mean, dude, guys, you guys have to remember, Subutai is being empowered by Halloween right now. He has the Halloween power spike in his army. It's going to be very hard. I mean, sure, demons are a Halloween faction, but, you know, vampire counts are the Halloween faction. So one Skull Cannon is going to be down for the count. Tim the Wilder going to be falling massively behind in value. He does get a nice shot with his Exalted Pinks, shooting into the Cryptors right here, as his reinforcing Nurglings do make their way in. But the Vampire Count blob in the middle seems to be doing okay. A lot of crumbling, but again, they're all zombies and skeletons, so really not a huge deal. Looking at the big man here, the Exalted Great and Clean One sitting at about 800 value, so he is he's chilling and doing a little bit of bump and grind here. In the backfield, Subutai's Von Karstein Vampire Lord getting excellent blocks of Doom. Those are going to be big, big value. And the other Skull Cannon is being hunted very fervently here by this White King. And now we're going to be seeing Tim trying to pull this thing away. So he's going to be pulling it back to the middle engagement. In the backfield, the Exalted Pink Core shooting up into the sky into the Vargeist. So the Vargeist are going to be getting karate chopped a little bit. Meanwhile, the Von Karstein Vampire Lord going to be chasing into the Skull Cannon. Should be able to get it over the course of time if he, gets those nice diving attack animations right there. That's got to feel pretty good. Skull Cannon does heal in melee. It does have Gore Feast, but it's not going to be enough to out-heal the damage of a Von Karstein Vampire Lord. Yeah, the more sleeve buff, that's right. Back objective for old Subutai being held by Skeleton Warriors, and the objective for Tim is being left unguarded right now. Subutai could make a play for it, but he is now calling out a Mortis Engine. So the Mortis Engine is going to be on its way out. In the backfield, we do see Flock of Doom, and Tim calling out Plague Toads of Nurgle. Plague Toads are pretty good against, not great at killing monsters, but the thing is they have good mass. So they can kind of keep a monster from getting to the targets you want to protect, which is what Tim is trying to do right now. So the Skull Cannon, coming off how much value? About 800 value so far, not bad at all. It's going to be shooting into the blobs of the undead. And now it looks like Subutai running a little bit bare on infantry on the objective as we see the Exalted Great Unclean One doing his sumo wrestling moves. Look how freaking cool that guy looks. Battling it out with the Fiends. So the Fiends, of course, are going to be ripping up the Nurglings and various other support pieces here. And honestly, not looking like the worst situation for the demons on this side. Over here, though, Subutai does have a new, fresh Mortis Engine. So the Mortis Engine is back in the menu, ladies and gentlemen, and it is going to be partying with the Cryptors and the Vargeist. And both Corpse Guards have been kept alive, which is impressive. It's hard to do that against demons. Over here, Subutai taking a lot of damage on his Von Karstein Lord. Is he going to be in a position to maybe throw this game? I think he's in a winning position now. But Tim is getting momentum, right? We see a lot of demons coming in. The Fiends and the Unholy Hand Grenades are also going to be saturating in. Nurgle unleashing its pestilent glory as the Exalted Great Unclean One swings his bell. Fiends leading the charge, applying the Soporific Musk. And the Children of the Night and the Hordes of the Undead potentially going to be getting dragged down here. We'll have to see. Mortis Engine is going to be very clutch as long as it can be kept away from some of the big bombardments coming from the hand grenades. It should be very strong. So now it's going to be moving into the big Exalted Demon Infantry. Now, where's the Dragon character going to go? The value is being evened out. Subutai is up 5.9 against 5.3, but that's not good for old Subutai. And it looks like right now Tim has started to take over the objective on the middle. So the grinding Exalted Great Unclean One and the Plague Bearer Infantry, there doesn't seem to be too many things in the army of Subutai that are very good against those. Although in the backfield, looks like Subutai is going to be forsaking Objective 2 to an extent and looking to dive into his opponent's secondary and drain them down with Flock of Doom and the Mortis Engine and the White Kings, Nurglings, and Exalted Pink Horrors here getting drained down. As far as this go, the Vargheists do get ripped to shreds by the Hounds of the Blood Hunt, which makes sense. These things hit super, super hard. 58 weapon strength to pop. And Vargheists are kind of a weird one. I don't think Vargheists are good at all in this matchup. I think that's probably the first blunder we've seen from Subutai, like really big blunders. He called in what appears to be 2 units of Vargheists, so he wasted like 2,000 gold. I've tested this matchup a couple times since I played it in that tournament about a week ago. Yeah, I find that Vargheists are just really bad here. Like all the demonic high DPS units like Hounds and Furies just annihilate them and they just really don't do well for you. So I think that is something that is not great. Now, what is this column going to be? More Black Knights, not a bad idea. Although the Fiends are a bit of a counter to them. Blood Knights, I think, are a little bit better in this matchup. Blood Knights are good against the infantry as well as the big scuff like the Fiends. But we're going to see how it all unfurls. Skeleton Warriors engaging in combat with the Nurglings. Nurglings going to be winning that fight. The Mortis Engine in the back is getting some really cost-effective draining, though. It is nailing a lot of units. Mortis Engine sitting at about 500 value right now. As the big dragon character does move in to attack the Exalted Pinks. But Exalted Pinks, they're giving a little bit back to this man. Yeah, the Von Carsign Lord, he will have his Flock of Doom. Maybe dropping a zombie summon on them would be good as well. He does pile in, doing an attack animation, and gets quite a few kills right there. Now back over here, we see the Mortis Engine still draining down quite a bit. You can see some crumbling from the various undead units, but I think Tim the Wilder probably pulling ahead very massively in this game. The fact that he equalized the value, yeah, it just feels like Tim's army is a lot stronger than Subutai's. Although Subutai is going for, oh, I love it. I love the sneaky. He's going for the classic Vampire Count special. He's got the double Crypt Ghoul coming in, so the Crypt Ghoul is going to be making a sprint for the back objective. Little gremlins with 38 movement speed. Very good spec ops units, so they're going to be able to jump on that back objective and potentially capture that. And Tim's reaction, you know, the thing is, even if Tim does react, the Von Carsign Lord could come over here and maybe make a difference. The Exalted Great Unclean One's going to be waddling back here to try and help the Vampire Counts, or help the undead, not undead, goddammit, demons. Halloween's all over the place. Help the demons get out of their own backfield. They're a little bit pinned in right now. Looking back on the objective, though, the Demons of Chaos are holding firmly. Exalted Plague Bearers, Skull Cannon is farming ammunition, skulls for the Skull Throne. The White King is a good fighter, but he's going to be dying to the Exalted Plague Bearers, so he's going to get circle beaten there, and it looks like the White King does go down to the Exalted Plague Bearers. We're sitting at about 1,100 value right now, so that's pretty cool. Now, the objective theft. Subutai's going to be going for it. He's got triple Crypt Ghoul on the back objective. Tim, what is his response going to be? We see Nurglings being called out, and Subutai's play is basically going to be playing the objectives now at this point. I think if he weasels the back objective and then just reinforces objective 3, so really good game instincts from Subutai. I know he's a little bit rusty, he hasn't played in a while, but these are good game instincts, right? You go hunker down on that objective, and you just try and, you know, steal the back point. This is 15 capture weight here, and the Von Carstein Lord, as long as he doesn't get blundered and die, I think that there's still a decent chance here for Subutai. So right now, Charm Shield is active, but it looks like he's going to be going after the Skull Cannon. So a Skull Cannon was resummoned and called in, and the Von Carstein Lord is pounding it. He's got to be careful not to get attacked by Fiends, though. Looking at the points at the moment, we do see Tim the Wilder up 817 against 657. Obviously, 2 victory tickets per second here for the Undead, but it's not going to be an easy hold. Mortis Engine's going to be on its way back in. You know, with the Mortis Engine, though, it's going to be hard for the Demons to get this one back, too, and the Von Carstein Lord. Yeah, this is tricky. This game could certainly go either way, guys. We still have a knockdown, drag-out fight here, and this is going to be a very, very fun conclusion to this glorious Duel of Fates. So Crypt Ghouls should be pretty good against Nurglings. They do have 40 weapon strength, and Nurglings don't have any armor, so the Crypt Ghouls will trade pretty good into them, I think. Mortis Engine a little bit trapped up. Subutai needs to micro this thing very carefully. You need to like find the one spot where there's an opening and try and move through it. So sometimes that requires you to zoom in. He has a little bit of a hard-on for the backfield here. He's really trying to kill that Skull Cannon, which I don't know if that's worth it. I think having the Von Carstein Lord a little bit more engaged in the main fight would be stronger, but some of the Crypt Ghouls are coming over to help the Goblin here, and excuse me, the Mortis Engine, and now they're going to be moving in to attack the Plague Toads. So, oh, don't give up this objective, Subutai. No, is he going to be flipping and rotating to the middle? He might. I think just staying and fighting on this point with the Mortis Engine is the win. But he's moving off it with a handful of units. Like, he moved these Crypt Ghouls off the objective, these ones moved off the objective, and these ones. He moved all 3 of his units off the objective there. I don't know what he was thinking. I mean, is he going to have an opportunity to get the middle back? We see 2 Exalted Plague Bearer units for Tim are going to be hunkering down on the side of the objective, so they're going to be forming ranks for Big Papa Nurgle and trying to hold back the tides of the dead. Skull Cannon shots coming in from downtown, sending a message to the Undead as they do advance in there. And where's the Von Karstein Lord? It looks like he's still in the backfield, just kind of chortling about. And now the Crypt Ghouls have pulled back on the objective. Mortis Engine getting good bump and drain here, as we do see the Plague Toads start to wear down. Crypt Ghouls, though, not going to be lasting terribly long against the wrath of an Exalted Great Unclean One. In the backside, Exalted Pink Cores putting good firepower into the Crypt Ghouls. Crypt Ghouls very, very squishy against that type of firepower, and we do get the Dire Pack being called in. Dire Pack, what are they good against here? Definitely good at killing a Skull Cannon. Skull Cannons do have good armor, but Dire Pack still is anti-large, and Skull Cannon's melee defense is pretty atrocious at only 19, so even something like the Dire Pack is going to be able to put considerable pressure on them and keep it honest here. So what are the Undead doing in the middle? Do they have enough capture weight? It looks like there's a lot of capture weight coming in. Exalted Plague Bears, of course, going to be winning their fight. Subutai calling out his reserves from the backside to try and swarm onto the middle and try and grab that objective. He's almost caught up to Tim, 950 against 921. Tim the Wilder trying to call in reinforcements. He's got his Nurglings and his Plague Toads coming in. Meanwhile, Subutai is just a Bloodhound. He really has a hard-on for these Skull Cannons. Skull Cannon at about 1,500 value so far, which is cool to see. I'm very, very happy to see the Skull Cannons actually performing and not being terrible for once. And the Mortis Engine is now going to be abandoning Objective 1. He probably feels as if he's lost this objective, and now Subutai's play is to rotate to the middle, which it certainly is, right? Because this is a matchup where you're dealing with a greater Nurgle Demon, which is super good at just anchoring an objective, right? But he's relatively slow compared to the Vampire count. So you can use your better mobility to outmaneuver those guys and just grab the objectives here. We got Cryptors coming on up, and the capture weight is going to flip here in a second. Tim did accidentally move off the objective here with his cap weight. So now Subutai is going to be feasting. We see 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 capture weight coming in. And then there's going to be another 3. So 13 capture weight should be enough to outmuscle the forces of the demons. And the Cryptor arriving is also going to be changing that as well. What a close game. Look at the score. 10-18 against 10-17. What a good knockdown, drag-out match we have here in this game, ladies and gentlemen, as the zombies do move up. And the battle for the fate of the old world continues. Who is going to be the Halloween Dark Lord? Find out. Find out today. So it's starting to flip. Is he going to get it? Tim is moving across desperately. Subutai running interference here. Very, very good stuff. So he gets all of his zombies, and he blocks the advance. This is such a good play by Subutai. He's blocking so many of those units. But the question is he going to have the capture weight? I don't know if he will. We do get the Mortis Engine onto the objective. Tim is desperately trying to get here. As far as the backfield goes, we do get the Dire Pack. Dire Pack actually killed the Skull Cannon. So one Skull Cannon is full-on KO'd there, which is pretty massive. Von Karstein Lord trying to run interference. Man, if he had a zombie summon or a Flock of Doom right here, that'd be super clutch. And, oh man, it's close to flipping, but Tim is pushing. He's trying to get all these demons past this one zombie unit, but the zombie's holding on. Another zombie going to be running interference against the demonic hordes. Looking at the value right now, it is favoring Tim the Wilder. He's up by quite a bit. Mortis Engine going to be heading over there, which is a really good engagement for it. If the Mortis Engine can get onto this blob here, that's going to be pretty fat. It is being focus fired by these pinks, though, so that's a very good focus fire target as well. More and more Skeleton Spearmen heading up to the point. It's really close to flipping. Oh my god, if Subutai doesn't get this, that's going to feel so freaking bad for him. He really needs to get that soon. Looks like Tim stabilizes it just barely, but the Mortis Engine is draining, but now also being attacked by the Exalted Great Chungus. So he's here with the bell, he's swinging it, doing the atomic uppercut right there. And the Mortis Engine is close to dying. If there was a Rancid Visitations, it certainly would die here. Subutai arriving with more reinforcements. He gets Skeletons and Black Knights up at the point. He needs to keep this Mortis Engine alive, though. He cannot afford to lose this thing right now, especially to that, very static Great Unclean One, which really doesn't have any business catching it. The Von Karstein Lord going to be coming in, attacking the big Exalted Chungus, and the objective is going to be flipping. And if Subutai manages to hold this, he wins the game. Okay, so he got the objective, ladies and gentlemen. If the Vampire Counts hold this for the rest of the game, then they'll win. It is not a triple cap situation. He will win on just 2 objectives. So now the Vampire Counts need to just bump and grind. But oh, Subutai is so sneaky. Look at this. He's got the Crypt Ghouls coming out. He's got one Crypt Ghoul coming all the way down here, and the other one's going to be coming to reinforce the middle. I actually like that tactic. I think that's very good. Looks like Tim the Wilder is starting to get capture weight back, but it's in flux. It's going back and forth. The demonic troops are being pushed back by the Children of the Night. In the meantime, the Von Karstein Lord does dive in, getting a big ripping attack into the Nurglings there. We're not seeing any Changebringers, none of the traditional elements you see in this matchup from the Demons of Chaos, but nonetheless, it seems to be working pretty well for both players. But Tim is starting to flip the objective back. It's getting really, really close here. Crypt Ghouls are on their way in. The demons do arrive with a lot of good quality Nurglings and capture weight units. You can see one Nurgling here, another one here, and a third one, and a fourth one. So the little Popcorn Bandit's going to be able to outcap a lot of the Skeletons and those various other chaff units. On the back objective, Crypt Ghouls are on their way in. Mortis Engine is not really engaged in any good fights right now, though yes it is. It's against Exalted Plague Bears. Okay, so it is in a good engagement there. But Tim the Wilder looks like he's going to be grabbing the point back. He does have another Skull Cannon coming in, which I absolutely love. I think the Crypt Ghouls need to reroute to Objective 1. and he needs to go capture that. I think it's his only way of winning. The back objective for the Vampire Counts is very vulnerable. But yeah, Subutai needs to go over here. I don't know if he's going to have enough time. The Crypticals are... Oh my god. Oh, he forgot to move them! Oh no! He forgot to give them an order, and they got stuck, and now we got the Dire Pack coming in. That could cost him the game. The Crypticals are going to be heading for the back objective. Tim is going to be approaching 1,400 points here, ladies and gentlemen. It's getting very close. Vampire Count's grinding pretty well here, but the Demons have great grinding too, right? They are very good at this kind of style of play. As we do have a 4,000 value Exalted Chungus, much of which has come against the Mortis engine, which has now been defeated. Looks like some of the Exalted Plague Bears were able to punch that thing in the face. And the back objective here is going to be the Crypticals running for it, the Dire Pack. Tim obviously knows this, right? Tim sees the Von Karstein Lord kind of like trolling around this area, and he sees the Dire Pack coming through the trees, so I think he's going to be very privy to this play. And the ghouls will be here in just a moment, and the response from Tim is going to be swift. He does get the Nurglings as well as the Plague Toads in here, but the first doggies do arrive, and the Crypt Ghouls are a little bit late here, and the Fiends are bouncing across. This has got to be GG, right? I don't think that Subutai is going to have the time to get this. Dire Pack has been really good this game. This Skull Cannon has gotten about 1,900 value, so certainly a lot better. There's a lot of units for it to kill, that is for sure. Crypt Ghouls intercepting the Fiends, and ladies and gentlemen, the Demons of Chaos are going to be winning this game barely. Absolutely close, top-tier duel of fates between these two mighty players. But it was a lot of fun to see. And don't worry, Subutai will be continuing to play in the tournament with his beloved Vampire Counts, as he will go to the bottom side of the bracket and continue on from there. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you enjoyed it. GG, well played. Yeah, they certainly trolled me with the banners. They did. And, yes. That was a good one indeed. Great game, right? What a good game to open up today's tournament. I think that was like a top-tier duel between two of the best players in the world, right? They're both great players. Exalted Chungus did really good. Exalted Plague Bear is not as good. But the Skull Cannons, I mean, 900, it didn't pay for itself. The other one did. Doesn't seem OP to me, but seems like functional now. The Pinks did good, 900 and 1,800 on their value. Fiends are always amazing. Toads are good. Knights of the Blood, or the Hounds of the Blood Hunt, also good. Yeah, solid play on both sides. It was very fun. I think that Subutai lost his momentum when he called out Vargeist. Vargeist are just terrible in this matchup, I feel. But overall, it was very nice. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to find another matchup to join. So let me go make sure there's no admin issues. Just going to do a little bit of this. No admin issues to be seen. And let's go take a look here and find another matchup to cast. Thank you guys for your patience. Fun first game of the day. W tournament. Yeah, that was cool. We got to see some of the new buffed units in action, right? All right, so let's do oh, Professor Pone game. Did they start? Come on, Pone. Tell me you didn't start, buddy. Hey, you two start. All right. Let us see. So checking with Pone to see if he started, and who's he playing against? He's playing against Slamaster, who I believe is, yeah. I could do a Tim the Wilder game. I could just do Tim again and see what shenanigans he's going to be messing with. A handful of players winning. Rusto might have played their game as well, so we message Rusto. Okay. Sweet, we got a Pone game on our hands, guys. The GOAT of Warhammer. I just watched the last Faction War. Such a good tournament with awesome games. Yeah, it was so good, wasn't it, Luis? Yeah, it was a great tournament, that one. No, the Halberds would not have been good against the big man, because he would have just stood on top of some Nurglings and Mortis Engine them. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna go join this game now. Subutai, or excuse me, Pone has given me the lobby code. We got a spectator slot here, and we're on the Jade Tomb. Great Unclean One is what that stands for. Yeah. Chariots, yeah, we haven't seen Chariots in action yet. Greenskins for Pone? What the hell? He's playing Greenskins? Against Demons of Chaos. Yeah, Demons of Chaos are going to be very popular. All right, so we got some time to go over patch notes here. So let's switch on over again and take a look here. So here we are, and back to the patch notes. Okay, so now back to Tzeentch. Exalted Lord of Change, you're getting a big cost reduction. Interesting. Centaurs of Tzeentch cost increase. Forsaken getting a HP increase. The Herald of Tzeentch on the Burning Chariot has had a mass increase. It looks like its damage has been increased also. Probably still won't be good, but still curious to see it in action. So really just the Burning Chariots and the big Tzeentch Bird and Forsaken. Centaurs nerf. Good changes. Good changes on Tzeentch. Vampire Coast, Carronade's getting a leadership buff, Mortar, so they won't crumble as quickly. I think that's good. It was pretty absurd how quick the Vampire Coast artillery crumbled. Queen Bess getting a armor buff, which is quite funny. Queen Bess entity hit points getting more HP. Okay, cool. I like the changes so far. Araness Assault Spike getting a damage increase. She's already good she's good against Khorne actually. So happy to see Aranessa get a little buff. I think that's fun. Cyrene's getting leadership. The zombies getting buffed. Oh yeah, the ROR zombies and Felbat's getting buffed. Good changes for Coast. Coast is a solid mid-tier faction. You know, they had a good win rate last season at about 50%, so I'm happy to see that. And looking at vampire counts, the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord getting an HP increase. So all the Vampire Lords on Dragons get HP increases. Chill Guy's getting a leadership buff. Varix Reaver's getting a charge bonus. Helman Gorse getting more cost reduced, which is good. He was already honestly decent. Clav Nagash getting a mass increase. That's a really big buff for vampire counts, actually. Hex Race buffed. Banshee's buffed on leadership. Cairn Race, dude, great buffs for vampire counts. Like, all their ghostly ethereal units are going to be way stronger. The turn, there's a dark mode top right. Dark mode where? I don't even know how to do that. You're going to have to show me. I'm sorry. Crypt Ghouls getting a cost reduction? Wait, they made Crypt Ghouls more expensive? Oh, it's because they gave them 20 armor and also 700 HP. That's a big buff. Okay. Skeleton Spearman getting cost reduced. Felbat's getting cost reduced. A Black Coach getting leadership. It now has Strider. A big damage increase to the Black Coach. It now has flaming attacks, which is massive. And its new abilities scale depending on the number of entities that have been killed within radius of the Black Coach. Okay. The forbidden Black Coach tech could be upon us. That's pretty good. All right, let me check with the players real quick. I'm going to go refill my water, and we'll keep going over those notes, so hang tight. All right, guys, back in business. So let's continue going over those notes, shall we? I just wanted to make sure the players weren't in the game already. So, Warriors of Chaos. Arthuriel getting a massive rework, which is fine. And he has the Rock of Inevitability. Okay, so it looks like Arthuriel got a new item in multiplayer. We don't know what it is, but we'll take a look. Kolek getting magic attacks is actually really good. Any of the demonic factions, Khorne, Slaanesh, Nurgle, Kolek is going to be much more viable. Like, Kolek with a Nurgle caster against any other demon chaos faction, I think sounds like pretty good to me. Billy's Thunder Guff getting a cost reduction. Maybe see a little bit more play now. Gorby's Chariots have been buffed. And remember, Chariots have all been reworked as it pertains to their mass and collision. So we're going to have to see how they play out if anybody brings them. Marauders getting a cost decrease, which is good. Chaos Warriors getting a cost decrease. Minor reductions to the Exalted Heroes. Forsaken getting buffed. So yeah, overall a net win for Warriors of Chaos. Kolek getting buffed is really nice. Chariots getting buffed, and Marauders and Chaos Warriors getting cost reductions. I mean, what's not to love? I think that all sounds pretty good to me. So for the Wood Elves, Ariel now leaves butterflies and flowers wherever she goes. Wow, OP. Okay. Codil is campaign. Ancient Tree Man getting a buff. Cave Bats, yeah, that's campaign. Tree Men getting a buff. Cool. So Tree Men, yeah, nice. He got a little bit of a buff. Durthu got a cost increase, but with that cost increase comes 1,000 HP, 8 melee attack, and more damage. Wow. So the trees of the Wood Elves getting buffed pretty heavily, but the Swift Shiver Shards have been nerfed in terms of cost, which is good. They kind of needed that. Wildwood Rangers have been a terrible meme unit for a long time, but let's see what they got. So they've lost melee attack. They got a base damage, okay, buffed, and they lost a little bit of AP, but they have Stalk and Vanguard now. Okay, that's really good. That's really good. Stalk and Vanguard on Wildwood Rangers, and 14 bonus for infantry. Okay. And now when they're in the woods, it provides more general melee stats when a terror-causing unit is nearby. Okay. So, huge win for the Wildwood Rangers. Stalk and Vanguard, a massive bonus for infantry, and on top of that, they cause terror. I mean, they get a stat increase if a terror-causing unit is nearby, which is super common. Dude, a Stalking Great Weapon unit with a massive bonus for infantry? That sounds metal, dude. Oh my god, that's insane. Yeah, I'm excited. That's what they always should have been, right? Wild Hunters of Kernus getting a cost increase. Wardens of Sithril getting buffed as well. Okay. So we'll come back and do the abilities and spells after this game because they're loading in right now. Here we go. And let's see what's cracking here with the players. Right on, right on. And cool, so the tournament's going. Shout out to all the players spending their Halloween afternoons with us here. I know that, you know, Halloween celebrations aren't quite as big in Europe, so I would imagine that the players will be here to party for most of the day here. So the newly buffed Azag. Azag is cheaper now, and he also, I believe, got HP. We do have a Arachnarok Queen. Oh, you gotta love to see it. Pwn always brings the coolest shit. And for the rest of his army, it's going to be Orc Boys and some... Wait, where is he? Oh, yeah, Vanguard. Oh, right. Okay, so he's Vanguarding all of his Spider Riders there, which is nice. He's got Orc Boys in his main battle line, Azag and a big spider, and more goblins. Okay, so not a lot of killing power in his army as it pertains to infantry, but we're going to see. Looking at the armies of Flamaster, Flamaster is going to be using a bunch of Nurglings to vanguard up on the objectives and grab those right away. Here for Flamaster, he does have the dreaded Demon Prince, so it is going to be the... Is this just the generic Demon Prince? It is. It's the cheap Demon Prince, undivided, with just Burning Head, which I guess makes sense against Greenskins. Okay. Plague Bearers, Chromatic Abominations. We do have a Skull Cannon in the back and some Bloodletters as well. Mike, happy spooky day, Turin. Love the land battle Halloween tournament. More land battle tournament. Yo, I got you, dude. Not this weekend, but the following weekend, we're having another faction war. So I'm going to start organizing that. So we're going to have faction wars. And also, I'm working on getting a conquest leaderboard on Total Tavern. So that's going to be the plan. It's Daniel, dude. Daniel's pissed. So Professor Pwn going to be vanguarding up on the point using his skirmishers here. The Forest Goblin Spider Riders are poking, but they are eating some shots from the Skull Cannon. Flamaster with the newly buffed Skull Cannon doing a little bit of work. But Nurgling's eating it, and Azag and the Spider are going to be on their way in. A couple Goblins going to be heading up towards objective number 2. So Goblin should be able to grab that point pretty safely, and then the Orc Boys are going to be battling it out versus the Nurgling. Skull Cannon doing great work as Daniel is on his way in. Now, if you're Professor Pwn, you're spam Spirit Leeching down the Demon Prince, like all day. That is just such a good target right there. The Demon Prince has no way of healing, so just Spirit Leeching him all day is going to be really, really cost effective for kind of keeping him out of the fight. And Azag versus Demon Prince is honestly kind of an even fight. Azag might even win that. He has poison and he has some items, whereas Daniel does not have poison and would suffer a bit. So the Arachnarok Queen has moved up. It does eat a Skull Cannon shot right to the face, but the Skull Cannon's already used about half of its ammunition. It's at about 400 value so far. The Greenskin Spider Rider tribe's moving up and launching the Dynasty Poison into the Nurglings here, and so far they're doing pretty good work. They're definitely mowing into those bad boys. So back are the Nurglings, so they're going to be retreating back, while the Arachnarok Queen is going to continue advancing up, and the Battle of the Age is upon us. So Azag, the Slaughter, looking to slaughter some bad boys. I don't know where those Spirit Leeches are, but the Demons of Chaos are moving up their elite infantry. They have a lot of Plague Bearers, Bloodletters, and very, very scary infantry, which will be tough for the Greenskins to handle. Oh, but River Troll is being called in. Okay, very cool. More firepower from Professor Pwn. Spirit Leech going down on Daniel. Great choice. Daniel has no magic resist whatsoever. So just Spirit Leeching him over and over the course of a long game could lead to his death for sure. Professor Pwn, what is he going to be doing? Is he charging into the Nurglings? It's a little bit hard to tell. I think he was. Maybe taking advantage of the fact that they're isolated, but at the end of the day, it's going to be a big mistake. Burning Head going to be coming down from Flamaster, and that one's going to hurt pretty bad. Yeah, it does get in there, roast a bunch of the spiders, and they are going to get cooked. A lot of demonic firepower coming in from the Sour Guts as well as the Chromatic Abominations. Richard Wirtz, man, the OG. How you doing, man? Hope your family's doing well. I hope you and your family are doing well too, brother. And Halloween, and cheers to everyone. Richard, thank you so much, man. Hope all is well with the kids and the whole family. And yeah, good to see you, man. Good to see you. So Professor Pwn, remember, he is the GOAT of Total War multiplayer, the greatest player of all time. He has never lost a game. You can go check his record on Total Tavern. He's never lost. And we're going to see if he can continue his undefeated streak here today. Oh, another Feral Wyvern. So Feral Wyverns got buffed today. They have minus 300 gold off them. They're kind of like cheap dragons. And I like that. The Feral Wyverns could be very disruptive here. We're going to have to see what they do. The Arachnarok Queen has gotten in here. And the Arachnarok Queen also, I believe, got impact hits. I have to take a look at the patch notes again. I can't remember. But it is a great anti-large fighter. So if the demons do come in with anything big and large, it's going to be good. And Professor Pwn has got Azag as well as the Feral Wyvern. And he's hunting Daniel. So Daniel's going to be landing on the ground, knowing that he's in danger and doesn't want to mess with the Wyvern squad. The Wyverns could also jump on the Chromatic Abominations or some of those other units and do well. The Arachnoid Queen is absolutely giga-chatting it right now. And remember, the Arachnoid Queen can summon Spiderlings, and the Spiderlings emerge from the earth. Oh, that's so creepy. God, spiders are really creepy. Look at those things pop out. And then Pone's going to be sending them into the blues here. Meanwhile, the Feral Wyverns are going to be attacking into the Demonic Infantry here, so the Nurglings and various other pieces are going to be getting swarmed. On the back objective, we do get some cheekiness. We do get the 2 Goblins being attacked by waves and waves of Fleshhounds and Nurglings. So, oh my god, triple Fleshhound on the back objective, ladies and gentlemen. Triple. That's very, very scary. And will the Orc Biggins be able to stabilize the back objective? So he's got 2 Orc Biggins coming out. On paper, Orc Biggins are a very good counter against these units, but we're going to see how they all unfold here. Skull Cannon being hunted by Azag, so the Skull Cannon does get nibbled on, and the other Feral Wyvern is buffed up by Azag's Ard Armor. And the Skull Cannon is getting eaten pretty well. The Arachnoid Queen's still very much alive on the objective, but it's not super good against infantry, but maybe with its new changes to contact, maybe it is. I can't remember if it got those contact changes. We're going to have to check. So here we have the Spider Infantry shooting into the hordes of the demons here on the ground. And on the backside, the 2 Wyverns are going to be going after Daniel. Daniel's getting a little bit low. He's at 4,000 HP. Azag and his new Feral Wyvern, certainly much, much cheaper than they were before. I believe they both got massive cost reductions, and Daniel's getting his butt kicked pretty hard. He's at 4,100 right now. Looks like he's going to be fleeing, and all that demonic firepower shooting into the Feral Wyvern does do a little bit of damage, but at the end of the day, it's got a big HP pool, and that cost reduction is quite massive indeed. Seekers of Slaanesh are on their way out. And now the Greenskin Infantry are going to be arriving at the point here. So we do see the Orc Biggins hunting down these Seekers. Professor Pone maybe going to ninja the back objective. He just has some River Trolls AFK'd on that back point there, which is absolutely hilarious. But our Pone's SE is going to be able to hold up. They are eating a lot of firepower right now. We do see some Chaos Furies coming in. Interesting choice to have the Furies attack the Spider. I mean, they're not going to do a lot of damage against it, but I guess they just want to kind of break it and get it to rout off. Pone, I think, legitimately is accidentally stealing this back objective. We do see the River Trolls grabbing that there, which is really, really funny. And will the Orc Biggins be able to get this point back? They are being attacked by Fleshhounds of Khorne, which they're good against. And now the Sweet Pigs are in. So the Boar Boy Biggins have arrived. And they got their poking sticks. And they're going to be charging on in with the boys. And getting those nice anti-large attacks into the Seekers, as well as the Skull Cannon here. So we're going to see how that plays out. Up in the sky, Demons being attacked pretty heavily. So Azag the Slaughter are going to be chasing down that Demon Prince. Demon Prince is on the run. And the other Feral Wyvern's going to be hunting as well. We see the big spider here does finally get broken. -5 leadership Furies and just mass amounts of demons were able to drag that bad boy down. Here on the back, we do see the Greenskins a little bit resurgent on their back objective, starting to get that one back. And this objective almost flipped, actually. It literally almost flipped accidentally. But it looks like Flamaster was able to respond with some Fiends of Slaanesh, and the Fiends are going to be able to take down the River Trolls pretty easily. And that's going to be the end of the road. But Pone is going very much for Lord Sniping. He's trying to finish off Daniel, which is a good call. Daniel is... You know, demons really don't want to be losing their lord. The crumbling for demons is very, very punishing, but we see Flamaster maneuvering his Seekers very effectively, maybe going to pull them around and use them as a bit of a block. We'll have to see. But the Orcs should be grabbing their back objective again. Definitely need to charge in here. Get those pigs charging into those scary, scary Fleshhounds. And Fiends are moving in, but yeah, the Boar Boys should be able to fight off, you know, a couple of these units with a little bit of infantry support. Orc Biggins have rallied back here. Here we have Orc Biggins going against Nurglings, which isn't super cost-effective up in the sky. Azag going to be chasing down Daniel once again. And the demons are about to run out of ammunition in the shooting game. Has the Arachnoid Spider come back? We do see a Spiderling summon being used, maybe before it got routed off the edge of the battlefield. And the Death Scrapers are forced into melee versus Seekers and a lot of other pieces. Flamaster on the run. Daniel is trying to run away here. Daniel is up by about 1,000 value here in this game, which is pretty damn good. On the back objective, it looks like the Demons of Chaos have started to win that fight as well. The Orc Boar Boy Biggins being dragged down by just waves and waves of Furies and Demons and Fiends and Nurglings. And yeah, those Nurglings are definitely a big problem. But yeah, very cool to see the Wyvern build here for Pone. Couple engagements. I think like the Spider, the Arachnoid Queen, is probably the weak link in this build. It felt a little bit janky, whereas the Wyverns actually felt like an okay, decent kind of hunting monster, but everything else felt a little bit subpar in my opinion. In the back, more River Trolls waddling in. We'll see what kind of damage they can do, but the River Trolls will really struggle against the Fiends. Azag coming in, trying to crumble down these Plague Bears. Not going to be easy with the Furies hot in pursuit, and those are Furies of Slaanesh, which do have 100% armor piercing. Not 100%, but a pretty high AP value. But I think the Demons have got this game. The Greenskins are really looking to be on the back foot here. Also against Demons, archers are a staple. You really need to bring archers. Orc Airboys and things like that, like Savage Orc Airboys, super good against demons. They can really trade super well into a lot of them, but even Orc Boy archers. Azag being an absolute Chad, you know, he's gotten about 1,900 value this game, but I think this is going to be the end of the road for old Professor Pone, and he's going to be going into the old end of times here. As the GOAT finally loses his first game of Total War. On the backside, we got Fiends being called in once again. Again, Fiends did get nerfed, so they're quite a bit weaker than they were before, but still a top-tier unit in my opinion. They did lose about 1,000 HP on those. Azag going to be trying to hold back the Demon Tides all on his own. He stands alone. Spirit Leech being dropped on Daniel, so the Demon Prince going to be getting brought down to about 1,400, but he got close to dying for sure. The targeting of Daniel was good. Demons have a lot of low leadership units. Well, their leadership is good, but right now I'm saying tattered units that have low leadership because they're beat up. So the crumbling could have mattered, but Pone knows it's over. GG, well played. Demons getting another dub once again. And that was an awesome build, dude. The Daniel build. Who doesn't love seeing 800 value Daniel in a game? He even brought some of the new change units, right? He had the Heartseekers, which got buffed. Skull Cannon got 1,500. Seems very, very strong now. I think Skull Cannons are going to be very meta. And the Spider was the weak link, though. Like, if you cut this Spider and just get, like, 4 Archers instead, you know, I think that Pone's build is much, much stronger. Yeah, he needed a little something, something. Where were you when the GOAT lost? I know. We were here together, all of us, when the GOAT lost his first Total War game. Yeah, Greenskins were not at a great win rate last patch. Yeah, they were like 40% or something like that. Yeah, correct. All right, so let me see if I can find any games here. So I'm going to go ahead and message some folks. Stingers. You two in game. Okay, so I'm going to message Stingers. I see he has a lobby there. And he is versus Maverick Sloth. Okay, so message sent there. Trying to find a match. Tim the Wilder and Sunshine. I know, Tim, we already did a demon game. All right, perfect timing. Perfect. We got another match, ladies and gentlemen. That's what's kind of cool about like double elimination. Instead of like, oh shit, here it is. Okay, so it's just called me. In double elimination tournaments, you don't have a lot of downtime. Like that's kind of why I'm like adjusting more to them rather than SFT. I mean, it still is a single faction tournament, but just not Swiss. Because there's just usually rapid fire games you can jump into. All right, so let's get this. Here we are. You had to fight for your queen? You did, Phone. You did great, man. Okay, High Elves. We got a High Elf game. That'll be fun. I know there's some High Elf fans in chat. All 2 of you guys. Pone's record is now 501. It's true. It's his first loss ever. Talisman says, he just fell to his knees at work when Professor Pone lost. I love that. That's so funny. Oh my god. So let's see here. So we're going to continue looking at the spells and abilities. They need a little bit of time to get this game going. So let's go ahead and head over here. All right. So Incantation of Vengeance getting a cost increase is a good call. It's a very strong spell. Kraken's Pull getting a decrease. That's going to be used for sure. Anticity started to popularize that spell a while back. The dreaded 13th spell getting a range reduction? Really? I mean, come on. Did that need to be nerfed? Okay, whatever. It's fine. Flensing Rune getting a nerf, which is good. That spell is very strong, and I think it deserved a cost increase. Any of those like point and click damage spells that don't require any skill, I think should be nerfed, or should do less damage than a well-aimed spell of a similar type, right? The Whirlwind, the Black Whirlwind, the Skaven, that is the lore of Eshin getting a reduction. Cool to see. Mantle of Gorok getting buffed. Probably still won't see a lot of play. Arcane Unforging getting a cost decreases. Quite good. I mean, now it does good damage and also increases cooldown, so that could probably see a little bit more play. Fiery Convocation getting a cost reduction. Tempest getting a cost reduction as well. Curse of Hashut getting buffed. Hellhammer getting buffed. So a couple of the lore of Hashut spells getting buffed there is kind of nice. The Maw getting cost reduced. That's the big AoE spell. It's a fun one. It can be dodged pretty easily, but it does a lot of damage. I'm happy to see that kind of get buffed. Toothcracker, which of course is a little buff spell there, getting reduced as well. Curse of the Leper getting cost reduced. Fleshy Abundance, number of... oh, wow. Hang on a sec. Fleshy Abundance upgraded. Number of affected friendly units. -1 to 4? Is there something funky about that? Yeah. 8 times Palpatine? Yeah. I don't know what the Battle of the Peak is. Yeah, the Tolkien, that's like some Lord of the Rings thing, and this is, I don't even know how that got pinned there, but, you know, are you really surprised to see Palpatine in my bar there? Yeah, -1 up to 4? Huh. Strange. Means infinite. Oh, okay, got it. I didn't know what -1 meant. So it's nerfed now. Okay, got it. Thank you guys. So that makes sense. I thought it was a typo or something. Why couldn't they just use an infinite sign? You know, why not just put like an infinite sign instead of -1? Yeah. No, that's it. Probably needed to be nerfed anyways. Like, big AoE healing is very strong. Hysterical Frenzy, getting buffed, which is cool. Oh, it also gives Hysterical Frenzy for Slaanesh could see some play. It lasts 6 more seconds, and it gives a damage buff now. That's really strong. Pavane of Slaanesh, cost increase, definitely warranted. Glean Magic has been cost increased, and now it gives Spell Mastery. Oh, and it silences the enemy. Okay. Look at that. So you can silence the enemy. Probably not, that requires a lot of skill to pull off, but, you know, could be decent. Could be decent indeed. Glean Magic has been cost increased. Might of Heaven and Earth, which is a buff spell, cost decreased. Talons of the Night getting decreased. That is the kind of big AoE Pit of Shades style spell. It did kind of fall off after it got nerfed before. Savage Dominion, this is the Cygor summon. Oh, cool. -3, wins magic, definitely not bad. Vile Tide is cost reduced. Gaze of Nagash getting cost increase, makes sense. Regrowth is now, let's see, -5 up to -1. So what is that? Yeah, well, it's weird. Yeah, it's probably -1 of the code. Yeah, programmer didn't think to translate it here. Yeah. Coder things, we're to blame as always. It's all right. Don't worry about it. Soulblight getting buffed. Piercing Bolts of Burning getting buffed as well. Wind Blast getting buffed. Cool. It was already a good spell, to be honest. Banishment getting buffed. Night Shroud getting cost decrease. That is the little goblin stealth ability, which is not very good, but still could make some for some fun shenanigans. Ganis Hounds that can now change in 360, meaning it roughly moves around the same area instead of in a line. Okay. So the Golden Hounds are going to be more effective. It'll be like more of a focused area. Glittering Robe getting buffed. Curse of Years. Oh, whoa. Look at this. Curse of Years now silences people. So the Vampire Count AoE debuff spell now has a silence on it. Oh, that's really cool. I'm trying to think where that would be really good, but if you're going to be going in for a kill on somebody to try and, you know, alpha strike like somebody that has heals and you silence their wizard or the character itself to keep them from buffing themselves, that's kind of cool. Gaze of Nagash cost increased, and yeah. So now down to abilities, but let's see if the players are ready. What the hell? Where'd they go? Hold on. Oh my god. Yeah, my god. Players. All right. So we're in. It's a good thing I checked. Yeah, Regrowth seems to be nerfed. Yeah, Regrowth got nerfed, yep. Which it deserved it, honestly. Hiles versus Khorne, all right. Well, you guys ready for some more Skull Cannons? Because they're going to be coming. Everybody wants to try them out today, so they are there. All right. Go for it. Go for it. All right, I'm letting them know they can start when they're ready. Okay, cool. So let's get back to the abilities now. And here we are. They abandoned me, dude. They did. All right, so the Blazing Body of the Bale Torsos have been buffed. The Shield of Shaqua has gotten a bigger AoE range. Not as relevant in Dom and land battle with like a box formation, certainly a little bit more relevant. Omen of Hope, which is the Omen of Isurian. It looks like the bigger buff is now infinite. Okay. Wake of Fire, I don't know exactly what that is. The Giver of Furious Glory. Oh, okay. So now the Chaos War Shrine of Khorne gives damage resistance versus all. Oh, okay, that's cool. Dark Renown also targets Draz Hoth himself, so that's the melee attack buff. So Draz Hoth buffs his own stats now. That's awesome to see. Killing Fire, direct damage amount. Okay, so Killing Fire is the lore passive for Hashit. Its damage has been doubled. Aura of Agony is now always activated rather than only being activated in melee. There's a lot of stuff I don't know here. It's kind of funny because it's like so niche. Yeah, Dwarf Rum. So this is a big one. The Dwarf Rum here is nerfed. So it's now -5. So that's another great nerf to the dwarves. We didn't skip the Wood Elves, I don't think. No, we did the Wood Elf section. We did. We've just been doing it in between games, so it's been a little bit sporadic. So apologies for that. The Sour Discharge Vortex has lost its AP. So the Sour Guts were really, really strong because they just nuked everything that killed them. But now they've lost most of their AP and the damage has been nerfed overall. So that's a really good change. Yeah. Wow, a lot of the locusts. So pretty much like all these auras have had like range increases and whatnot. You know, all the locusts from the various heralds have been buffed. Arrow of Kurnus does not penetrate as much. Hounds of Orion is going to be more consistent, staying in the same area. Guardians of the Wildwood. So when they're near a terror-causing unit, this is the Wildwood Rangers. They get melee attack and base weapon damage, which is good. It's negative 1% here, not infinite. God, it's so confusing. They just need to like put the actual numbers here. We covered everybody. Yeah, if you go back on the stream, you'll be able to find it. It's apologies, it's not. I'll probably edit all the clips out of the stream and then upload it as a standalone video if that's better for you guys. So now the black coaches are going to be getting their buff or getting their build up if anything dies within a 35-meter radius of them. So if you put them next to your zombies, it'll build up pretty quickly. All right, so Arc of Sotek. These abilities now deal their damage via a stationary vortex rather than a contact effect. Okay, so the Arc of Sotek is not like a contact effect anymore, but it's like a vortex that's activated. Okay. Blade of the Serpent's Tongue. Shield of the Aeons, it's Gorok. Gorok getting a couple changes. He has daze now on his attacks, which is fine. And yeah, that's kind of it, more or less. Wintertooth Crown, couple, you know, items, nothing really significant. Dart of Doom is all right. Oak of the Ages, yeah. So those are the changes there. Pretty good stuff. Orion is broken confirmed. Yes, that's true. I like the changes. I think there's a lot of good stuff. Yeah. It's great. No, patches like this are really good for multiplayer. They definitely invigorate the community. Like, people are excited to play again, you know? All right, ladies and gentlemen, taking a look here at the forces of the Blood God. It's going to be Maverick Sloth. He has Valkia the Bloody, who's always been really good against the big, scary dragons of the High Elves. And there's going to be double Skull Cannon. Skull Cannons coming off their big, hot, sweaty buff, and Skull Cannons will be quite excellent against the Elven Infantry and, you know, the Cav and the pretty much everything, probably, with their new buffs. Marauders and Marauders of Khorne with dual weapons is going to be the builds, and we have an Exalted Hero of Khorne who's going to be riding on his Bulldog mount, so he's rolling, looking extra cool. And yeah, dude, oh man, Chaos is so badass looking. We're going to see what he's going to be able to do. Now, looking at Stinger, Stingers is one of our better High Elf players out there. He's going to be using Imric, the Lord of Dragons, Mage of Life, Illyrian Reavers, and his main battle line is going to be White Lines of Krace, backed up by Spearmen and several Archer units, including a Sisters of Avalorn and the Talons of Tor Kaleda. But the Skull Cannons could be a really hard counter against those. We're going to have to see. So Imric is going to be hunting down Valkia right out of the gates. Valkia is going to be forced to run a little bit. Yes, yes, and it looks like she does land on the ground. Skull Cannons are going to be trying to shoot against the Sisters of Avalorn. Looks like they turned about face and do rip some shots into the Illyrian Reavers. And it would appear their accuracy still leaves a little bit wanting. Not, you know, they shouldn't be as accurate as like Empire Cannons or things like that, right? They're manned by Khornate Demons, which I don't think are going to be the most, you know, most skilled cannoneers and artillery experts. But the Dragon is going to be trying to disrupt the Skull Cannons. I would imagine some Marauder Horsemen being called in would be a good call to try and chase Imric away. Skull Cannons, I'm surprised that Maverick Sloth isn't shooting into the Elite Archers. And now we do see firepower coming in as the Sisters of Avalorn, as well as the Talons of Tor Kaleda, going to be shooting into the Marauders, who are made weak to fire by the Talons of Tor Kaleda. Really, really nice. So that means the Sisters of Avalorn are going to punish them really, really hard. Valkia pops her Demon Shield and looks like it wore off. We do get a charge coming in from Reavers, and they do get a massive charge into the Marauders of Khorne, doing some great damage as Imric is going to be landing and Valkia is going to be hot in pursuit. Valkia does get a nice prison shank on Imric, but remember he has 9,000 HP, so he's very, very hard to kill. And the High Elves, what are they shooting at right now? Continuing to waste into the Marauders. The Skull Cannons have now set their sights onto the White Lines of Krace and are getting okay value. One of them shoots into the Sisters and does miss. So we do see the accuracy of the Skull Cannons coming into play. And the Sisters of Avalorn, have they closed the distance? Are they going to be shooting at the Skull Cannons? Probably would not be a bad idea. I think both Archers pushing into the Skull Cannons would be pretty big. And the first salvo is going to be coming out for the Elves, and that's going to be quite a bit of damage against that Skull Cannon. It does have a lot of armor, but the Sisters of Avalorn do have massive armor piercing, so overall they should be in pretty good shape. Maverick Sloth does pull some decent value out of the gates, though, doing some really respectable damage against Imric. Here we do see some of the Reavers getting pounded and being attacked pretty heavily. And do we see, oh, is Karanak in here? Oh, we have a Karanak build. All right, so Karanak is here, the doggy of Khorne. I mean, this guy is very scary, very good at nibbling on characters and mages and all sorts of good stuff like that. So the battle continues to rage on here in the old world, ladies and gentlemen, as Imric is going to be jumping back up into the sky. And no, he's going to be going after the Exalted Hero of Khorne. A good idea. The Bulldog character I mean, talk about a mismatch. That dragon is big and scary, and the bulldog character is going to be getting munched on pretty damn bad. So yeah, he's getting it. Looks like he's going to be popping a potion of toughness, which is a healing item. So that's going to be healing, giving him good defensive stats. And maybe Karanak is going to be coming over to help, or is he going to be going after the archers? Okay, so we do see the archers trying to shoot into Karanak. Valkia and company moving into the backfield. The Fireborn are going to be rerouting over here, so the Fireborn were called in, and they do see the Demonic Hound, and uh-oh, Karanak, you're going to be in trouble, buddy. Fireborn getting a lancing charge and tying up Karanak. A couple of them do go down to the fire of a skull cannon, but if they can surround this Hell Doggo, that dog is going to get melted. The Fireborn hit really hard, and Karanak is going to be trying to escape. Skull cannon shots doing big damage against the Fireborn, but if they can get this dog, then it's worth every amount of shot that they're taking, right? Spears trying to move through. Minotaurs of Khorne being called in. Minotaurs of Khorne, of course, recently nerfed in today's patch. Very recently. Sisters of Avalorn are going to be fleeing the scene, being chased back by the Fireborn as well as the Exalted Hero. And Karanak looks like he might be going in the trash can. But why did the Fireborn retreat? Are they going to let the Corn Dog get away? No, the Corn Dog is already disintegrating. It looks like there is going to be a kill here for Stingers, and Imrik is probably going to be getting the job done as he rips apart that bad boy. So Valiant Lead is favoring Khorne a little bit. Fireborn are going to be on their way back. We do see the High Elves owning Objective 3. Objective 2 is owned by the forces of Khorne. On the ground, Spearmen are being torn apart a little bit. White Lines of Krace pushing into the secondary. And the Skull Cannons have now run out of ammo. So probably getting good value. I mean, there were so many high-value targets for them, right? 1,000 value so far in this one, and I think about 1,000 on both of them. Yeah, so 1,000, and this one is at 800. So they've almost paid for themselves. Not quite, but, you know, they still have a lot more to give. Skull Cannons certainly seem to be very, very good now. On the other side, we do see the Lord of Dragons, Imrik, is going to be attacking in and getting a beautiful charge against the Minotaurs. And the Minotaurs, despite being full health, probably going to get karate chopped by the Fireborn as well as Chadrick here. Chadrick hits very, very hard, and those Minotaurs of Khorne are going to be getting the business. They start to melt, and that is a big momentum shift there for Stinger. Stingers was pretty behind in value, but it seems like Khorne is starting to slow down a little bit. Their Skull Cannons have run out of ammunition. They're having to recharge. The Minotaurs got crumped. Karanak died. There's a lot of things that are going very well for the High Elves. And remember, the High Elves do have healing. They do have a healer somewhere on the battlefield, if I'm not mistaken. White Lines of Krace are on their way in. A solid unit. Dragonhorn, the Vuvuzela of the Gods, is activated. Exalted Hero of Khorne is probably going to be the next target. Imrik could, of course, go after the Skull Cannons if he wants to. I don't know if he's going to, but we're going to kind of have to keep tabs on that. But the White Lion Infantry are going to be charging on in. Here we do see the Illyrian Reavers rear charging into the Furies, who do have Relentless Rage, trying to shut down the Sisters of Avalorn. More archers on the way in. They're going to be the Storm Riders. Storm Riders are really cool. They have move while shooting. They also have spears. They're a very badass unit. So they're going to be ripping some big old shots from the deep and maybe starting to wear down the Marauders on the objective, softening that up for Imrik to capture later on. Valkia is going to be going on a date here with old Imrik, and they're going to be duking it out. Where's the Mage of Life? I know there's a Mage of Life. Yeah, Earthblood is still here. So Imrik does have some healing available to him. Valkia is starting to take some big damage in the fight. Skull Cannon's going to be shooting into the War Lions of Krace. War Lions of Krace got buffed today, so they were already a good unit, but they got a nice buff, so they're going to be a lot better. Imrik was also being attacked by a couple of Minotaurs, but they should get broken there by the rear charge from the War Lions and also from some of the Reavers. And now it's going to be Imrik versus Valkia, more or less in a fair fight. We're going to have to see how this one unfurls here. And Valkia's Demon Shield does wear off, and now she's going to be trying to escape. The Riders of the Storm are moving up, and the High Elf Infantry, the Asura, are charging in with their great weapons. I think, you know, I'm not a big High Elf fan, but if I had to choose one of my favorite units on the High Elves, it for sure would be the White Lions of Krace. I think they're so freaking cool looking, like the lion pelts and their helmets and the big two-handed weapons. I just wish I wish Elite Infantry were better in tabletop. They're okay, and they're pretty good in this game, but in tabletop, yeah, just janky. So Earthblood going down on Imrik, going to be getting a big heal. Valkia is trying to escape the wrath of Imrik. On the back objective, we do see the Forces of Khorne trying to grab that. Some Chaos Warriors of Khorne, who I believe got cost reduced. I don't know. I know they did in the previous patch. I think they might just be the same as before. But a very cost-effective unit. The White Lines of Krace will be very good against them. Narnia Lines in general are a counter against Chaos Warriors. But they're trying to steal the back objective. Minotaurs of Khorne also called in by the Maverick Sloth, and it looks like they have arrived. And the back objective is under heavy pressure. High Elves starting to steal objective 1, though. It looks like these Storm Riders were able to get their clutches on that. Meanwhile, Imrik is chasing down the Skull Cannons to make sure they don't cause any havoc here. Reaver Cav battling it out versus the Hounds of the Blood Hunt, but the Hounds of the Blood Hunt are not alone. They stand with the Minotaurs, and yeah, Khorne could be in an advantageous situation here. It's going to be a tough one for Stingers. We do see the Exalted Hero chasing, and Imrik is trying to do what he can to take down the Skull Cannons. One of them's in very, very low binding. It's going to be sitting at 19. Fury's being called in to go after the Storm Riders, and the Elves do have the good quality infantry here. Very, very even. I think the quality of the armies on the battlefield is very, very close. With the healing being taken into account, High Elves might even be, you know, kind of up maybe a couple hundred value, but it's too close to call, honestly. It is too close to call. So here we do have the Chaos Furies charging into the Storm Riders. It's going to be very cost effective, although they do have 53 melee defense, so they're going to be able to hold reasonably well. White Lines of Grace going to be tearing into the back of those. And looking around the battlefield, let's go ahead and see what Khorne has left. So Khorne does have the Minotaurs, the Fleshhounds, as well as the Skull Cannons. One Skull Cannon is almost dead, though. It looks like Imrik has a bit of a hard-on for those things. Skull Cannons are, I think, a bit slower than the Dragon. So the Dragon is able to catch them. And yeah, one of them is going to be going down here. That's a big pick for Stingers, making sure that there's not going to be any more artillery barrages. This thing has gotten... Okay, I mean, it didn't even pay for itself, right? I think Skull Cannons are very good now, but I don't think... They don't seem OP to me. They seem very good against certain things, but they still have accuracy issues. And, yeah, you know, not... I don't know, maybe too early to call, but initial impressions are that they're very good, but not, like, busted. 1,500 on this one, though. That's pretty damn good. But High Elves did present them with a lot of high-quality targets to shoot, right? So, Witchcraft going down here. I don't know what that's going to be. Oh, is that a Dwellers Below? And a Breath Attack combo coming in from Stingers. Okay, hold up. Khorne kind of gets wrecked there a little bit. Will the High Elves be able to hold this objective, though? They do have this objective and their home objective they're going to be reclaiming. Rangers also got buffed this patch as well. But the Dwellers Below did some good damage, and now Imrik is going to be charging in, trying to break the Minotaurs of Khorne. Their leadership is very, very beat up at this point. Khorne maybe going to be threatening to take this objective. I think that's why Imrik has committed to this fight. And, yeah, we do see the Exalted Hero of Khorne charging in with the Hounds of the Blood Hunt. Going to be going after the Mage of Life. Mage of Life stands alone. Archer Fire is helping. And this objective is going to be flipping to the Asur. So we do see the White Lines bashing these Chaos Warriors. Rangers arriving are going to be quite helpful. And Imrik really trying to put this game on his back. He's routing off a ton of units. This objective could be flipping. But Imrik does come across, and he's going to be punching these guys in the face. We do see the Hounds of the Blood Hunt getting wrecked. The Exalted Hero, even though he's a Chad, he's probably going to be in danger here. And Imrik does get a leaping attack. It looks like the Exalted Hero does get trapped up by the charging Reavers. Maybe going to get caught and killed here. We have to see Lothar and Seaguard heading towards Objective 1. And now some of the light cav of the High Elves does arrive on the point. So the Reavers going to do their best to make sure this point doesn't flip. High Elves really cannot afford to be losing objectives at this point. But I think the High Elves are ahead now. Imrik is much more of a playmaker, a difference maker than Valkia. Valkia is more of kind of a niche piece. Imrik is a character that can just break games open if he's alive in the fourth quarter. And so far, Imrik is sitting at 3,600 value. Going to be trying to chase that Skull Cannon off the objective. The Elves definitely need to get those cav back on the point. I don't know why he's relinquishing this objective. He doesn't need to. He could have just parked his cav right here on the side of the point, and he wouldn't have lost it. But alas, mistakes were made, and we're going to see if it's going to matter. So now the Elves are going to be pushing for Objective 2. We do see the Rangers as well as the White Lines of Grace heading to that point, and oh, look at that. That's actually a cool looking shot there. That's the thing about Warhammer, man. Like the cinematics and the aesthetic of this game. Like, there's a lot of games where like the trailers and the gameplay are just vastly different, but sometimes when you look at the actual battles, it kind of looks like a cinematic trailer at times. It's so freaking cool. So the Elves do arrive on the back point and potentially going to be able to steal it. Although Minotaurs might be able to bash through a lot of these units. Will the Elves be able to get Objective 1 back? We do see Spearmen coming up as well as several units of Archers. They're going to be teeing off into the Chaos Warrior Halberd, so it'll be very weak against Archers. Imrik is going to be heading to the back point, which I think is smart. You need to get those Minotaurs off the battlefield. Those guys are a big problem. But the Elves do have the capture weight advantage. And Imrik probably going to be getting a breath attack on these Marauders here. I think that's going to be the play. Kind of the way he's posturing, I think that is going to be his game plan. Archer shooting away, but he's running out of time to get these objectives. The Warriors of Chaos and Khorne do have that nice double cap here. We see some Furies being called in to disrupt those Archer units. Spearmen do arrive up on the point. And what is Imrik going to be doing? Is there a breath attack in the prep? He needs to get a little bit more active here, that's for sure. Here we have the Marauders being cut apart by the Elven Troopers, and the Reavers are going to be kiting the Minotaurs. But the Minotaurs about, the Elven position here is going to get folded up. Imrik really should have come over here. But alas, now the Elves are going to get absolutely blood-gotted, and they do get rear charged. Reavers going to be piling in to help. Skull Cannon also on its way in. Will the Elven infantry and their really, really high leadership hold? Stingers does form ranks, but he needs to pile in there and help his boys out because they're having a very, very bad time. So Big Dragon descends from the skies. We do see the Chaos Warrior Halberds getting routed by the Terror Route right there, and that is going to be a double cap. Here the Lothar and Seaguard and the remnants of the Sisters of Avalorn putting supporting fire down. And the Elves do get a nice little rear charge there. The Minotaurs take that charge like champs, though. Their 70 armor is very resilient against the damage of the Illyrian Reavers. Very, very resilient. And I think it's going to be a triple cap situation for sure. We see more Narnia lines coming out. Maverick, Sloth, and Stingers. Both players are RTK. RTK, of course, one of the strongest clans as it pertains to domination mode. They have a very good land battle scene as well. So very, very powerful stuff indeed. Objective 1 looks like it's going to flip. I think Imric is going to be able to get this done. I think Imric needs to make sure this point flips and then head over towards Objective 2 with his reinforcements and do his best to get that one back. The Minotaurs and the old Skull Cannon, man, they're holding it down. The Skull Cannon at 1900 value, that thing's doing great work. Valky does get charged, pops her Demon Shield. Very good response by Maverick Sloth, so he's on point right now, making sure that his Lord is not going to be getting karate chopped. A lot of archers shooting away, blasting into the Minotaurs of Khorne, sitting at 16. And yes, Rahagri's Pride, the Narnia power lines, though they're good against infantry, pretty terrible against Minotaurs. They're going to want to retreat here. Good micro from Stingers. He is able to get away before the Minotaurs are able to close the distance and use their anti-large to crush these lions. And the back spearmen saturating in to try and help them out. And Valkyria being hunted very, very aggressively. So this objective does belong to the High Elves. High Elves are going to need to get a point, though. They can't mess around for too much longer. I think they will. We do see Valkyria getting hunted. And Imric, the Lord of Dragons, getting it done. Valkyria the Bloody is going to be running for the hills, as Imric is now going to be heading towards Objective 2. We do see the Fleshhounds coming in to support. The High Elves don't have a lot of stuff here. It's mainly their rallied units, so the doggos here of Khorne probably going to be able to chew them up unless there's some Elven reinforcements that come in soon. The Cav units, the Reavers, the Narnia Alliance, as well as the Spearmen, using Rahagri's Pride, slowing the speed of the Minotaurs and lowering their leadership, and then they get charged by the Lord of Dragons once again. Just like in Tabletop, High Elves are being carried by their Star Dragons. Star Dragons, super, super good, as they are able to annihilate these Minotaurs here. So the Minotaurs getting chewed on, and the Warriors of Chaos are going to be trying to steal Objective 1, and maybe they're going to be able to. We'll have to see. There is a chance the High Elves lose this just on points, though. It seems like he needs to just play the points a little bit more aggressively. Over here, we do see this point. Is it going to flip? The Elven Mage actually going to be killed, potentially. We do see the Hounds of the Blood Hunt causing quite a bit of damage. And the Elven Infantry not really doing too much damage back. And the Warriors of Chaos look like they flipped this point back. That is really, really bad. Imric was not on the point. He's probably going to be charging in, getting a terror out here. But is it going to be enough time to get these objectives back? Couple Spearmen heading over here. Guys, this is going to be a really, really close match. He needs to get the Rahagri's Pride active. These Narnia lines here, just regular war lines. He needs to get them up on the point. You can't have anything AFK right now. So Imric is going to get a mass terror out here. These Marauders are going to break in a matter of seconds. Skull Cannon sitting on the edge of the objective here for Maverick Sloth. Time is really, really running out for the Elves, and we do see the Chaos Warriors heading to the objective right here. And the objective does start to flip. Narnia Lions need to get active. Those AFK units in the back are not helping him, and losing this objective, I think that was something that cost him the game. Really didn't have the the potential. He couldn't afford to lose anything, and he did. And I think that Maverick Sloth and Khorne is going to be pulling this match out because of a blunder. I think the High Elves had this game if they played a little bit cleaner on the objectives, but at the end of the day, Khorne capitalized on the mistakes and was able to get the dub. GG, well played. The Chad Chaos Warriors able to hold. The resilience certainly showing through. GG, well played. Great match. Very, very even, it would seem. Imric did well. How'd he do? So we had 4,900 on Imric. Goddamn. Archers did pretty good. Looking at Stingers, the rest of his army here. Fireborn kind of got crushed a little bit. And yeah, overall, Khorne was Khorne. 1,900 there. Chaos Warriors were the Giga Chads. 1,000 value, 800 value there. Skull Cannon, wow, one of them got 2,500. Okay, maybe I got to revisit my points on Skull Cannons. Maybe they are very, a little stronger than they. I don't know. We're going to have to see. Time will tell. Time will tell. It's too early to draw a conclusion, I think. All right, guys. GG, well played. Skulls for the Skull Throne. Indeed. So let's go ahead and refresh this. Total Tavern, see what new matchups we have. Yeah, he needed to just be a little cleaner on his objective play, and I think Stingers wins that game. All right, so what do we got here? Let's do Rusto versus Arcade Rush. Maybe they're ready? Okay, here. Sure. GG. Let me check here. All right, right on, right on. And let me go ahead and find a match here. All right. So we're going to go see what we want to cast. Let's do... Oh, hey, man. So finding another game to jump into shouldn't be too hard. In this format, there's a lot of games. And let's see what are the matchups we could do. Catholic versus Flamaster. So that would be interesting to see some more Elves versus Demons of Chaos. We could do a Dark Age Rush game. Let's see if they're in it. Okay. And Hitman Hippo and Tim the Wilder are waiting for me. The bottom side of the bracket should be playing now. Yep, they're playing. Great. So everybody's getting their Duel of Fates going. I love to see it. Love to see it. And right on. Cool. Bottom side is going to be... We have a lot more games today, guys, but we're making good time. I think we're going to be finished before 5 o'clock. The players are doing an excellent job tearing through these games. No problem, no problem. Code, please. And let me check here. Doing Catho game. So we're going to get the code there and we should be all set. The Khorne missile meta has arrived. Khorne is now the best range faction in the game, yes. The stats are going to be pouring in. We reset the stats as well today. Chaos Demon's rocking 100% win rate so far. But to be fair, Tim the Wilder is playing them. And several top-tier players are playing Demons of Chaos. So not really... Vampire counts are 0 and 4. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. Let's go. Sounds good. It's okay. It's okay. Got some time. 1 and 2. All right. So we're going to jump in and do this. And I need a spec code, spec slot. All right. I wanted to see what Catholic was playing. Yeah, he'll set up a spec slot for us in a second. We should be good to go. 30K. Yeah, it gives you 30K vibes, yeah. Vampire counts mirror. No, Kislev is allowed to be played today. I don't know if anybody's playing Kislev. Kislev does have 2 games played, so they've won 1, lost 1. But yeah, we need like several weeks of good tournament action to really get good data. You know, the data is just for fun today, really. It's not really going to prove a whole lot. Yeah. Okay, and let's get in there. We could do another Pwn Dog game. Yeah, nothing is banned. We're raw dogging it today, man. Everything is allowed. What is Catholic playing? He's playing High Elves. Okay, we just had a High Elf game, so we can actually do a Prof Pwn game. We'll see. We'll follow Pwn Saga on the bottom side of the bracket. All right, so now we're on the bottom side of the bracket. We got Greenskins versus Dwarves on the Jade Tomb again. All right. This is going to be more fun. We haven't seen Dwarves in action. Oh my god. This is going to be scary. Okay. All right. So there we are. Dwarves versus Greenskins here today. Wildwood Rangers and Waywatchers now being able to deploy together hidden is scary. Isn't that cool? That's so rad. The underdog story. It's a double elimination tournament, so players have the opportunity to climb back on the bottom. Nothing is banned. We're letting it go crazy today. Yeah. We're letting it go crazy. You guys want to see the bracket so far? We can take a look at that as well. We're going to have a lot of tournaments coming up. So if you guys want to play, there's a ton of tournaments scheduled on Total Tavern right now. Whatever you're interested in. And yeah, today is a big tournament, though. It's no joke. So here's the bracket. Here's the top side of the bracket. You can see all that. So these are the games we're through. So we have Solasora versus Maverick Sloth, Hitman Hippo versus Tim the Wilder, Catholic Alcoholic versus Flamaster, and Rusto versus Dark Age Rush. And the bottom, we have a lot more games to be played. There's a lot. But we are doing Professor Pwn versus Arin down here. So Arin defeated Soy Bacta. And yeah, these are the lower brackets. A lot of good players playing here. A lot. So yeah, it should be fun. Time to end some grudges? Maybe. We're going to see. You guys have to remember, we're watching the undefeated GOAT of Total War Warhammer, Professor Pwn, by the way. Yes. He is here, and he is pissed. Orange has beat me. Kick his ass, pony. Yeah. I wonder how the dwarves are doing. I mean, clearly I see several dwarf players in the losers bracket, so despite leaving the Thunder Barge open, it doesn't seem that they're crushing it. As a matter of fact, dwarves are 3 wins and 4 losses so far. Last season, dwarves were a 50% win rate faction. So, yeah, we're going to see. I mean, they did get a fair amount of nerfs. They did get a fair amount of nerfs. Ornithopters get... Ornithopters mean gyrocopters? Yeah, gyrocopters got nerfed. Yeah, they did. Indeed. Just talking and doing a little admin stuff. All right, awesome. So greenskins against dwarves. What do you do here? Lots of squigs. You could even tech into Doomdiver catapults. Feral wyverns are also going to be very cost effective. Probably just like one or two of them. Maybe a one feral wyvern to keep gyros honest. Doomdiver catapults are pretty meme. You can use them to shoot at dwarven air forces, and they can bring them down, which is really hilarious. What are your camera settings? Mine always feel janky. I can show you after the tournament if I remember. If Professor Pone loses again, then he eats corn the long way. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Buddy of mine just got back to me, said, Moonfire is supposed to deal more damage. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Yeah, no, I'm not sure. Hey, what's up, Lars? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Let's peek at the builds real quick. Let's see if I can pull up an army blocker. Wookiee's going to block for a second, and I'm going to peek at the builds. Okay, okay. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, man. You guys are in. This is going to be fun. Regardless of it, this is going to be fun. I don't know how it's going to go, guys, but... yeah, this is going to be a game. Holy shit. I'm sure dwarf players are so wrecked today now that they don't have any restrictions on them. Ah, got it, Nomi. Got it. Yes. AOM or AoE 4 today? No, not today, buddy. We'll be doing Age of Mythology again this week, probably. Also, by the way, we're going to be doing some Age of Wonder soon. I'm very excited for that. As soon as that comes out, we're going to do it. Dude, you guys have no idea what's coming. I mean, maybe some of you guys do, but I'm worried. I'm worried for one of them. One of these players I'm very worried for, based on the builds I saw. Oh, God. Oh, man. Old man sounds. Donating now, watching later. Faction Wars was heat. Yeah, today has honestly been very good, too. We're having great games today. These have been absolute knockdown, drag-out battles. Time to crump some stunties. Tim has been killing it with Skull Cannons. Well, Tim has insane micro, too. It's not... Skull Cannons are probably maybe a little bit overtuned now. We'll have to see. But Tim is also one of the best players in the world. Tim can make a lot of things look good, you know? He almost lost game 1 against Subutai's vampire counts, actually. Subutai almost beat him, and Subutai hasn't played in weeks. So, I mean, I'm seeing some evidence that Skull Cannons are fine and some that they're very strong. It's weird. Yeah, it's time will tell. Yeah, welcome. Just tested the Could I Destroy on a bunch of AI orcs. You can really feel the impact damage now. Tested versus Orc Boys, Biggins, Black Orcs, destroyed all. Oh, God, I'm so excited. I'm going to be playing in a lot of tournaments as well. I'm probably just going to be spam hosting Total War tournaments the next week or two. And I'll be playing my beloved Chaos Dwarves, don't worry. Rusty Airs are going to have a lot of lifting. I know. Yeah, you got to bring some anti-air. With the gyro, you need to bring some tech against the blimp. I think like 2 Doomdiver catapults in reserve covers your bases. If you have 2 Doomdiver catapults, they could probably bring down a Thunderbarge over a course of a long game. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Grimgor with his Black Orcs and 1 Archer unit versus the Dwarves with almost nothing on the ground, just a couple of junk infantry units, and a freaking Thunderbarge. You know? Oh no, Pone! Is this just gonna be... So this battle, I mean, there's 2 outcomes. Either Pone is gonna just crush the Dwarven infantry and take all 3 objectives and win on points while losing his army, or Pone is gonna get Apocalypse Now'd. He's gonna just get napalmed. We're gonna see why powder weaponry and aerial superiority wins warfare against Unga Bunga caveman tactics. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, Bob, I'll host some at night too for American schedule. Yes. You think the Rusty Air's got this? Oh man, like it's funny because earlier in the tournament I was talking to Pone. I was like, remember, thunder barges are allowed in today's tournament, because a lot of people are so used to thunder barges not being allowed. So I was making sure the players knew thunder barges are allowed. Yeah, so we have the thunder barge here for Aaron. Aside from that, we got dwarf warriors and longbeards and long drawn slayer pirates. These guys just got nerfed. Dwarf rum only does -5 now, so that's a pretty big nerf. We have a master engineer with restock, so he's going to be giving more ammunition to the thunder barge, and a dwarf lord with the star metal plate. That's going to be it for the dwarf army, and he's going to be vanguarding. Professor Pone with nasty skulkers, warlords boys, and rusty airs. He's got his black orcs on the back. Grimgor Ironhide and an orc shaman with foot of gork and brainbuster. Oh god. Oh god, the future is now, greenskins. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. You know, it's like those like early photo, like those, not photos, but you know, you hear of those stories of like World War I, right? There was like still like mounted cavalry regiments and stuff like battling against like way more advanced weaponry. Yeah, so this is what's gonna go down here. You think a guy that never lost a game in his whole career cares about a hot air balloon? That's right. This is Warhammer 3, Chef. Yeah, Warhammer 3. Yeah. AP Clooney's going to be lurking in the shadows. And, yeah, I mean, the only thing I'm going to be paying attention to this game is going to be the Thunder Barge. That is what we're all here for. We're here to see the Thunder Barge just drop steaming hot payloads on the faces of the orcs. And they're probably going to be able to do it. So Grimgor and his Black Orcs are going to be advancing up towards Objective 1. And the Thunder Barge, it has gone through 3 cycles of nerfs. It had a cost reduction, it had damage reductions, it had turn speed reductions, and then it just got another cost reduction, or cost increase, sorry. I meant increases for all of those things I just said. I'm just, you know, a little bit excited here. And, yeah. Thunder Barge is charging on up. And we're going to see what the Greenskins can do about it. Professor Pone probably sweating bullets right now. Grimgor is like, I wish I had a bow and arrow so I could at least attack that thing. But alas, he cannot. We don't have any magic missiles from the Orc Shaman either, so I think the Greenskins just have to bum rush the Dwarves. You can't let the Dwarves get the objectives, because the Dwarves have such a pitiful ground force that you need to just swarm them right now. Like, before the Thunder Barge can generate too much value. All right, we do get a Feral Wyvern being called out, so maybe the Feral Wyvern can keep that thing honest. We're going to have to see how this goes. Yeah, he's using the Thousand Suns color scheme. He kind of is, actually. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Feral Wyvern maybe does something here. It is a good AP fighter with poison, so it can maybe poison the Thunder Barge, which has gone through speed nerfs as well. So yeah, maybe Pone's going to be okay. Maybe. I don't know, man. I don't know about the interaction of the Thunder Barge and the Feral Wyvern right now, so we'll find out on today's episode. Do not let the Dwarves get this objective, by the way. You got to move up and contest that. It's very hard to get them off points. We do see AP Loonies. Professor Pone is a sneaky get. And they're lurking in the shadows, waiting to ambush the Dwarves on the objective here, which you gotta love. You gotta love. Always fun. Hey, Nomi, right on, man. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, it's Zephyr. Zephyr is the banner, I believe. Rusty Air is going to start shooting at the Thunder Barge. All right, let's watch Thunder Barge. Forget the objectives. Forget the tactics. We're here for Thunder Barging. Okay, it's going to start shooting, and Rusty Air is going to be unleashing a torrent of fire into it. And immediately getting some respectable value. Nothing too crazy, but yeah, the Rusty Airs are going to be scattering to the winds. And the Feral Wyvern should be just be hard chasing on that Thunder Barge right now. Thunder Barge is going to be circling about face after chasing back the Rusty Airs. And now, where is the Pone attacks? He needs to get more aggressive here for sure. Greenskins are, yeah, they're a faction I kind of want to start playing too. They seem fun. They definitely seem fun. Grimgor Ironhide sitting there with his big club and stick. I don't know what the apprehension is about attacking here. You really need to get these guys engaged here. What's going to happen is the Thunder Barge is going to be heavily protected probably by the Grim Delvers back here. So we do have the Arwar Thunderers, so they're going to be able to really potentially shoot down that Feral Wyvern depending on the circumstances. Black Orcs are a little bit nervous about the Thunder Barge, which makes sense. And now the Greenskin Wog has emerged. So the AP Loonies are going to be ambushing the Dwarves, and you can see several of them are going to be caught as the Dwarves are in a very panicked retreat. More nasty Skulkers going to be chasing into the archery line, and no, Grimgor! Grimgor's getting Last Samurai a little bit, going to be popping Foe Seeker, trying to juke. Black Orcs going after the Miners here, as the other Black Orcs are getting ready to engage. Grimgor is hot in pursuit. Thunder Barge putting a little bit of fire down on him as well. Back objective has been taken by the Greenskins. Rusty Airs doing, not Rusty Airs, but the nasty Skulkers trading pretty well into Dwarf Warriors, but they're going to get wrecked pretty badly by the blasting charges. So the first wave of Black Orcs will be arriving soon. We do see the Orc Boys getting nailed by a flash bomb. The Thunder Barge here is getting ready to do battle with the Wyvern, but the Wyvern is getting nuked into the Shadow Realm by all the shooting. Grim Delvers and Long Drong Slayer Pirates melting that Feral Wyvern. Oh my god, I had a feeling that was going to happen, but here we do see Grimgor and Ironhide. The Bloodforged armor is active. Black Orcs are going to be penetrating into the secondary line. Thunderbarge is getting worn down by these archers. I mean, they are being allowed to shoot with relative freedom, so that is kind of nice for the old greenskins. But as far as the shooting goes, we see the Black Orcs and the various pieces just getting melted by the Dwarven shotguns, so the Grudge is going to be satisfied as the Black Orcs move into the secondary, and they're just going to get absolutely mowed down. Brutal damage from the firepower here. Nasty, nasty shots as you see those Black Orcs getting sent to another dimension. But the back objective still belongs to Professor Pone. He is massively behind on value here. And we do see the Thunder Barge. What kind of value does it have so far? 1,700 value. It costs 3,200. So to pay for itself, it needs to get 3,200 value, which we'll see if it does over the course of a long game. Feral Wyvern's back in business, and more Squig Herds are going to get called out here. Black Orcs getting mowed down there has got to feel pretty bad. And these Black Orcs do take apart these miners, and it looks like another miner unit's going to be attacking them, but the Black Orcs should be able to take them. Foot of Gork going down. It does stop the Grim Delvers, but Pone really needs some mobility. He needs like some Wolf Riders or Forest Goblin Spider Riders to charge in and compromise these shooting units, because allowing these shooting units to just mow things down is so brutal. Thunderbarge is like, it's doing well, but that's not the reason why Pone's losing. Pone's losing because of the gun line back here. It's just melting pretty much all of his units. The Grim Delvers have probably gotten a similar amount of value, about 1,000, yeah, so they're keeping pace. Thunderbarge is almost dead, right? So remember, this thing needs to get 3,200 to pay for itself. So we're going to see if it does. In the meantime, it is circling about. Rusty Arrows have gotten some great value this game, I would imagine. The back objective is owned by the Greenskins, but not for long. The blasting charges have saturated in and done good damage, but are the Orcs going to be able to stabilize here? Because Nasty Skulkers do very well against these type of infantry, and Pone does have some reinforcements coming in, so there's a chance Pone Dog might be able to hold on to this back objective. We'll have to see. Now back here, Chadgor Ironhide, we got the Wog and the Foe Seeker going. Are the Orcs on a path for a comeback? I don't know. Find out today. We see the Thunderbarge pulling back here, trying to stay out of range of the archer units. The Orc Boys and the Squigs going to be moving up on the objective. It currently is owned by the Dwarves. So the Orcs definitely made a big blunder by letting the Dwarves get that objective early. They could have kept them off that. And yeah, these Squigs, you need to be sending them onto the Grim Delvers. Those gun units need to be shut down. And if they are shut down, then, you know, you could feast. But Grimgor is taking the Dwarf Lord to Pound Town. A lot of firepower coming in as the Dwarves are trying to hold back the Squigs. But yeah, Grimgor Ironhide laying a whooping here on this Dwarf Lord. He's got him down really, really low. Black Orcs. This one Black Orc unit is like playing Legion Tower Defense. They're basically just farming waves and waves of these Dwarven Minor infantry there. So they're doing it. But Pone definitely needs to shut down the Grim Delvers back here if he can. We see more Squigs coming around the outside. Black Orcs are rallying on this objective here. The Warlords boys trading very, very well, but it looks like the Dwarves have stabilized their back point. A little bit of firepower still going into the Thunderbarge, hitting at 4,800 HP. Thunderbarge at 2,000 value, so it hasn't paid for itself yet. Dwarf Lord is close to getting crumped. 400 HP. The crumpeting is beginning, and yeah, Pone just needs to get on top of those Thunders, man. If he could do that, he could win the game. Potentially. I mean, it might be too late, but he needed to do that a lot earlier, because then the Thunderbarge probably would have died to the Manticore, right? Not the Manticore, but the Feral Wyvern. Now, Chadgor Ironhide, he takes down the Dwarf Lord. So the Dwarf Lord has fallen, ladies and gentlemen. The value is not out of the point of no return. Chadgor Ironhide putting this game on his back. He kills the Dwarf Lord, and now he's going to be going after the Dwarf Engineer, and he is just putting a whooping on him, man. As we do see the Thunders take a lot of damage there, a little bit of crossfire from the Dwarves in the back. The Rangers are shooting away where they can. The Thunderbarge is sitting at 1,300 or 3,700 HP, 2,500 value, almost paid for itself. Stone Trolls have arrived at the point, and we do have a bit of a close game. No, Dwarf Lord is shattered, so he's basically as good as dead. He's not going to be doing a whole lot. The the Black Orcs here finally do break, as Chadgor Ironhide continues his reign of tyranny, bullying all the dwarf characters. Stone Trolls whooping these guys down, but going to be taking a lot of firepower from the Rangers. Although Rangers are a little bit low in ammo, cannons being called in, and the Thunderbarge is now going to be cackling pretty freely up in the sky. The Manticore now has the opportunity to kill the Thunderbarge. We're going to have to see. The WOG is underway, and again, I think that even if Pone does lose this game was super winnable. I think with just slightly cleaner micro and better decision-making, I think that Pone maybe wins this game. But yeah, hard to say. Still could go either direction. So Chadgor are going to be attacking into the Master Engineer. It looks like the Thunderbarge crew putting a little bit of supporting fire down. Currently, we do see the Master Engineer holding his own. Foe Seeker and Stand Your Ground active. Grimgor should be able to win that fight. And now the Manticore is going to be attacking into the big man here. So the Manticore is going after the Thunderbarge, but the Master Engineer with really, really good support, actually. Look at that. using the smoke bomb on top of the Wyvern. But even still, the Wyvern's more or less able to keep pace, although I think it's enough to keep him from reaching the Thunder Barge. We will see. So Grimgor, 800 HP, and it looks like the Dwarven characters are going to pay the price. Is Chadgor going to get it? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The overhead chop, and the Dwarf Lord gets cleaved. Well, the Dwarf Hero, I should say. So more squigs on the way in. Brain Buster going down. The Stone Trolls do get routed back. We do see the Thunder Barge taking a bit of damage here as the Goblins do resurge from the woods, and they are able to start threatening this objective again. So the Nasty Skulker is doing very, very good work here. Thunderbarge is running away from the Wyvern, which at the very least is chasing it away from the battle. I don't know if it's actually going to make contact, but Grimgor has been an absolute menace this game. He needs to get re-engaged, though, get into the battle. Squig Herd's called in against the Dwarves. We have the Orc Shaman here, and there certainly are a lot of Dwarf Infantry still left, which is going to be hard. Thunderbarge has not been hit in a while, so it seems like Creative Assembly needs to still fix this. I mean, sometimes it's like hard to hit it while it's moving. I think if you're hitting it from the back, it's problematic, but if you hit it from the sides, it looks like the Thunderbarge is being friendly fired by its own dwarves. So at the very least, it is drawing some aggro that way. So back on the ground, the dwarves have stabilized their back objective here. Grimgor has gotten on top of the Rangers. Squig Herd's being melted by a handful of Dwarven infantry, and what do we have being called in? It's going to be Orc Boys and a couple chaff units. The Feral Wyvern has gotten the Thunderbarge down to about 3,300 here, and now let's see how it does on the flank here. Cannonball shots coming in. Yeah, Thunderbarge is being friendly fired by its fellow dwarves. Yeah, from the back, yes, of course. He's trying to attack it. Yeah, he's certainly trying his best. So we're going to see what is cracking here. Coming across the battlefield are the Squig Hoppers. Squig Hoppers coming out of the Vanguard, going to be trying to help Grimgor. Grimgor has been the absolute raid boss this entire game. He is sitting at what? So 500, 1,700 value so far. He doesn't have much life left, so he's probably going to be folding up to the dwarves soon. But he has been doing the Wog very, very proud. He took down both of the Dwarven heroes in characters. And coming across are the Night Goblin Squig Hoppers, getting an excellent charge into the miners here. Should be able to fold him up. But Grimgor, I think, is on his last legs. He's stabilizing at 1 leadership. The Orc Shaman is dead. His opponent could have enough to get this done. If only he brought, like, one more archer unit. Homeboy literally brought one archer, and he still almost killed the Thunderbarge. Thunderbarge is at 3,400, so it just now paid for itself and is exceeding its value. But I think Pone is done for. He just did not bring any... He didn't respect the Dwarven Air Force at all. Like, any style of Dwarven Air Force build would have defeated Professor Pone here. If it was gyrocopters, anything. He just didn't have any anti-air. Yeah, you need to bring one Doomdiver Catapult would have put that thing out of commission. Yeah, the hitbox seems a little bit funky on that thing. We're going to have to look into it, but, you know, that's why we're doing it. We're figuring things out. I think, yeah, Thunderbarge, the jury's still out on it, but definitely borderline still an issue. But, again, Pone's build, it's hard to call it an issue when Pone had no answers against it. He had no range to shoot it. Like, he brought one Feral Wyvern and one Rusty Error. If there had been a couple more Archer units, that thing's dead. So, hard to say. GG, well played. And, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get into the next match now. The goat has been eliminated, and yeah, maybe the Rampage was messing with it too. I don't know. I'll test it out a little bit. Yeah, we'll test it. Okay, so looking around here, what do we got? And looking here, checking with the players. We casted a different game, so don't worry, Dark Age Rush, you're all good. Let us see what's going on. Yeah, but the skirmish, you needed like some true archers to just sit down and shoot it, as well as Doomdiver Catapult is really good, Pone. I highly recommend that. You can even use the Goblobber. Goblobber can actually hit that thing, which is pretty fun. Dark Age Rush has made semifinals. Catholic and Flamaster are playing. Let me see if those guys have done it. Okay. Hey, you two started. So checking here, we could always go to the bottom side. You played well though, Pone. Your Grimgor was the absolute beast, and I think you get an honorable win for Chadgor Ironhide doing so incredibly well. Bottom side, so we're gonna have B6. So Dwarves, what is B6 playing? That could be a fun match as well. Grimgor Black Orc Rush is always iconic. Yeah, super cool. Black Orcs did okay. They kind of, a couple of them got... Yeah, Pone, also, if you had shut down his shooting a little bit better, like his Grimdelvers, like before you dove had a big squig flank on the side to kill his ranged, I think you would have won the game. Yeah. Yeah, it was a close one. Regardless of the builds, it was very, very close. All right, so we have Alexander Nuts and Grom Brindle. Is that a Dwarf Mirror match? Lobby code if you haven't started. Okay, and then we want to do Alexander. Checking here. Sending out requests to people. Professor Pone, the Cyril/Marine Lord of Warhammer 3 multiplayer. That's right. You put some respect on that name, dude. We haven't seen any chariot action. It seems like people are still a little bit nervous about the chariots, which is fair. Yeah, and then we have a couple matches here. Is Lydon in today's tournament? Okay. Okay. They're playing right now. Okay, we'll probably get a lobby code from B6 down here. B6. I think we're going to have another dwarf game here. It's going to be B6 versus Arin. I don't know what B6 is playing, though. Let me see here. All right. Okay. Where is the declaration there for B6? Taking a look. Oh, Skaven. Skaven versus Dwarves. Interesting. Okay, that'll be a fun matchup. That will be fun indeed. Looking around for the games. That game is there. And the lobby code should be up now. Thank you, thank you. Join it on up. And there we are. All right. Outstanding. So we got Skaven versus Dwarves. The map will be changing soon. It's just I'm casting a lot of the games in the same rounds, so it's yeah, it's the same map. How do you feel about the Demogryph buffs? I'm really excited. Yeah, I kind of wish I had played today, to be honest, but it's fine. You know, also casting is good because I wanted to show you guys more than just my games. It's the dreaded burp there. Harrison, use your if you want it. What's up? Hey, Turin, I'm hosting a tourney in about 2 hours. Yeah, this one might not be over in 2 hours, but yeah, when the let me check. We'll see. You might want to move it up a little bit later because this one is not going to be over in 2 hours. You'll miss out on a lot of people. I would recommend 5 or 6 p.m. because yeah, but for now, I mean, yeah, we can chat it out in a little bit. Other people will host, so you can just play in those. That's true. Yeah, there's a lot of tournaments being hosted. I mean, I literally see like 15 tournaments on Total Tavern right now. A lot of them are Conquest, which is cool. Cool to see the Conquest community growing. Tim the Wilder, Dark Age Rush cackling pretty hard on the on today's tournament. Yeah, I would recommend moving it back, Harrison. Otherwise, you're just gonna. I mean, I don't mind if tournaments overlap, but you're just not gonna get as many people. Tim the Wilder and Solasora. Okay, that would be a game as well. Okay, so checking with Tim. I don't know what Solasora is playing. Keeping our options open. Dwarves versus Skaven, though. Oh, okay, Borderlow Landing is the map. I wonder if we're going to see the Thunder Barge against. Yeah, flying units cannot hit it in melee. Floats like a Thunder Barge, hit like a cannon battery. Yeah. Yeah. I personally think that Conquest is a great solution for the land battle issues, but yeah, there seems to be a lot of like holdouts. I genuinely was surprised that Conquest mode wasn't massively adopted as like the standard for land battle tournaments. It seems like that a lot of the land battle people still preferred just OG land battle, which is fine, you know, whatever they're into. But personally, I think Conquest is great. Yeah. Yeah, that's just my 2 cents. They somehow forgot to fix the hitbox. Yeah. I'll talk to CA about the Thunder Barge issues. I'm gonna do some testing off stream and get some footage and send it over to them. Yeah, we will see. It seems like it dies pretty quick to gun units and whatnot. But yeah, there was a lot of that. Wyvern was humping it pretty hard. Okay, cool. You playing Coast? Vampire counts? Let me see what Alexander's playing. He's playing Coast. Okay. So this matchup is interesting. I think that this might even be, in the hands of equally skilled players, this could even be Skaven favored nowadays. Skaven don't need to worry about Thunderbarge. Thunderbarge is a joke for Skaven. Rattling Gunners, you know, Jezzails, Slingers, like everything here can kill the Thunderbarge. Yeah. The Conquest tourney lately for sure was one of the best. Yeah, it was really good. Has CA been more responsive and interactive with the community? Yeah, for sure they have been, Nomi. Yeah, I mean, most of the changes you've seen came from the community. Catholic Alcoholic has been running a community document. Umai's put in a ton of work with that historically. I've been sending a ton of feedback to them. You know, I made a video series of four videos covering like 20 or 30 units that needed to be buffed. And they literally hit every single one of them. I think like every unit we complained about in the video got buffed. Almost. Maybe one or two didn't, but yeah, it's cool that, you know, a game that has such a small multiplayer infrastructure at Creative Assembly is still getting, you know, pretty heavy attention. It's kind of crazy when you think about it, right? Like, even though Total War competitive is a very niche scene, it still has like pretty big interest in it. When I go and look at Age of Empires 4 tournaments, for example, like I think a lot of our major events are even, you know, similar viewership, if not bigger, on like as far as our average events go, right? Which is cool to see, since that's a game that was literally designed for multiplayer and has hundreds of thousands of dollars put into its esports by Microsoft, and we can still hang with that, you know? It's awesome to see that. Yeah, I think Conquest is great. I'm not an enjoyer of regular land battle anymore. Look, I did that for years. I covered land battle for years. I put my heart and soul into that, you know, like, and it just, yeah, I just was like, man, I had enough of it at one point. Just like the whole attacking, like having to police all the rules and stuff. Ugh, just awful. All right. Are Skull Cannons good now? Yeah, they're very good now, I think. Maybe this hot take, but I think there should be more synced matched combat animations. Yeah, I mean, I think they're awesome looking. I have no complaints about them. Sometimes they can be a little bit haggard because they can trap your character in a position for a long time. Yeah, it depends on what we're talking about. Total War Warhammer is way more entertaining to watch than Age of Empires 4. I think Age 4 esports are fun to watch, for sure. But yeah, the spectacle of this game is really good. But the jankiness sometimes brings it down, but overall, the spectacle of Warhammer is amazing. Yeah. I'm just a campaign enjoyer, but I love watching competitive Warhammer. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I think only like 2-3% of the player base plays multiplayer, but it's much more popular to watch. And that's why I think... That's why CA supports multiplayers, because it's like they see it as a marketing tool, I think, you know, because if you look at the viewership of like, you know, multiplayer, typically it's much more popular than the campaign VODs and campaign videos and things like that, and in streaming too. There are a couple exceptions, right? Like people like Legend have been doing it so long that he's a bit of an outlier. But if you look at like other campaign channels, like multiplayer usually will be more popular. Yeah. So here it is. We got Borderlow Landing. It's going to be the Skaven with Deathmaster versus a Dwarf Lord. And the Dwarves have, Flamethrower Dwarves. Let's go. Arin is a really fun player. I believe he's from Poland as well. He's a really, really nice guy. Never done one multiplayer game. Never missed a tournament, though. That's right. That's right. Yeah. I think it's a good marketing tool for them, for sure. Yeah. I haven't played a campaign in so long. Oh, my God, I haven't. I thought about doing a head-to-head campaign again. I don't know if people would be interested in it, but maybe we will. All right, guys. Borderlow Landing is going to be the tail of the tape, and it is going to be the dreaded Dowie facing off against the Skaven. No Thunderbarge here today. But the Skaven, yeah, they were very ready for the Dwarven Hero Hammer, it would appear. Thank you guys all for joining on Patch Day. It's good to see you all. Double checking. Right on. All right, just doing some admin work. Falling Star going to be loading in here. Excited to see the Skaven characters get a little bit crunk. Head-to-head was fun. If it wasn't so laggy, I would do it more. That's wild that they haven't tried to team up with GW and multiplayer with mini commercials. Yeah. We did in the early Everchosens that we did. So back when myself, Italian Spartacus, and would go to the UK, and we did those like official Everchosens at Creative Assembly's office. There was more collaboration then with G-Dubs too. G-Dubs was like, you know, more involved in those events. Yeah. All right, guys. It is time Let the Nurglings feast. On the other side, we have the Blessed Skaven. The Horned Rat is here. Natty Boo Sharpshooters to go sniping the dwarves, and the Avalanche Mortars. If these things are left to their own devices, oh my god, they just freaking annihilate you. They are going to do so much damage. You ever notice these? Look at the design. Oh, I never saw that on the Avalanche Mortars. Check it out. They have, on the back, they have like a little wheel, a stabilizer wheel. So they like roll around this artillery that they rest on their back. That's really, really fun. But yeah, a lot of clan rats and just junk. Jazales, Natty Bubos, and Avalanche Mortars. Death Runners are really good against dwarves. Massive armor-piercing damage with armor sundering and stock, so they can really creep up and cause a ton of havoc. Aside from that, we have anti-characters. So we have Deathmaster doing his anime shit right here, and he is backed up by the Assassin, and it is going to be a Warlock Engineer as well. So the Warlock Engineer has Howling Warp Gale and Scorch. Yeah, probably Warp Lightning's better, but Howling Warp Gale is there in case there's Gyros. But, you know, Gyros have been pretty heavily nerfed, so we'll see how they do. For the Dwarf Army of Arin, remember, he just took out the GOAT of Warhammer. He just defeated Professor Pone, and nobody has ever done that before. So, pretty impressive stuff. He's got the Dwarf Warriors and the Flamethrowers, which I'm very excited. I mean, who doesn't like to see Iron Drake Flamethrowers, right? Grudges are to be satisfied for sure. Dwarf Lord, Felix Jaeger, definitely going to get bullied by Deathmaster, and we have the Long Drongs Slayer Pirates, and a couple units of Quarrelers to just shoot at Skaven Slaves and Ogres and things like that. So, yeah, the Weeb Rats are here. That's right. Yeah, I never noticed the wheel either. It's pretty... I know, it's pretty good, right? Yeah, lots of fun little animations there. But the Dowie army is going to be surging forth and getting ready to party. Sending one Dwarf unit to go grab the backside objective. Skaven on this map pretty much always send a Death Runner back here to go ambush the back objective, but I don't think that's going to be happening here. In the meantime, we do see the Clan Rats as well as the Warlock Engineer heading up towards Objective Dose. And they do have a Avalanche Mortar on standby. And if Arin doesn't find some way to deal with the Avalanche Mortars, that Dwarven army is going to get absolutely incinerated. Yeah, yellow looks really good on dwarves. If I were to do a dwarf army in tabletop, which I've thought about, I just don't know. I already painted Chaos Dwarves, so I'm like, do I want to do more dwarves? I would probably do yellow. I think it looks really good. Hey, Captain Port, thank you for the 99. That is so freaking generous, man. Thank you. Thank you for the stream turn. Good luck, Generals. Let's go. Let's go, baby. That's right. Thank you. Really appreciate that fat donation, brother. And hopefully you enjoy this battle. It's gonna be a classic one. Skaven moving up. Skaven slaves are going to be arriving at the objective. Deathmaster and his assassin cadre here have grabbed the initial home point. And now the assassin and Deathmaster are going to be running out into the distance. And they're going to be sprinting towards the Dwarven army, getting ready to go. So where will they attack? Who will be the first victim? Is it going to be young Felix Jaeger? I suspect so. You want to cut the healing out first. Going for the Dwarf Lord, he's much harder to kill. Felix, a little bit more vulnerable. So you definitely try and take that bad boy down if you can. Hey, and again, Captain Port, one more time, thank you so much, buddy. I really appreciate that. And we're here to party. All right, so the Skaven, Wolf Rats stealing the back objective. Really nice play by Falling Star. Oh, are the dwarves going to get there in time? They're waddling. Their short legs are pumping. And it looks like they're going to get there in time. If there had been another Wolf Rat, that would have been pretty cheeky. But the Skaven do get the double cap out of the gates. Jazale's got a little bit close. They definitely shouldn't be... How are these guys? No, they're not in a bad position. I think they're fine. But Avalanche Mortars, you just want to kind of shoot down the Quarrelers if you can. It looks like the Flamethrowers are going to get cooked out of the gates. We get our first Gyrocopter. It's going to be a Brimstone gun, which is the Flamethrower Gyro, which have always been very good against Skaven. So this is where you get your Sharpshooters. So now you can see the Natty Boobo Sharpshooters are going to be taking pot shots at the Gyrocopters and doing respectable damage. We immediately see the Gyros taking some damage, and the Dwarf Lions are clashed with the Skaven. But Deathmaster and his assassin buddy are going after the Lord, but Felix has used Helping Hand to give him a 40% ward save. Very, very strong. Oh my god, Quarrelers getting deleted. Oh, Jesus. This is every dwarf's worst nightmare. The mortars, the Avalanche Mortars, so freaking brutal. So hot right now. Now you need to switch the Avalanche Mortars onto the other Quarrelers and just methodically nuke them down. Now, back in the pit fight, we do see Deathmaster and his assassin taking the Dwarf Lord to town. So Arin is going to be in a little bit of trouble back here. He does have his Long Drawing Slayer Pirates, and he needs to be getting some pressure on those freaking mortars back there. Like anything, run some Slayers up, whatever. Now we see the mortars, the Avalanche Mortars, going to be shooting into the Iron Drakes here, as they are going to be getting collapsed on by the Death Runner. So Skaven, classic, nuking their own people. You gotta love it. But probably worth it at the end of the day to take down those Iron Drakes. Trying to shoot some flamethrower shots, but the mortars did stagger them. And now the Assassins, the Death Runners, going to be jumping in to try and maybe get on top of the Long Drawn Slayer Pirates. We'll have to see. So the Assassin and Deathmaster winning most of their fights. Skaven very, very dominant this game. It seems as if the Dwarves are getting karate chopped pretty badly in this battle. In the backfield, the Iron Drake's going to be taken down. Dwarf Lord going to be assassinated by Deathmaster. Deathmaster going to be absolutely brutal here. And I feel as if the dwarves are probably really regretting not bringing... look at Deathmaster getting punted by Felix. Not bringing some artillery. Like, if the dwarves had maybe a couple cannons or, like, something to shoot at the avalanche mortars, they'd be able to shut those down. But, yeah, he doesn't have any good tools for dealing with those, so he's probably going to pay the price. Wolf Rat's on top of the Quarrelers here, and avalanche mortars are now being attacked by the gyrocopters. Yeah, honestly, just send the gyrocopters in melee on top of the avalanche mortars. Okay. Now we see Dwarven Cannons being called in. A little bit too late. And look how good the Dwarf Cannons are against the Avalanche Mortars. Actually, almost not one-shots them, but halves their HP with one volley. And Gyrocopters do get routed off here. Avalanche Mortars going to be pulling back. The Dwarven Cannons doing very, very well so far against the Avalanche Mortars. Over here, we do see the Dwarf Lord getting hunted. It looks like the Assassin able to get the job done. But young Felix Jaeger getting it in there, man. He's able to beat up Deathmaster with his anti-infantry bonus because Deathmaster was focused on the Dwarf Lord the entire time. And again, I think that's why you need to kill Felix first. But we're going to see. So Deathmaster does escape. Uh-oh, the contract's about to be fulfilled. Where's he going? Oh, I think he has his eyes set on something else. Oh, he's actually broken. Okay, classic Skaven. He's going to be running away. So now it's going to be Felix versus the Assassin. The hero of the old world is getting it done. We'll see if Felix can take down this filthy rat with his dwarven homies nearby. Deathmaster does use the Deathmaster sigil on the Dwarf Lord. Uh-oh, contract fulfilled, yes, yes. We see Deathmaster coming in, the Dwarf Lord's like, screw this, I'm going back. I don't want any of this. And Deathmaster is hot on his tail. Imagine how horrifying it'd be to get hunted by Deathmaster. Oh, and the shank in the back, the Dwarf Lord. You know, he's certainly doing Queek proud with the head taking right there. That dwarf not in good shape right there. Cannonball shooting over here, which is a bit of a strange choice. It looks like the Avalanche Mortars have rallied back here. They still have 4 of 12 models, so a little bit of killing power. Natty Boo with sharpshooters shooting into the Slayer Pirates. Skaven kind of losing their value lead a little bit. It seems that the dwarves have started to kind of grind back, and could this Skaven be in some danger here? Deathmaster does take down the Dwarf Lord, which is very, very nice, but the dwarves are stabilizing on many fronts. You know, the cannon was pretty big. Getting that one cannon in here to take down the big mortars, pretty fat. Now, if you were the Skaven player, the counterplay when you see a cannon would be to come back here and hide behind this pillar, right? So if the cannon wants to shoot you, you want to make sure that you're behind the pillar. So the mortars could be shooting here pretty safely, and they wouldn't need to worry about being shot right there. So, yeah, nasty stuff indeed. The Skaven Jezzail shooting into the oncoming Slayer Pirates. Death Runners fighting hard here, and we do see a Scorch going down as the Death Runners do jump on top of the Quarrelers. Nice flamethrower shots. Death Runners moving through the trees, but they are going to be eating the hot fire of the Dowie. So come on, give us one more salvo, I think. I think the other dwarves are going to be screening for them. So it looks like they're going to be pulling back, and the Dwarf Warriors rush forward to block the advance of the Death Runners. We're going to see what kind of a fight that's going to be. Death Runners going to be force pathing through, trying to get on top of the Iron Drakes here. Iron Drakes trying to split the distance and get away there. But a lot of the Dwarven units being compromised in the backfield here by B6. We do see, or Falling Stars they're playing under right now. So one unit compromised here. These guys take them down. We do see the Iron Drakes being ripped apart by the Weeping Blades here of the Death Runners. Death Runners are really good at killing armored infantry. They do, of course, have AP, anti-infantry bonus, and also stun to the armor of their target. So the Dwarves are going to get ripped to shreds back here by the Death Runners most likely. Back on the middle objective, Deathmaster Snickich is just kind of lurking around, looking for whatever he can, and the Avalanche Mortars, unfortunately for the Dwarves, are back online. I don't know what they're shooting right now, but we're going to see. And they're going after the cannon? It looks like they are, a little bit. A little bit of wild damage there. Grimdelvers do come out. Good choice. The Grimdelvers are a really nice backfield defensive unit. They're able to get some massive shotgun blasts right into the face of these old ogres, and those ogres are going to be fleeing with -14 leadership. Wolfrat's also coming out of the bushes for Falling Star. So Falling Star really wants to get that cannon offline, which makes sense. So the Wolfrat's going to be doing a big old ambush. As far as the middle point goes, we do see the Jezzails shooting into Felix. I think that getting Deathmaster and the other assassin to 2v1 Felix would probably be the correct play at this point. Do the dwarves have any way to get back in this? I mean, they did claw back value very, very well, but it seems the Skaven are starting to win a lot of engagements across the battlefield. The Death Runners here were able to take down the Flamethrowers very effectively. We still have the Rat Ogres that are probably going to chase down these archers potentially. We'll have to see. And the Skaven heavily compromise the backfield. They're able to knock down those cannons with that ambush from the Wolf Rats here. And the Grim Delvers are, you know, they're not like they're good on the defense, but in terms of like pushing through these kind of conflicts, probably just going to get tar pitted by the Clan Rats and have a really bad time. I think the Skaven have got this game. Assassin's on the hunt, and where's Deathmaster? Deathmaster really needs to get in here and take down Felix. It's pretty much free real estate. So Felix gets attacked by the Assassin. We have another duel here. Felix is going to be getting Karagul, his mighty greatsword, turning about face to battle the Assassin. And yeah, that Assassin is going to get rat chopped That is for sure. Although Felix is being shot by the snipers in the back, so maybe the assassin with a little bit of help can get it done. Wolf Rats coming in, and they are the armor-piercing Wolf Rats, and Felix is now broken. So Felix is done for. The assassin did his job, and Felix is going to be hunted to the edge of the battlefield. This game's over, I think. I think the dwarves are done for. The Skaven have complete battlefield control. Looking at Objective 3 here, we do see the Rat Ogre is going to be standing on it pretty firmly, and eventually maybe even able to get it from these Dwarf Warriors. Although with the bow support, maybe not. Dwarves might be able to hold on to this one, but it's rapidly going to become a triple cap situation, and the Skaven are ahead on value. They have battlefield control. Dwarves are kind of, desperate here. As they have some Doomseekers coming in. Interesting. So Wolf Rat's going to probably engage the Doomseekers. Natty Boo with Sharpshooter's going to be taken apart. If the Dwarves came back, that would be certainly a Halloween miracle. I don't know if that's going to be something that's possible here. But the Wolf Rats trying to nibble on the Doomseekers. Doomseekers are very resilient, though, for a Slayer unit, despite having very, very little armor. Actually, no armor. They have 49 melee defense, too. But the Vermintide is upon them. This is very lore accurate, right, of how a Skaven versus Dwarf battle would go. You'd have like one Dwarf unit and like 5,000 Rats just kind of swarming them. So the Rats are doing it. Advancing up are the Grim Delvers and the Miners of Blasting Charges. In the back, we have the Long Dongs Slayer Pirates of Karak Dive Bar. And they're going to be shooting into the Wolf Rats. Wolf Rats getting in there. They're going to get Last Samurai a little bit. But the Slayers engaging versus the giant mutant rat beasts. Should be a pretty easy fight for the Slayers, though. But the Ogres will make it a little bit harder. But Runesmith is also in here as well. So Doomseekers being dragged down, and these Doomseekers are stoked right now. These guys have a rage boner for sure. They're surrounded. They're fulfilling their grudges against the things they hate most in the world, which is the Skaven. And is it Skaven? Who do dwarves hate more between Skaven and Greenskins? It's probably Greenskins, right? I don't know. You guys would have to let me know. Like, dwarves and Greenskins seems like the ancestral duel, right? But yeah, I don't know. Skaven seem like there's certainly a lot of rivalry between them. They're both kind of subterranean races, but I'd be curious. Some of you lore aficionados can let me know. On the main objective, we still have the Warlock Engineer. Wolf Rat's intercepting the blasting charges, doing a little bit of disruption here, and the Grim Delver is going to be trying to reform ranks. They're like, fire, reload, fire! I love when things reform and shoot in this game. It's such a cool looking thing. So they got their rifles set up. Grim Delver is going to be putting a lot of firepower into the Ogres. Several of the Ogres are probably going to be mowed down, so you see several of them do get Last Samurai there. So they do try and charge in. Pounding into the advancing Miners of Blasting Charges are the Long Drong Slayer Pirates. So the Long Drong Slayer Pirates preparing to do glorious battle in the middle objective. But there's a fair amount of rats there. Doom Players also really good here. Doom Players did get nerfed and buffed in a way. They got nerfed against things that aren't infantry, but against infantry they got a buff. So they'll, well, I guess maybe just a break even. They're still very good against dwarves now. Very, very good against dwarves. Let's see. So what are the answers about the hatred? Greenskins, because, yeah, the Greenskins have wrecked the dwarves hardest in lore. So I think that probably, yeah, the doubt we hate for the Greenskins is Skarsnik alone. Yeah, Skarsnik definitely has been a thorn in their side. But the dwarves were once one of the most powerful races in the old world in the lore, right? Them and the High Elves. And much of the Greenskin, the Dwarven Empire fell to the Greenskins, actually. They started kind of getting picked off and swarmed, and holds were falling all over the old world. And yeah, certainly not something they enjoy. So here comes the Doom Players. Yeah, they did get additional mass, right? Yeah, so that's nice there. It is very, very close to triple cap. We do see Felix Jaeger sitting there. It would be cool to have him dual Deathmaster in the fourth quarter of the game. Doomseekers, took down a lot of rats, and they did get 1,400 value on their way out. So, hey, that's not bad. They about paid for themselves, which is nice. Scorch Effect going down, a bit of a swing and a miss there by Falling Star, but not the end of the world. And where are the Doom Players going to go? Are they going to go to Objective 3, try and run down some of the Dwarf Warriors? We'll have to see. Waddling across the battlefield, getting ready to run those boys down. I think these are clan rats, so talk about, Skaven Slaves, actually. Okay, so even worse quality units. And here we have Skaven Slaves versus Dwarf Warriors, so that's going to take some time. Wolf Rats cutting off the reinforcements where they can, intercepting the Miners with Blasting Charges. Pretty much no chance, right? Skaven are up 2,000 value on the Dwarves. It's more or less an accurate assessment. Deathmaster is invisible here, right? He does have stock, so Felix actually doesn't know Deathmaster's on this objective right now. So probably the Deathmaster is going to come across and go after Felix. Maybe. We'll see. He does have Armor Sundering. Is he going to come across with his old prison shank? Maybe so. So come on, get in there. Give us the Duel of Fates. Don't blue ball us on this. Come on. Deathmaster is just sitting there, thinking about life. He uses Slippery and he's going to run away. That's very Skaven. Like cowardly disengagements and then just run circles around Felix, right? He does use the Deathmaster Sigil on Felix, and he's going to be sending his ogres to deal with it. So very Skaven, right? He doesn't want to take a risky fight. He wants to only take unfair fights, and he's going to delegate the hard stuff to his minions. Skaven 101. Skaven Tactics 101. Even though he would win that fight against Felix most likely. So Clan Rats tying down the Grim Delvers, and Death Runners have gotten right on top of the Long Dong Slayer Pirates, and they're going to be getting karate chopped. Ogres on the way in. Dwarves not going to be able to capture that objective. The back point is going to start flipping here. The Clan Rats in tandem with the Doom Flayers easily going to be able to wreck Slayer Pirates. Slayer Pirates actually don't trade super well in the chaff, in my experience. I find that they get wrecked pretty badly by even like Hound units, and I mean they might win it, but in terms of the value trading, it's not great. And a Clan Rat unit will lose to a Slayer Pirate, but they're going to trade well, considering it's like a 300 gold unit for something that costs like almost twice as much, more than twice as much. So, yeah, no, Skaven are doing it, man. And we do see the little rats moving into the Slayer Pirates, the Mohawks. That's what I should have been for Halloween, a Slayer Pirate. But alas, Clan Moors claims victory here today. And more like Eshin, but they just didn't change the banner. It's okay, you know. But very fun game there. Cool to see the Avalanche Mortars and some flamethrowers and all sorts of neat stuff. It's always a great grudge match between those folks. Deathmaster and his Assassin 900. Dwarf Lord got wrecked, but Felix Jaeger was a beast that game. If the cannon had come out earlier and maybe killed the Avalanche Mortars sooner, it wouldn't have been as rough. But yeah, fun game by both players. And RN is going to be eliminated from the tournament, and Falling Star is going to be advancing on. All right. Yes, yes. So let's go see what games we can find now. It's too early to tell, Optimus, but Skull Cannon seem to be all the hotness right now. Yeah, which is something I never thought I would say. So Tim the Wilder actually defeated. Wow, okay. Let me see if Flamaster and Dark Age Rush have done it. Now Tim, I think, is waiting on the bottom. Yeah, so Tim will be waiting for that. We have Rusto versus Alexander Nuts. Did they start? Okay. Checking there, and let's see where else. We have Lydon versus Hitman Hippo. Let's check there and see. And then we have Maverick Sloth versus B6. So Skaven versus Korn. Okay, and then what do we got up top? We have Dark Age Rush versus Flamaster. We might need to wait a second for a matchup, which is fine. All right, no problem. Well, thank you, Lazarus. I appreciate the kind words, man. Contrarian Codex. Hey, great stream. Hope to participate at some point. Yeah, where are you at? Get in here. Come play your champion Skaven. No problem. Okay, so it's going to be Alexander. He just won his game. His opponent is still a ways off, so that's not going to be happening. And yes. So we have a moment before a new match emerges, I think. I don't know if this is one of our games. Oh, hold on. This could be a lobby here. The Flamaster game might be open. Checking. So this is Flamaster versus who? All right, where is this one? Is this topside bracket? I think it is. Yeah, Flamaster versus Dark Age Rush. Great. All right, great. Grand Cathay versus Demons of Chaos. So Grand Cathay has been tearing it up today. Dark Age Rush crushing some very strong opponents, and Dark Age is obviously a great player. Representing Grand Cathay in our recent faction war, had a really good game versus Human Boy. It was amazing. And so now we got Demons of Chaos versus Grand Cathay on the Shambling Bog. Give us the Halloween Kraken's call. Yeah, we'll do it. Ita chutu Mazda Mundi. Contrarian, feel better, man. Yeah, you're recovering from minor surgery, eh? You got the old wisdom tooth, huh? Oh, YouTube has a goal now. Oh, interesting. So YouTube just added a new feature where I can set a goal for things. So set a goal to... This is in YouTube's words. Set a goal to engage with your audience in a new way. Once you reach your goal, celebrate with your community. Okay. So pick a goal. What can I put? Okay. Super chat goals. Choose the super chat color. Okay. Set a timer 30 minutes and share how you'll celebrate. Okay, interesting. It's kind of fun. Well, thank you guys so much, man, for your support. It's been a great day of games so far, and we're just getting kind of started. I mean, how many more rounds do we have? People are making good progress. Top side of the bracket is almost done. We're going to follow the top side of the bracket here for the next 2 games while the bottom side just continues to grind out. Yeah, awesome. And yeah, this is going really quick considering how big of a tournament. Players are doing a great job. We'll definitely be done by 5 o'clock, so I think there's no drama here today. New head-to-head campaign, yeah. What's the best way to donate? YouTube's good, you know. And also, you know, yeah, YouTube's a great way. Being a channel member is good. Whatever you're into. Yeah. By the way, while we have a little bit of downtime, I know I announced this on the Faction War, but I'm sure there's a lot of other people around. So we have Anna, my wife, has launched her t-shirt business, her clothing business. So let me go ahead and pull this up here. So let's go to the news. So this is the website, astrosnouts.com. We'll drop a link in chat as well. So there it is. If you guys want, it's a great way to support the channel as well and get something out of it. So these, these are t-shirt designs. So you can go to the shop and, look for whatever you're interested in. You get tank tops. This is my kind of field, right? So you have the Do It cat. I like the Do It cat. He's one of my favorites. Yeah, he's great. So little Palpatine cat. And thick booty, thin. I should get this one from. Imagine me wearing this thick booty, thin patience. Just wearing that around town. Oh god, yeah. The Chihuahua one's pretty good as well. So it's a great way to support the channel. She's working on a couple new designs. The new design we're working on right now is oh yeah, you can also get a dog, a hoodie for your dog. We have a Do It one for your dog, and then we have I put Fun and Dysfunctional for the dog as well. Yeah, so you can buy hoodies for your dogs. So basically the brand is very centered around animal humor, like animal memes and things like that. So the reason I bring it up is because I wanted to ask you guys for cool ideas. Like if you guys know any like funny animal memes that would be cool and you would like to see on the site, Anna's going to be doing a batch of new designs soon, So if there's something you guys want to see, let us know. Shoot us a message in Discord or something. And but remember, like we're not able to do things that like explicitly show Warhammer or like Star Wars or whatever. It has to still be kind of it's a legitimate business, right? We're not just trying to sell shady merch that is like copyright issues, right? So if you guys have ideas, let us know. The one that we're working on right now is the next design she's going to be doing is called Mortal Wombat. So it's going to be like a wombat wearing a karate gi, I think is the next one. Yeah. But yeah, great way to support the channel if you guys want to grab stuff on there. Do you have Anna? Kimsey, she might. I don't know if she's on right now. I'm not sure what she's up to. Yeah. Okay, guys, let's get this party started. Sounds good, big. Yeah, shoot the suggestions in the Discord though. It'll be easier to track than Moodang is all the hotness. Yeah, the little pygmy hippo thing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a battle between Grand Cathay. It's going to be Dark Age Rush facing off against Flamaster. So Flamaster is going to be rocking double skull cannon against Cathay. This is ballsy. I mean, if Cathay brings a cannon, it should shut these down pretty hard. We got Bloodletters into the sunset. We do also have Nurglings and Vanguard, Fleshhounds of Khorne, and up in the sky, it's going to be Grand Vomitus. Hell yeah, let's go. Oh, you should just grab Discord, Kimsey. Just grab it. It's pretty easy to set up. Yeah. We'll get you in there. Or, I mean, yeah, I'm trying to think how else you can message me. That's the best way to communicate for sure. So Stream of Corruption as well as the Miasma of Pestilence going to be spamming for the Nurgle lore passive to heal the entire army. For Grand Cathay's battle line, it's going to be a lot of Jade Warriors backed up by Iron Hail Gunners and Peasant Archers. We do have a great cannon. So the Grand Cannon of Cathay is going to be able to put a lot of pressure on those Skull Cannons, that is for sure. Longma Rider of Yang going to be rocking the Dragon's Breath just to do a little bit of cooking. And it looks like the cannon is going to be shooting into the Fleshhounds, but it really should be sitting on top of the Skull Cannons. The Skull Cannons will do some big work. Also, forgot to mention, the Lions are buffed this patch. So the Jade Lions did get a damage increase by, I think it was like 25, 30 damage or something. So not insignificant, that's for sure. So yeah, need to get that cannon shooting into the Skull Cannons. You need to keep the pressure on those things because they're very, very good now. But they should be a pretty apt counter. Nice breath attack there by Dark Age Rush. It's a beautiful one. And the Skull Cannon does eat some cannonball shots. Yeah, really big damage on the Skull Cannon. And, you just leave that thing there and protect it from Furies and you're golden. High ground objective taken by Grand Cathay. So this is a cool map. We do have objective 3 is owned by Cathay. And this is the contested objective. And then each side has like a home objective as well. So the Jade Line going to be anchoring that one down while the Armored Legions of Grand Cathay are going to be advancing up. Cannon fire is going to be countering the Skull Cannon. So we do see the Skull Cannon getting wrecked pretty bad by that cannon. So far, it is hanging in there and returning the favor and doing good damage against the gun line of Grand Cathay. But I think Grand Cathay is coming out a little bit ahead on that trade. That is for sure. A couple Hound units going to be swarming onto the objective here. They are going to have a lot more capture weight than the Jade Lion. Really cool. I mean, we're seeing a lot of new units today that we didn't see in previous patches. One of the Hound units does get clawed and taken down by the Jade Lion, which you love to see. I mean, on paper, it's really good here, right? Magic damage, armor piercing is useful against a couple demon units, not too many. Fury's up in the sky, going to be attacking the Dragon-Blooded Lord. Certainly would be a way for Dark Age Rush to throw the game, would be losing that Lord. The cannon is still teeing off into the Skull Cannon, which is using most of its ammunition. It's going to be running out soon, but the Lord, yeah, this is not good. We do get some Crowmen being called in, and the Dragon-Blooded Lord is a respectable fighter, 70 armor and 40 melee defense, so it can hold its own. And the Furies of Cathay, the Onyx Crowmen, are coming out to make sure the Lord doesn't die there. So it's going to be up on, it's going to be on the initiative of the Demons of Chaos to advance here, right? A little bit of juking, but the cannon shots are still bouncing in. Cannonball bouncing into the other Skull Cannon doesn't do any damage, but it's trying, and another shot there. The cannon is a direct hit on the Skull Cannon. So far, we have 500 value on the Skull Cannon, and this one has about 305. So, yeah, they're not probably as good against Grand Cathay, but Dark Age Rush is more than happy to Netflix and chill here. Just go semi-AFK on the objectives and just wait for the demons to come. Because Cathay is very much a counterpunching faction, right? You move up, you grab the objectives, and you wait for the onslaught. And the onslaught should be coming eventually, but Skull Cannons, you know, this could be a situation where the Skull Cannons, you know, everyone's really excited about them, but they're not good in every matchup, perhaps, and you could lose the game because they're very inefficient against Grand Cathay, right? On the backside, we see the Fleshhounds waiting in the wings with the Chaos Furies, and the Crowmen of Dark Age Rush wait. Dark Age Rush, yeah, cool. We haven't seen Cathay win in like a tournament in a long time. It'd be really cool to see them perform well and get to the finals and everything. Shooting into the Skull Cannon here, so the Skull Cannon does get dunked on by the big cannon fire, and it looks like the Demons of Chaos are rotating their army to come around the side and try and push that side objective, because Grand Cathay is just so rock hard on this point here, right? It's got to be super hard to get them off. Grand Vomitus is hiding behind the pillar here, so he does have this kind of terrain with which to hide, so he's just kind of saving right there. And here we do see the cannons almost finishing off the Skull Cannon. Nurgling's going to be waddling to the point. I love seeing the Jade Lion in action, though. It's so much fun. One sec. Let me do some admin work here. Carry on. Carry on. And cool. Yes, it is the correct map. All right, all right. So moving up are the Frolickers Bubonic. Yes, yes. And we do see the old Furies on the other side as well. And it looks like the Demons are going to be making a play for that objective. This probably would have been the smart play out of the gates, maybe to go for Objective 3 very quickly against Grand Cathay since they weren't entrenched on it. But yeah, at the end of the day, it is what it is. Nurgling's going to be blocking up the Jade Lancers, but Jade Lancers do micro around it. Really good control there by Dark Age Rush. And now in the sky, we have the Air Force fight. So Flamaster's going to be doing battle with the Onyx Crowmen. And looks like the Onyx Crowmen and the Longma Lord are going to be dominating the Furies of Khorne. They're going to get crushed. And Peasant Horsemen do intercept the Hounds here. There is going to be some Onyx Crowmen support as well. So overall, Flamaster's engagement a little bit sloppy here, right? Like, he has his big Lord back here. And like, he engages with very little over here. Like, Grand Cathay had so much more stopping power in this engagement. And, you know, a lot of his troops, I guess, are now going to be engaging in the front line. So the Demonic Troopers are moving in. Bringers of Beguilement, Bloodletters, trying to pour into the gun line here. We do see Grand Vomitus getting a big stream of corruption. Really nice cast there, actually. Okay, so maybe it's like a dual push by Flamaster. That makes a little bit more sense. But yeah, it's looking very good. Grand Cannons are going to be teeing off now into the Fiends. It looks like one of the Skull Cannons did go down. Grand Cathay with a crushing victory over here against the Demons of Chaos. We see the Bloodletters piling in to help, but probably going to be too little too late. The other demons are getting eviscerated, and now the Bloodletters are, like, look how big this pocket of resistance is. And maybe Jade Lions are kind of a viable choice now. Fiend's going to be circling about. The Demon Army trickling in here, but eating crossbow fire into the Exalted Demonettes has got to feel pretty bad. Peasant Spearmen, you know, hoping, spraying, and praying, poking and praying with their spears against the very elite infantry. Or Peasant Horsemen going to be called in to go after the Skull Cannon. His Furies are now diving into the secondary line to shut down the Grand Cannon, which has been doing a metric ton of work so far. It's been doing a ton of work. Fiends diving into the back. Where are they going to go? They definitely need to shut down all the gun pieces. Grand Cathay is up very massively in value. A crushing defeat for the Demons of Chaos over here. So much so that the back objective for the Demons of Chaos is probably going to be stolen, and they're going to be triple capped right now, as the Bringers of Beguilement do make their way up, and the Furies do eventually get on the cannon, but is it going to be enough to shut it down? We do see the Grand Cannon crews going to be packing up and running for the hills, while some Jade Lancers are called out to try and intercept those Chaos Furies of Slaanesh. But at the very least, the cannon is offline for now. Demons of Chaos had an okay fight in the middle. The Bringers of Beguilement were able to break through with the Bloodletters, and they were able to nibble through a lot of those pieces, but now the onslaught is going to be on its way back. We are going to see the Dragon-Blooded Lord, the Jade Lion. Objective 1 is going to be stolen as well. Seeker's called out here for Flamaster. Big breath attack coming down from the Cathay Lord. Going to be cooking up the Bringers of Beguilement. The Peasant Long Spears are holding valiantly there. While the Jade Lion, dude, I love to see the Jade Lion. He's going to be doing glorious battle against the Skull Cannon right here. Oh, you see those tumbling animations from the Lion? That's actually really cool. I don't think I've ever seen those before. But the Skull Cannon going to be getting nibbled. 3 leadership on that bad boy. Probably going to be disintegrating. And I think that's the end of the road for Flamaster. Grand Cathay just value traded. Had better engagements. They value traded better. And the army composition was... Skull Cannons, I think, are a bad choice into Grand Cathay. They seem good into matchups that don't have cannons. But if you're playing against a faction that has cannons, I don't think you bring Skull Cannons. They seemed a little bit subpar. Although, let's see the value on this one. This one's gotten 600 value. That's rough, right? Like, if that value had been spent on more swarming elements or, you know... I think initially what you do with the demons is you feign this and then you just you crash from down here. You use these vanguard points and the deployment points here and you swarm Cathay on objective 3. And then when they rotate over with everything, like don't engage Cathay at all on objective 2. Just push objective 3 and force them to move around, I think has got to be your play. Now, is there any way for old Flamaster to come back? Let's see. Maybe if Dark Age Rush throws his Lord away to the Skull Cannon and to Grand Vomitus, maybe, right? The big lion here, let's watch some of his attack animations. I'm curious to see. He's got some good ones here. Oh, he just clawed that fiend in the face, dude. You see that? Yeah, he's got some really cool animations. The lion is pissed. Dragon-Blooded Lord escaped, and that pretty much seals the doom for the demons. Another nice breath attack by Dark Age Rush. It's going to be crushing it over on Objective Dose. As far as Objective 1 goes, we do see the Fleshhounds of Khorne on their way in, and there is going to be some Jade Warriors cruising up for a bruising. Spears hanging in there, and yeah, there's no way the demons are coming back. They're so far behind. Grand Cathay's troops are just holding valiantly. Jade Warriors, of course, being run over by this giant demonic lawnmower. You gotta love it. As we get the Longma landing, doing some dreaded hump attacks as it does lands, but I believe the Longma character does do magic damage, right? Yeah, so that'll be pretty good against the Skull Cannon. Skull Cannon at 7 leadership, the magic damage surpassing its physical resist, and the Jade Lion over here, probably going to be able to get the other Skull Cannon. We'll have to see. Back objective, it looks like Demon's trying to get it back, but Jade Lancers will trade pretty well into Fleshhounds, especially with the rear charge coming in from Dark Age Rush. It's a beautiful rear charge right there. Is going to slam jam, space jam into the back of the Fleshhound, so that's an easy kill right there. Looking at the objectives, 3 is firmly in Cathay's control. Objective 2 is in flux, but I think it's going to be stabilized by Grand Cathay right here when their infantry arrive back on the point. Demons of Chaos are massively down in points as well, calling in some Bloodletters of Khorne and a second unit of elite units, or semi-elite, via the Arwar Nurglings, which are pretty stalwart units, but yeah, not going to be enough. A little bit of shooting in the sky. Grand Vomitus is going to be charging the cannon, eating a cannonball to the face, and Flamaster is going to be tapping out. GG, well played. Solid game. I like seeing Cathay do well. Yeah, so Skull Cannons were not the play there, I don't think. But Vomitus was good. He was durable, and his Alpha Strike attempt was nice. It just, they had so little there compared to Grand Cathay that, of course, they were going to struggle. All right. So the Lion, 1,300 on the Jade Lion. Awesome. Cannon got 1,100. Dragon-Blooded Lord did good. And Croman and Lancers did nice. Vomitus kind of got shut down. Skull Cannons didn't pay for themselves. Bloodletters are fine. They're good against Cathay, but yeah, that is it. Clean play. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving on. It is. Okay, one sec here. It is. We're going to be moving on to the next match. All right. So where are we at? So let's go ahead and refresh this and see what matches we got. So now we're going to do, hold on. Refresh. Come on, don't crash. Okay. Hold Total Tavern. Hold the old website. Solisora has been on a tear. I don't know who this even is, but they beat Tim the Wilder. They beat Maverick Sloth. They beat Serkia. Who is this? Is this some Smurf or something? Who is this? Who is this player? Yeah. Talking to the Flamaster real quick. All right. So pulling back, we will follow Dark Age Rush around. And it is going to be Dark Age Rush versus Solisora. Who is this? Okay. Oh, I think they're an RTK. Oh, it's an RTK player. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, there must be a newer RTK player coming in. Yeah, Flamaster is saying it's Skull Cannon Day, so you have to use them in every matchup. Yeah, that's true. It really is Skull Cannon Day. All right. So we'll have another game going in just a second. Just checking the bottom side of the bracket. People are advancing well. Dwarves making it pretty far in the bottom. Lydon doing very well, actually defeating Hitman Hippo. And Alexander, we have Vampire Coast, Demons of Chaos. The 2 elf players are battling, Catholic Alcoholic and Serkia. Let me see. Yeah, we'll cast this next game here. Lobby code, please. I wonder what the stats look like. We're going to take a look. Once I get in the lobby, we'll take a look at the stats. He's an RTK. He's a very solid player. Yeah, I was going to say, he's on an absolute tear right now. Have Ogres been played yet? I don't think so. Ogres are going to get a big uptick once they get their update, for sure. Ogre Kingdoms, oh yeah, they've been played. They're 2-2. So they won twice, lost twice. That's not a bad performance. Chaos Demons getting... Kislev is 4-1 now. So Kislev is tearing it up in the losers bracket. Chaos Demons doing very well. The only factions that were not played today was Norska, Warriors of Chaos, Lizardmen, and Chaos Dwarves. And I'll be your Chowie champion, don't worry. I'll be playing the Chowie in the next couple tournaments as well. No problem. Okay. So just some adminning and we should be good to go. All right. Well played to Dark Age Rush. It was a good one indeed. Greenskins had some losses on stream today. Yes, you're there. One sec here. All right, so let's see if we got this next game for Dark Age. I'm going to go see if I can find his lobby. They're not responding yet. Okay. Should be up soon. So what was I doing? Yes, I had to drop a player. So that is going to be Flamaster. So let's refresh this and do a little dropping. The Burning Chariot of Tzeentch. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that would do. Don't know. Okay, so Flamaster is there. And let's do a drop. Okay. Great, so that'll speed up the lower bracket, which is nice. I love double elim tournaments. I think I like them more than they... Part of me likes them more because the classic bracket is so fun. You know, for me at least. So yeah, we have a fair amount of games left. So we have 1, 2... probably 3, 4, 5, 6 more games left on the stream, I think, is what it's going to be, which is perfect. Yeah, Cetra's Chariot causing terror now. Yeah, that's kind of cool. And it also got some buffs in other regards, which is great fun. Is it this one? All right. Yeah, I think it's that one. Can you join a spec with player code? Yeah, I think it's this one. There we go. All right, so we got Tomb Kings. Oh shit, Tomb Kings. All right, all right. I'm here for this. I like me some Tomb Kings, one of my tabletop armies. So Tomb Kings and you know, despite all the Demons of Chaos hype, it seems that the Tomb Kings and Grand Cathay have made it to the top side of the bracket. So this is the semifinal actually of the tournament on the top side of the winner's bracket. So whoever wins this is going to be in the grand final, and the loser will be relegated to the bottom side, maybe coming back for a rematch later, but yeah. So far the remaining factions we have in the tournament are Grand Cathay, Tomb Kings, Vampire Coast, Demons of Chaos, Khorne, Skaven, Dwarves, and I think there's a High Elf and a Wood Elf are the remaining factions. So really nice faction diversity as far as like what we have remaining. Kislev is still in the tournament too. Sorry, it's Kislev, not Wood Elves, I think. I'm not sure. Yeah, Chariot of the Gods. It is time. Yeah, Tomb Kings are a lot of fun. I need to get some Tomb Kings action going. I'm playing in a tabletop tournament. I will probably get my phone. I'm not going to record the battles, but I'll record all the armies and everything and give you guys like a summary of the games. It'll be fun. Hope to see Setra on his chariot. He's always on the Sphinx. Yeah, probably going to be on the... Against Cathay, there's no way he's on the chariot against Cathay. Because Cannon's wreck chariot's too hard, so... If anything, I don't know. Probably on the Sphinx. He's more resilient there. He's definitely more resilient. Although it would be very heavy metal to see that. Be very heavy metal indeed. +1 Gretch. You're rooting against the old Dowie, huh? That's understandable. Dowie have been pretty nasty for a while. The evil dwarves. Alright, checking here. Looking good. Alright. Yeah, you know, I think we're making pretty good time. We're making pretty good time. Yeah, what's cool about double Elim too is we get a lot more games to cast. Whereas in SFT, it's guaranteed only 6 games. Not SFT, in Swiss. Only 6 games. Whereas this is like, you know, we're getting like, you know, between 8 and 14 games or something. I don't know, somewhere in that ballpark, maybe more. I don't know how many we've casted, but. All right, Tomb Kings are ready. This matchup historically, I don't know who's favored. Probably in the past. Pre-Cambrian War Sphinx buff, I think Cathay was favored. And then when they got buffed, I think it became Tomb Kings favored. And now I don't know where it lies. Too many things have changed today. You know, the Lion buffs too, they might actually be a good counter against the big Sphinxes. Who knows? Which case, usually in this matchup, you see Iron Dragon. Iron Dragon has been the meta choice. You know, he's a great fighter, but I also can see the cheap dragon-blooded Shugengen Lord being very good. You put it on the Longma Rider, and then you just use the Breath Attack to roast the Tomb King's infantry all day, and that's very good. I'm going to go grab some water. What does difficulty affect in multiplayer? I have no idea. Nobody ever does it, so I've never even experimented. One sec. BRB. Okay, we're back in business, baby. Let's get it. No, you gotta go back to work. You got caught? What do you do? Yeah, take care, man. Sorry you got caught. So here, I'm curious about this. How many of you guys are watching from work right now? How many of the homies in chat are watching from work? Yeah, I'd be curious. Although, like, I'm not talking working from home, but I'm talking about, like, at an office. Probably not too many, right? Because you couldn't really listen to the sound without being caught. Yeah, Setron is Sphinx with the AoE blast that disrupts front lines is crazy. Yeah, it's very good. Yeah, Canadian is. Let's go. Hell yeah, man. The power Canadian. Yeah. Guilty. Yeah, let's go, baby. Yeah, tell your boss to mind their own damn business. That's right. I do if it's earlier in the day off. I was, but now I'm off working home. Yeah, hell yeah, home office. All right, fair play. Oh man, you pulled in all night. Is Payson? Is it Payson? Yeah, that's how I would say that. Yeah. I am literally with my headphone in my single person office. Nice, let's go. The office Chads unite. Bring in the power. So double cannons. Yuan Bo, the Jade Dragon. Oh, that's cool as hell. Let's get it. We got the Emperor's Executioner coming in against Setra. That's a lot of fun. My coworkers liked our stream so much they called the boss to take a look. Oh, that's fun, Martin. That's great. I got 2 screens so I can multitask. That's the power right there. I'm actually walking for work. I'm an indie game dev, and I wanted to see how the community responds to patch notes. Oh, cool. It's helpful. That's very helpful. I need to get my business going and go independent. Yeah, it's tricky. It's scary too, you know. I took that leap a long time ago. I was working as a sports manager, and yeah, you know, I was able to get the YouTube enough to kind of cover my basic living expenses, and that's when I took the leap. It was very scary though. There was a lot of times where like it was really tight, you know. Huan Bo, yeah, he's here. All right, guys, so double cannons, pretty good against Tomb Kings. They counter Great Bows, they counter the Sphinxes, they counter anything big. Tomb Scorpions also got buffed this patch, too. They didn't include it in the patch notes for some reason, but they did get buffed. Aside from that, we do have the Jade Dragon. So the Jade Dragon's going to be here. And he, as far as his spell kit goes, is going to be rocking the Shem's Burning Gaze, which is it has a decent amount of armor-piercing fire damage, so good at sniping Tomb King's characters who are weak to fire. And we do also have Nets of Damage Hawk, which is a staple. Frontline's going to be Jade Warriors, backed up by Iron Hail Gunners. Iron Hails are a good anti-monster tech. If you can protect them, they can mow down monsters and anything really that they can get, their sights on. But very vulnerable against any of the horsemen, any of the flying units like Carrion. It's very scary. Andy, thank you for the tenor, man. Thank you so much for the great content. I have to ask, as a Scotsman, should we be offended that dwarves are nearly always portrayed as Scots? No. Dude, dwarves are awesome, dude. Dwarves are one of the coolest fantasy races ever. Take it as a... It's all Willy, Groundskeeper Willy. Oh, I used to love Groundskeeper Willy when I was a kid. Oh, yeah, from The Simpsons. Dude, take it as a compliment, Andy. Dwarves are like the coolest, Yeah, hell yeah, man. Yeah, dwarves pretty much always do have Scottish accents. It's pretty good. Anyways, brother, thank you for the donation. And as we roll on here, Solasora, it's going to be a front battle line of skeleton warriors. We do have Setcher the Imperishable, who's going to be on the Big Sphinx. And yeah, we have double Khemrian War Sphinx, which these things were nerfed a little bit this patch, but they still have their contact effects. So they're a little bit more fair now, but still are extremely devastating against the anything really. Any infantry, anything that hit is going to take a lot of damage. Melee Shopti, good against the Jade Warriors, and the Great Bows potentially good against the infantry as well. A big part of this map is going to be avoiding the cannon fire, right? Cannons are going to be the big problem for the Tomb King, so... Here we go, baby. Let's get it going. Let's get this party started. Let's have some fun. Man, you were watching Bobo back in Warhammer 1? That's old school, dude. I was like 30 pounds lighter. And yeah, those were different times. Those were different times. Yeah. It was a wild time for sure. I used to work my 9 to 5, and then I would get home at like 5:30, and from like 5:30 to like 9 at night I would like just record videos and yeah, it was something. It was a lot, but it was a lot of fun. So cannon shooting into the skeleton archers, not a bad idea. Definitely melt those guys down. I assume that out of Vanguard we could see some peasant horsemen, assuming these skeleton archers decide to dive. Dark Age Rush isn't going to blunder a cannon immediately, right? That would be way too Bronzodia. Now for Grand Cathay, I only have one criticism of their deployment. My criticism is that I don't like them deploying up here and contesting Objective 1. Rather, they should take advantage of the big open space here and play Objectives 2 and 3. That would have been the stronger deployment in my book. But, time will tell and we'll see what's cracking. Here we do see some Skeleton Horsemen being called out. So Dark Age Rush is going to be kind of a little bit hard-pressed to defend this. But he should be able to. If he's able to call out some Skeleton Horsemen, they should be able to, not Skeleton, but Peasant Horsemen, they should take on the Skeletons with reasonable efficiency. And where's the call out? If he loses a cannon early, that would be a freaking disaster. The rest of the Dark Age army is going to be advancing up. Solasora is chilling here with the 2 Khemrian War Sphinxes. So we have Khemrian War Sphinx 1 and number 2. They're going to be hanging back here on Objective Uno, getting ready to move up. And where are the Peasant Horsemen? Okay, a little bit late on the call in there. That feels bad. The 2 Peasant Horsemen are going to kill the Skeleton Horsemen, and I think the cannon will stabilize, but it does get shut down for now. And now the Jade Legion is going to be advancing. We do see the Khemrian War Sphinx coming in. Need to get those guns trained on it. Dark Age Rush lapses in micro a little bit. There's going to be a net coming down from Yuan Bo, though. That's going to be sweet. Oh, that's so good. That net is clutch as hell. But we do get the Nero's Incantation of Protection, giving it Fizz Res. But a lot of gunfire going to be coming in from the Iron Hail Gunners. The Big Sphinx is going to be taking about 20-30% HP damage. But Setcher is going to be going balls deep, moving into the secondary line. But you got to be very careful. Yuan Bo is also a really good AP fighter, and we have 2 more of the guns on the way in, and they're all going to be training their shots onto the Khemrian War Sphinx. Cathay's firepower melting down the Khemrian War Sphinx. It is in critical binding, -24 leadership, but is the gun line going to be compromised? Probably so, right? So even though the War Sphinx did get melted down, the guns are way too cluttered up, and they're just getting bowling pinned by the Khemrian War Sphinxes, which feels really, really bad for them. Yuan Bo's going to be going Dragon Form. And the Cathay front line does start to falter a little bit. Cannon fire shooting into the Ushapti Great Bows back here, which is a very good choice. Want to melt those guys down if you can. And yeah, the gun line is now fully compromised. Man, what an alpha strike by Solasora. Just Cav coming in, infantry bunker busting the front lines. One Sphinx is almost down, but Grand Cathay lost a lot of units for that exchange. I think his front line was mostly peasants. I guess he had a couple Jade Warriors mixed in there as well. But yeah, the front line did feel bad. A couple of those guys are going to rout, and they will be able to rally here. And the Jade Dragon does get one of the Khemrian War Sphinxes crumbling and is going to be hot in pursuit of that. I don't think he can cast any of his spells in Draconic form. In the back, we do get the Crane Gunners. I do kind of like the Crane Gunner tech to shoot at Cetra a little bit. And is this Sphinx going to live? It's going to crumble down. So one of them is going to die. And as far as this objective goes, both cannons are still stable here. We do see Skeleton Spears moving towards the cannons to try and shut them down. Objective 3 maybe going to be ninja'd by Grand Cathay. Most likely so, although there are some Nehekara Horsemen coming in, which will be able to defeat the Peasants very effectively. So one Khemerian War Sphinx is down, but a lot of the battle lines of Grand Cathay were folded in a matter of seconds. Yeah, they got run over pretty hard. And that's the danger of having your units so tightly bunched like that, is that they can all be compromised in a pretty simultaneous fashion. So here we do see the Chosen of the Gods being pounded down, so they're eating a lot of cannon fire. The Tomb King's Great Bow's in a little bit of danger. Objective Trace is almost under the control of Grand Cathay, but it looks like the Tomb King's going to be sending out some superior quality horsemen. It is going to be the, a little bit of a strange lag there, but it is going to be the Nehekara Horsemen. So they're like a step up from the regular Skeleton Horsemen, and they're going to be able to just pound these Peasants. The Peasants, as a matter of fact, should just run. Cannon Crew going to be stabilized here. Really good fundamentals here from Dark Age Rush. Pulling away his Cannon Crew to make sure they don't die is very, very clean work. Unfortunately, he does blunder his Peasant Horsemen on the objective, so we're going to see if that matters. And in the backfield, we do have the Crane Gunners now sitting down and launching some shots on Cetra. So now if you're Grand Cathay, what you do is you start pushing from here and just consolidating your forces, defend your artillery, and just control objectives 3 and control objectives 2. I think that's the path to victory here for Grand Cathay. Grand Cathay's still up in value, but they did take a big beating, and a lot of the value of theirs is being chased off the edge of the battlefield. And yeah, Crane Gunner's going to get compromised here. That feels so bad by these Skeleton Horsemen. Where are the Jade Lancers? We do see a Jade Lancer over here, but losing a full health Crane Gunner is going to let Solasora get back in the game, right? That was a unit you really needed to protect, and it just ended up paying the troll toll there. So that feels really, really bad. Really bad indeed. So the Cannon Crew trying to juke. I think that the Tomb Kings are starting to take over this game a little bit. It seems like Cathay is an army that fights very well in harmony, but I think he was just too scattered out. You know, I really would have liked to have seen a more consolidated position and a wider position, right? So like when the guns, you get one here, one here, one here, and like one back here and one back here. So that Cetra can't bowling pin them. Like Cetra comes in here, these two crossfire, and you keep these two where they are. You don't move them all in at once so they can be bowling pinned. I think that was the big problem for Grand Cathay, was their deployment. And yeah, we do see the Ushapti summon taking down the Grand Cannon back here. So remember the Tomb Kings do able to do Shopti summon, so they can summon these badasses from the beyond, from the sands. Although there's some sand here, I guess, a little bit of sand action. But yeah, Tomb Kings have got this game now. I think it's over. Solasora taking a massive value lead, and a pretty insane run by Solasora today, tearing up a lot of great players. I mean, this player took down Tim the Wilder in a previous round and is playing very, very well. So looking to take the #1 spot on the Total War competitive leaderboard right out of the gates there. Certainly quite interesting. So the Ushapti going to be moving across. Going to be doing battle with the Jade Warriors. Should be easy. And this game's over. Dark Age has no chance. Cetra is rampaging through the battle lines. The Jade Dragon is, of course, very good. He's killing the Ushapti Great Bows, and his net was very, very useful in the beginning. Draw the Dong, do it. Now, the Dong will be saved for the later stages of the stream. I know you guys want it, but it's going to have to wait. So that's it. I mean, it's over. Dark Age might fight a little bit longer, ladies and gentlemen, but we are going to be seeing Tomb Kings in the grand final. So that certainly wasn't on my bingo card, but I'm very excited to see it. I love me some Tomb Kings. They are awesome. I think my favorite factions in the game, if I had to say my top 5, it would be, in no particular order, Empire, Nurgle, Tomb Kings, Chaos Dwarves, and the 5th spot is kind of up for grabs. I'm not sure, but those are like my favorite. Yeah, those are my favorite. Piotr, you're saying it's not Void Laws, no. The RTK, it's an RTK player. They know who they are. So yeah, that would be funny if it was Void Laws, though, for sure. All right, guys. GG, well played. Cetra does not serve, he rules. And today he has ruled over the lands of Grand Cathay at the Crystal Lake and is going to be advancing on to the grand finals. And let's see what is cracking on the bottom side. Yeah, you know, a Halloween victory, having a scary undead Halloween victory would be pretty sweet. And yeah, let's get it. Let us get it. Kislev is one of my favorite factions thematically, but in terms of gameplay, I don't like overpowered factions. So that's why I don't like Kislev. All right, so let's see. Tim is waiting for the winner. Let's go take a look at the brackets real quick. So that one will be updated soon. And we're going to go look at the brackets real quick. All right. So Dark Age Rush was just defeated by Solasora here. And the winner is going to be advancing to the grand finals here. And down here, the bracket is almost done. We have Hlidden versus Maverick Sloth. And then we have Alexander versus Catholic Alcoholic. I don't know who's playing Kislev today. One of these guys was playing Kislev. I don't know which one. Tim the Wilder's Demons of Chaos are still waiting here, and Alexander and Catholic Alcoholic are playing it out. So I'm going to try and get into one of these matches here. Let me see. You two in game. All right. So let me jump out there. Everyone is Void Loss, yes. Oh, okay, here we go. We have a game that hasn't started yet. So let's get that. Right on. Yeah, buddy, let's go. We got... Oh, it's the Kislev player. The villainous Kislev. But Skull Cannons are probably pretty good here. Anti-infantry, armor piercing, and really good AP shooting now. All right, all right. We're cooking. We are cooking. Do you stream on Twitch and YouTube? I don't know. I stream only on YouTube now. I've thought about dual streaming on Twitch. There's not really a downside, right? I really should. I'm just such an idiot. God, I'm so bad at this. Like, I should have started years ago to dual stream on Twitch as soon as they lifted the policy. There used to be a policy on Twitch where you couldn't stream on both, but yeah, I should do both. Just because, you know, some people might prefer different platforms and whatnot. Meow Meow likes Zinch, Wood Elves, Nurgle, Skaven, and Beastman. Yeah, it's fun. All right. Is the Halloween skeleton buff? Of course, I know. Moresleeve is buffing the undead. How do you know I'm not Void Loss? I know Void Loss is everywhere, dude. He's the clone. It's the Clone Wars have begun. Yes. There's actually a couple players I'm suspicious that he is from last season. I think he was smurfing in some of the tournaments last season. So I think Palpavoid did return. He's definitely the Palpatine of Total War. The shooting for the Skull Cannon also has a minor vortex. Yeah, it does. So could be good against Kislev. So we have Kislev versus Khorne. This is fun. It's like a Warhammer 3 launch battle. And yeah, we'll see how this all unfurls here today. Yo, Big Red. Thanks for becoming a channel member, homie. Greatly appreciate it, man. Hey, Joe Lewis. I appreciate that, man. I had to switch off Twitch. Yeah, I don't know. Twitch, like, something about Twitch just doesn't tickle my pickle, you know? Something about it. How would you know, Tim? So usually you can tell when Void Loss comes back because there'll be, like, a player who has no match history whatsoever on Total Tavern. They haven't played a single game on Total Tavern. Nobody knows who they are. And they show up and win, like, 2 tournaments and have, like, a 90% win rate. And then you're like, okay. Okay, dude. And they're just trying to qualify for the season finals so they can win the big money because the only prize pool is in the. But I'm going to be vetting people very heavily for this. So yeah. I mean, occasionally there is going to be like a savant who comes in and just like is really good out of the gates, but it's very rare, you know. Ads on Twitch are insanely aggressive. Yeah. But that does happen. It does happen. Kislev in this matchup, I mean, I knew what they did before, but now, I mean, what got nerfed? So their Suds got nerfed, their Kislevite Warriors got nerfed, Things in the Woods got nerfed. Yeah. So we're going to see how that all kind of adds up. Maverick Sloth is very good. Hlidden is also a very strong player. Hlidden's playstyle is pretty defined. Hlidden really likes to use Hero Hammer. Like, when Hlidden plays Dwarves, it's always, like, triple character. At least when I played against Hlidden many times. So we'll see. I'm doing good. Yeah, I'm doing real good. Excited for Halloween. Yeah, very excited. I have a really haggard cowboy costume. So I'm going to be, I have like a Western cowboy shirt with a cowboy hat and a haggard belt buckle. And I have a handlebar mustache right now. So, well, it's almost a handlebar. I have like a really haggard mustache. So that's going to be the outfit for tonight. Yeah. I know, LVO. It's too bad. Yeah, it's too bad. Yeah. It's too bad. Yeah, it's weird how the patch notes are on like a separate page than the main post. Like if you scroll to the bottom of the main patch notes for 5.3, there's like a hyperlink that takes you to all the multiplayer stuff. Yeah. Little Grom. Yeah, Little Grom is okay, actually, yeah, against Khorne. It always has been. But the problem with Little Grom is this map. This map has a lot of like trees, so there's a chance it could have some heavy line of sight issues. So we'll see. We will see. Yeah, we're going to well, first we're giving out candy. So yeah, I'm basically Walker Texas Ranger for Halloween. Yeah. So we live in a neighborhood which is like the dark Lord neighborhood of Halloween. It is just littered with decorations, and there is literally thousands of people walking around the neighborhood. It is nuts. Like, all the families in the entire city come to our neighborhood to trick or treat. So if you don't buy like $400 to $500 worth of candy, you're gonna run out. Like, you literally, and there will just be hordes of disappointed children at your doorstep, just looking at you, like, just all sad, and it's intense. It's really intense. So we're giving out candy for. We didn't buy that much candy, so there's going to be some disappointed faces. But we're going to be giving out candy for a couple hours. You know, sitting in the driveway, King of the Hill style, with my neighbors, having some beers, being elder millennials, and then we're going to a Halloween party at the end of the night, which is not like a rager, but it's like my friends' parents who are like 70 having a party, and we're going to go hang out with them. So, I do not own this home. No, we cannot afford a home. We are renting. Affording a home in California, where I live, you have to be a Dark Lord. Yeah, we like financially. We can only afford to rent here. That's one of the reasons why we're going to probably move next year and try and move somewhere cheaper, because we just like barely save anything here, and we just can rent, you know. Yeah. Disappointing children is your favorite thing. More importantly, hey, Sice, how you doing? Are you attending a Dodgers victory parade? No, I don't follow baseball. I mean, I'm always happy when local teams win, but yeah, I don't follow it. Pierogies instead of candy? Oh, dude, pierogies are a lot of work to make. And yeah, we'd run out really quick. When you're in Cali, look behind you. Oh, I love Architects. It's so good. I love California. I don't think it sucks. I think California is amazing. It has its problems. I think when people will say like blanket statements like, oh, California sucks, they're talking about like downtown Los Angeles, downtown San Francisco, you know, that kind of stuff, right? Which is really rough. But California is a beautiful state. There's certainly a lot of career opportunities, but it does have a lot of issues, right? The cost of living is just unacceptable in most of it. And yeah, it does have a lot of issues. But I love California. It's where I grew up. But I grew up in a small mountain village with like 6,000 people, so different experience. But yeah, it's just the cost of living is brutal. So yeah, I really dislike LA. Yeah, but California has a lot of beautiful nature and yeah, a lot of like the beautiful coastline, the whole PCH, and a lot of career opportunities. To whatever industry you're in, you can find jobs in California, which is nice. But yeah, it's just like we want to save money, you know? Yeah, we want to save money, and we're not able to really do that here. So yeah, California outside of the major cities is great. Yeah, exactly. But I could agree with a lot of your criticisms, I'm sure, as it pertains to the cities. All right, guys, taking a look here at, and there are parts of LA that are nice. Like Burbank isn't bad, Pasadena, you know, Santa Monica's all right. I'm not a big enjoyer of Santa Monica, but Burbank and Pasadena, I really like that area. Yeah, Glendale's all right too. Yeah. Hey, Sharon, got a bit of late. Yeah, it's a great tournament. Go to Total Tavern if you want to see everything. All right, guys, here is the army of Flitten. The mighty Kislevites are back in the menu, baby. And they're going to be here rocking a Little Grom. So we do have a single Little Grom. Little Grom is going to be effective at shooting against the Skull Cannons. We have a Frostworm from Flitten. Okay, the Frostworm recently getting collision attacks, but also getting a cost increase as well. But it is a good anti-large fighter, so very good against like corn dogs, minotaurs, things like that. And it is going to be the Tsarina Katarine. So Katarine, they actually took a loss in the first. So this is the losers bracket. So the Kislevites did lose earlier, but they're back. Katarine is very disruptive, excellent against infantry, and just a nasty, nasty fighter with a good, you know, kit of spells as well. So it's going to be Death Frost, which is a Spirit Leech basically, and Frost Blades. The rest of the army, Kossars of Spears, Armored Kossars, what's not to love? Now, looking at the armies of Maverick Sloth is going to be rocking Valky the Bloody to be hunting the large targets. The Skull Cannon, Minotaurs of Khorne, Cultists of Khorne on foot, and the main battle line is going to be Marauders with some Warriors in the secondary as well. So there they are. Yeah, let's go, baby. Badass Chaos Warriors going to be marching up and getting ready to party. Let's have some fun. Let's see what the rock is cooking. And do you guys think the villainous Kislev is still going to be villainous? Although Kislev did lose in our faction war, and they did lose a game today as well. So they're not indestructible. They can be defeated, and we will see. Yeah, it'd be cool if her sled was pulled by bears. I think that would be rad. Yeah, if it was like just a bunch of bears pulling it. Although it might look a little bit funky in terms of the sizing of all that. Katarine did get shot, it looks like. She took a little bit of damage, I think she did. Yeah, it looks like the Skull Cannon got her, and her Ice Guard, it did shoot into the trees there, so that feels a little bit bad. Little Grom, like I said, doesn't have a lot of good targets on this map. Although it is up on the high ground, check that out. So if we zoom over here, Little Grom is up on the hill and maybe is going to be able to rip some nice shots from the side. We're going to have to see. Yeah, maybe it can get through the trees. I feel like that's a big problem for Kislev here. Yep, Cannonball hits the tree line. That's what I was talking about, Little Grom. It's definitely problematic on this map. So here we do have the Cultist. He's going to be getting chewed on. It looks like he does get attacked by the Frostworm and take some damage, and he does get back up, and it's going to be trying to pursue the Frostworm to get some revenge. On the far side, an objective trace. We do see the Winged Lancers trying to steal that objective, but Minotaurs with Khorne with the Great Weapons are on their way in. So they're coming for blood, and what are they engaged against? Okay, Winged Lancers against Chaos Warriors is not a good idea. Winged Lancers do not have good armor piercing, so anything with armor you don't want to be charging really, unless it's like really opportune. Skull Cannon going to be getting slapped with a Death Frost. That's really, really good. It's a bit of a Spirit Leech effect, and it looks like the Frostworm was able to hunt it down and do some damage as well. Frostworm going to be retreating away from all of the Minotaurs, so we do see Maverick Sloth pulling in the Minos. Marauder Horseman, plenty of tools to deal with the large threats, but the Frostworm is pretty quick with 75 speed, so it should be able to get away. So Little Grom has been shooting, and it has made some contact. Yeah, Little Grom is now able to shoot over the trees. Oh, and the Minotaurs get nailed. Several Minotaurs go down to that Little Grom right there. That's got to feel really, really good for Kislev. Meanwhile, Kislev is going to be playing the outside objectives. We do see the Chaos Warriors here getting wrecked by Katarina. Wow. Katarina moved in there with the Winged Lancers and took those guys to Pound Town. She probably used the Frostfang ability, which has good AP, and was able to do some work. In the meantime, over here, we do see the Frostworm being attacked by the Houndos, but, oh, double Frostworm, baby. All right. So the Frostworms are back at the menu. Good anti-large, and the Hounds are large size, so the Frostworms should be quite good against them. I don't think they're weak to fire or anything like that. No, and they do have missile resist as well, so they should be somewhat resilient against the throwing weapons here. But very cool to see the Frostworms in action, ripping apart the Hound units, but they're going to want to leave as soon as the Minotaurs get there. They're going to start trading relatively badly into the Minotaurs, I would say. Katarina trying to get away from the engagement. Winged Lancers coming across, and it looks like the Winged Lancer is going to be charging into the old Minotaurs. Frost Sheet activated does lower the speed, but doesn't really alter any other variables in that combat. And now the Minotaurs are going to be getting sandwiched hard. The Winged Lancers, the mighty Polish Cavalry, as well as the Tsarina and the Frostworms, going to be getting a ton of anti-large attack into the Minotaurs. They're probably going to fold up, and the other Minotaur is going to be trying to pile in to help out as well. But is Kislev going to be able to win this blob fight? I mean, Tsarina is a very powerful fighter. Valkia, does some damage, but it's not going to be as impactful as like a big chariot. On the other side of the battlefield, we do see Little Grom getting surrounded by the Fleshhounds. So Maverick Sloth getting a very nice pick here, potentially. Getting a Little Grom off the battlefield would be very, very massive. In the meantime, the Chaos Warriors of Khorne are battling the Armored Kossars, and the Armored Kossars should be able to kind of hold their own against these Chaos Warriors. They're very much in the similar category. I think in a vacuum, the Chaos Warrior would win, but it would be very, very close, to the point where it's really kind of a wash. The Archers shooting into the Houndo unit, so we do see the Archers, the Armored Kossars, trying to peel off these Fleshhounds, but I think Little Grom is going to be breaking. He does have Buyer Blood, so it's going to stand and fight for a little bit longer. This engagement is a massive victory for Kislev, so it seems that the Frostworms were able to get the job done. They were able to rip that apart, and yeah, that's really, really bad for Khorne. Tsarina coming victorious from across the battlefield. The Heavy War Sled now going to be slamming into the back of the Khornate Warriors, and that is some big old damage as the Tsarina raises her mighty stave in the air, claiming victory over the forces of the Blood God on the eastern flank of the battlefield. But the Frostworms have arrived back here. Khorne going to be calling in more Minotaurs with Great Weapons. Little Grom being worn down. Currently, the value is about a 2,000 value lead for the forces of Kislev. Little Grom dying is going to be a big victory there, as that will be taken offline. Skull Cannons, once again, maybe bait, right? So a lot of people are bringing Skull Cannons, and it's only getting 200 value, and it's just kind of dying here, right? So maybe the Skull Cannon is bait in a lot of matchups, right? That's why I was a little bit apprehensive earlier to call Skull Cannons OP. Even though they had some good performances, we've also seen them have some horrific performances. So yeah, we'll see how that all goes. Big Minotaur charge into the Frostworms. They do have anti-large, but the Frostworms seem to trade pretty evenly with them. Frostworms getting bonked a bit by the Great Weapons. Tsarina Katarine is nearby, and it looks like the Patriarch has arrived. Yeah, the Patriarch's on his way over, so Homeboy's coming. He's going to be providing the heals to the big Frostworms, which is going to be incredibly strong. Armored Kossars up on the point, battling the Kossars, and it looks like Valkyrie the Bloody is going to be fighting things in the woods. Cultist Summon, very nice. Bloodletters will be excellent against these units. And one of the Frostworms actually almost gets killed, so good pick there by Khorne. If Khorne's able to get a kill on a Frostworm, that would be massive. And the Minotaurs very well could. This thing is shaken. It's at 1,700 HP. Salak's Lullaby for the win, though. That's going to be incredibly clutch. Looking on this side, it looks like Khorne does emerge victorious on this flank, and Khorne does have a triple cap right now. No, Kislev does. Okay, I just saw red and I was like Khorne, but no, it's not the case. Kislev has the triple cap, and the Fleshhound's going to be going for a pick on Little Grom. Maybe going to be able to get the route there, but I think the fact that these Froststorms survived is going to be too much. I think for Khorne, you know, maybe even like a big like Scarbrand type character here, maybe, right? On this map, with like shooting being problematic on this map, I don't know if that's too risky. Hard to say. But one Frostworm does get taken down. So the Frostworm is defeated by the Minotaurs. look at it's so haggard. Look at it laying there. Oh my god. But now the Minotaur is going to be going after the other Frostworm, and the value gap has been narrowed to about 1,000, ladies and gentlemen. So is Khorne out of this game? I don't know. Bloodletters have arrived. Bloodletters are very killy, but alas, they were a summon unit. It's a big shame, because if those were real Bloodletters, that could have been a big difference maker. And as far as this objective goes, it looks like the Blood God was able to reclaim Objective 1. Chaos Knights of Khorne going to be screaming to the middle, but sadly they're going to be very bad versus the Frostworm's 110 armor. I mean, still, they'll do a little bit of damage, but you definitely need some dedicated anti-large here. Chaos Knights, I don't know how I feel about them in this matchup. But yeah, we'll see how they perform. I think definitely retreating here and using the Chaos Knights to control the objectives would be better. In the meantime, Valkyrie needs to come in, get active, start maybe nibbling down that other Frostworm here. Cultists of Khorne still fighting versus the nerfed warriors on the ground. Value's about 1,600 value, give or take. Another Minotaur coming in. Minotaurs have for sure been very, very good. Yeah, you could say it's frozen in terror. Yeah, I know, it looks so freaking janky. This Kislev Blob, though, is going to be hard. They have the Frostblades, they do have the Frostworm as well, and we have the big Minotaurs of Khorne coming across the battlefield. Zarina Katarine, what kind of value is she rocking? About 1,800. She costs like 3,000 gold on that sled, so she hasn't paid for herself. But Deathfrost's going to be excellent against Valkia. Decent sniping tool, although Valkia does have 35% spell resist, so she's not going to be helpless here. But Chaos Knights, how are they doing? There are some Minotaurs coming back in. This could be a game-changing fight, actually. If Khorne is able to win this blob fight and crush the Kislevite characters and the Frostworm, maybe they can do it. The Chaos Knights are holding firm in the front, providing a nice anchor for the Minotaurs. And now the Minotaur is going to be getting a rear charge into the back of the Kislevites. And that's going to be some big old damage, as we do see the Ice Sheet going down. So it's a slow, but not really going to change the dynamic of that fight at all. Middle objective in flux. Outside objective owned by Kislev, but overall Kislev has the advantage here in this game, to say the least. Winged Lancers being ground down. The Frostworm said to get 3,000 HP. What kind of value do we see from the Frostworm so far? 1,900. Makes sense. It's been killing a lot of big, valuable pieces. And you need to get those Minotaurs on top of the Frostworm if you can. So Khorne holding on to this objective. We do see some Chaos Warriors heading to the middle. Now Kislevite Warriors going to be run over by the Chaos Knights. A lot of damage, but they are halberds, so you don't want to stay in that fight for too long. Just retreating away is for sure going to be the play. And where are the Minotaurs going to go? Yeah, definitely surrounding and killing that Frostworm has got to be a priority. Getting rid of the monster's presence is going to be pretty big. So here comes the Minotaurs, and they get a charge. A little bit of impact damage on those bad boys. 2,500 HP. Going to be taking a little bit more. We'll have to go ahead and check. 2,200. Okay, things are getting worn down ever so little there. Yeah, so Zarina coming across. Going to be lending her chariot to the battle. Khorne going to go for a ninja on the outside, which is a good play. If his opponent's not paying attention, that could be a powerhouse play, right? But we're going to have to see it. You know, every little thing to buy time to value trade for Khorne at this point, I think is going to be very good. So Chaos Knights definitely want to retreat. Get away from that fight, and use the Chaos Knights to go secure the outside objectives, right? Like, take them across, use them to secure Objective 3, look for Armored Kossars and, you know, weaker units here, and, oh, very cool pick here by Flitten. Check that out. So we do have the Ice Guard. I love to see that. They're so freaking cool looking. I can't wait for these things to get a tabletop model someday. Yeah, this Kislev will be very fun to play in tabletop. So ripping fat shots downtown, shooting into the advancing Chaos Knights, and also applying Frostbite, which is very good. Minotaurs retreating back while the Chaos Knight's going to be charging into the Warriors once again, and that's going to be some pretty brutal damage, although they kind of had a lackluster charge. Charging out of the trees is not what they want to be doing, but the Chaos Warriors will be able to win that fight. So Khorne has got that point, and Khorne is very, very close to stealing Objective 3. So could we see a comeback here for Maverick Sloth? This is a great game, though. It's very close, actually. Little mistakes on both sides, but overall, it's been a close one, which is awesome to see. So Chaos Knights on the retreat. Warriors have moved up, and we do see the Kislevite Warriors being ground down. A positional mistake here from Maverick Sloth, though. Leaving the Minotaurs like in the middle is very, very tough. And it looks like another Frostworm was called in. Yeah, maybe. I think he called in another Frostworm. So the problem with calling in Frostworms is it does give up battlefield agency on the objectives because they're not good at playing objectives. But in terms of value trading, it's going to be very, very good. So there's going to be a bombardment going down there. It's going to be the Frostfang from the old Zarina. So the Zarina gets it done. Chaos Knights are going to be trying to charge into the Ice Guard, but the Ice Guard do have glaives, which means they're anti-large. Side objective actually stolen, so objective 3 has been stolen by the forces of Khorne. As the Chaos Knights move in to battle the Ice Guard, they're going to be putting away their bows and drawing their glaives. And I believe they do magic damage to their glaives too. No, yes. So that's a really, really good counter against the demonic cav there. Not these guys, but the Fleshhounds. Looking around, Ice Guard able to clean it up, and I think that Kislev has just broken the back of Khorne. That was kind of like the big fight there, and it looks like Kislev did emerge victorious. Tsarina in very good health. Valkia just kind of not really... I don't think she's even alive. I think Deathfrost actually finished off Valkia, so I think that Kislev is going to close the game out now. We do see the Winged Lancers when the Winged Hussars arrive. Big charge into the Khornate Cav, and we do see the Marauders being run down. The Filthy Barbarians sent back to the Frozen North by the Tsarina. Yes, yes. Yeah, Frostworm seemed good. They got the collision attacks. A lot of the monsters did. Like, you'd probably see something similar with the Kadai, right? Although Frostworms have anti-large, which makes them really dynamic because they seem good against infantry now as well as monsters. 2,100 here, and the other Frostworm got 1,500. So one paid for itself. I don't know if the other did. He did have the Incarnate Elemental Beast too. Tsarina was a Chad, 3,000 value, so she paid for herself. And Little Grom did good too. Skull Cannon was a trap. Again, we see the Skull Cannon being a bit of a trap. Yeah, the rest of the build was probably fine. Maybe with the shifting meta, I don't know how like a Scarbrand character would be, but that was a good game. It was good. It was fun. When are we testing the Toe Dragon? Oh, you know I'm going to be playing some Toe Dragon this season. You dirty dog. You know it's coming. Do you have any recommendations for Dark Elves in competitive as a more defensive range style? Yeah, you definitely want to be using Dark Rider or Repeater crossbows. They're your best friend. And like, so light infantry, although, yeah, I mean, Dark Elves have a lot of good stuff, actually. They're hard to play, though. They're very difficult to play. But Dark Rider, Repeater crossbows, Dark Riders, Coldwind Knights, Corsairs, Chaff, Big Caster Lord usually is the go-to. So Tomb Kings are in the grand finals, and now we have Tim the Wilder versus Catholic Alcoholic. Hlidden is awaiting in the semifinals. So let me see here. All right. Howdy. You guys start. They might have started. If they did, we're just going to hang tight and chill and chat with one another for a couple minutes. I think they might have started. Let's see. Jarl, that looks like that's... Yeah, they usually you can tell because I have the map pack on, right? So, yeah. I think that Tim and Catholic started, so we have to wait for the next game. So we'll just get in there with Hlidden. Let's see if Hlidden has a lobby code. Yeah, we'll set it up here. All right, so we got a little bit of time. We're going to wait and see what's cracking. The Dwarf Robot? Yeah, we can do a little bit of testing. All right, so let's do some land battle. Let's do the, not flats, but the Crossroads is a good one for testing. Black Coach apparently got buffed too. I'm so excited to go play some Chaos Dwarves and tourneys. Draz Hoth got buffed. You know, Zaytan got buffed. Zoltan got some nice buffs. So Kadai Destroyer, and let's get it against like some Black Orcs, some Savage Orcs, some Goblins, yeah, whatever, right? And we're gonna get Zoltan. Zoltan might be good on a Lamasu now, right? If you bring him with the Boundless, the leadership debuff thing, could actually be kind of fun. All right, well, let's test this out here, see how this goes. Yeah, because those guys did start their game, so we're just kind of waiting for them right now. So the winner of Catholic Alcoholic and Tim, so Demons of Chaos versus, I think, Wood Elves or High Elves, it's one of them, is going to be playing against Kislev. And then Kislev would have, the winner of that game then plays Grand Cathay. Grand finals are the Tomb Kings. This tournament's been really smooth, though. It's been really smooth. I'm so freaking excited to play some Chaos Dwarves, man. Because I'm painting my Bale Taurus in tabletop right now. I got him in the garage, and he's looking sweet. So, yeah, that's the upcoming tournament on, when is it, the 9th? Yeah, November 9th, I'm going to be playing. New to PvP, are Warpfire Throwers and Death Globe Bombardiers usable in Domination? Oh, totally, yeah. A little bit more niche, for sure, but the globes are more meta. The Warpfire Throwers are harder to use, but they are viable, yes. Do you think that objectives are too far apart? I don't think so. No, usually, I think it's fine. And it creates, for me, engagements I like. I like the kind of dynamic engagements like that. Okay. So let's go get the big Chad Kadai Destroyer. Please, for the love of Hashit, be good. So we're going to charge into some of the Savage Orcs first. Okay, let's see how this bad boy does. Okay, so a little bit. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. See that burst damage? Oh, yeah. Yeah, but you need to be active with it, right? Like, perpetually moving it. Okay, so then, yeah, we're going to re-engage here. Okay. So then you're gonna want to like cycle charge with it. Come across here. Yeah, this is a lot. This is already like exponentially better than it was before. Right? Yeah, you get in there. Yeah, those attack animations are what you're looking for. Those like big charging animations. So to be effective with it, you're gonna want to keep like moving it around like this. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, talk dirty, you dirty dog. Let's go get these night goblins, test this out. Okay, so that animation is the one you're looking for. Yeah, this already seems way better. You don't. I find that when you cycle, he does the better animation more often than not. Yeah, and plus I'm trying to refresh his charge bonus, which isn't insignificant. Yeah, Blazing Body also got buffed too, which is yeah, it's burning bright, and we'll just like kind of leave him there for a minute. Yeah, so he's got melee damage reflection and physical res too, which is cool. So it charges more effectively now. Sometimes if you stay in combat against infantry, you want to cycle charge because they surround you. Whereas if you do this, you're not surrounded, right? But he's gonna end up going down here. So yeah, so far, you know, really nice. Yeah, it's fun to see. Cool. So we tested that. Let's go test Tammy on the Toad Dragon. All right. So that seems good. I don't know. Blazing Body got buffed too. It did. Yeah, we talked about that in the patch notes earlier. Okay, Hidden Waiting, and Tim the Wilder, he's clawing his way back. He wants that #1 leaderboard spot. All right, where's Tammy? Tammy the Toad. Rot Knights also got buffed. Cool to see. They were a pretty massive disappointment. Yeah, I would take a Kadai in a couple matchups now. I would. Like if that damage is consistent, I would take that. And who knows if the Kadai does that kind of damage against like Cab also, could be very worth it. Blazing Body used to take him 8 minutes to fully charge. Yeah, it seems like very quick now. Demon Smith, yeah, healing on him. Is there any chance you could show a generic decent Empire build to start learning Dom with? Sure. Yeah, we could do that. Remind me though, I have an old man brain, and I played football for 7 years, so I've had a lot of concussions, so sometimes I need reminders of things. Bear with me. I don't actually think I have CTE. It was all when I was in, it was like Pop Warner in high school, and my high school was not competitive. I didn't take too many bad hits, but there's a little bit there, you know. Toad Dragon has really jank collision attacks, might need another look. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. Well, hopefully Tammy's good, because Tammy is so fun. Come on, Tammy. Let's go. All right, screw the breath attack. We're just going to charge in there. Let's see what Tammy can do. Okay, that's not bad. And like as you trample, he seems to do damage too, right? All right, it seems on par with the Kadai, honestly. Although he's taking way more damage. Okay, it's only has 60 armor, that's right. Yeah. Let's pop Nurgle's favorite sons. The Kadai Destroyer seems better, actually. Like Tammy seems better than before, certainly. But yeah, the armor difference is big, right? But although Nurgle has better healing, right? So he would be healing this guy. Oh, holy shit. Oh, look at that. See, that's what I'm talking about right there. Yeah, look at that. Oh, those Night Goblins got eviscerated. Okay. Let's get some more of that action. Let's just let him sit for a second. Let's get Tammy on you. Start beating down the character here. See how he does here. All right, let's go, Tammy. Never had the makings of a varsity athlete. How dare you? I was a varsity athlete. Oh, yeah, let's get it. Let's chase this little goblin. I mean, with like proper cycle charging, I would be taking like no damage, right? And Tammy is unbreakable too, so you don't need to worry about routing. Yeah, he's just cackling. His ability is going to heal him too. You got to make sure to stay close to the Goblin Lord. Yeah, see the Tamarcon ability to snipe the enemy Lord. And Greenskin's like, look at that. Oh, power Tammy. Come on, Tammy. Okay, well, that was fun. Turn escaping to the computer at night to cycle charge for monsters. Yeah, the Lamasu has AoE silence, did it? Did I miss that? Let's check that. Okay, they're still playing their game, so we got time. All right. Yeah, alrighty then. Let's see the Lamasu. So he's got the Sorcerer's Miasma. So, oh yeah, he's got an AoE silence. This was in my suggestions list. The AoE silence on the Lamasu. Hell yeah, baby. Let's freaking go. Let's go. Oh yeah. I missed that in the patch notes. Okay, Lammasu getting silence is freaking sweet. This was literally in my suggestions. Yes, finally, it's going to be good. Lammasu will be viable now. Having an AoE silence character that can just chase wizards, dude, that's so freaking good. It's so good. Oh, I'm so happy about that, guys. I'm so happy. Graveguard halberds, where are they at? Yeah, here they are. They look pretty cool. Pretty low melee attack, but you know, halberds should have low melee attack. They make up for it with anti-large, right? What other monsters did we want to test? Oh yeah, the demis. We could look at the demis real quick. I still remember you wanted the Empire builds. Yeah, but if the Lammasu is attacking something, it won't be able to cast spells. So Glorious Charge on these guys is pretty rad. Yeah, that's really, really nice. I don't know if we need to like test it per se, because they're going to be done in a second, probably. We have 1, 2, 3 more games left in today's stream, but they'll be, you know, it's still another almost hour, right? Because Dom games are almost 20 minutes sometimes. Let's look at the stats so far. Kislev is doing well. Chaos Demon's doing well. Tomb King's doing well. Grand Cathay off to a nice start. High Elves are doing well too. Yeah. The Halberds have on the demis, they have plus 25 bonus versus large. I mean, that's pretty savage. So, I mean, we could test it out for something big, right? If you put them against, like, let's put them up against, like, I don't know, some... The AI is not very good for testing, unfortunately. Yeah. Let's put it against, like, a Tomb King, and let's just see, like, how quickly they would kill, like, a Cambrian War Sphinx or something. We need to test the Tomb Scorpion also. Yeah, if the Scorpion got collision attacks, it's... No, not all... The only demi to get Glorious Charge is the Demogryph Knight. Arwar. Can you test the Chariots of the Rat? Yeah, I'll test Cetra next. That actually sounds like a good test. Okay. So, they're just finishing up now. Okay, we won't have time to test. We're going to be getting into the next match. I don't want to keep players waiting, so... This will be the first thing we'll test here. So, who's in the next one? Who won it? Catholic versus Tim. I think it was High Elves versus Demons, that matchup. Yeah, finishing right now again. Okay. Refresh the brackets. Let the demis feast. Yeah, demis are awesome. Demis are awesome. All right, Tim the Wilder won. So let me get that. Lobby code, please. Tim is he's a Chaos Demons main, anyways. He could have won even without Skull Cannon buffs, I'm sure. All right, so let's see how the demis do here. We're gonna charge in. Unfortunately, it's gonna be charging into the Lord, but it's okay. So Glorious Charge is activated. They got their anti-large. That's pretty good. Yeah, but the Cambrian War Sphinx is an absolute raid boss, man. I think the demis might win it. I'm not sure. Yeah. Cambrian War Sphinx is just so jacked, man. It's like crazy how good they are. Okay, let's pile in. Might actually end up losing this, which is crazy. That War Sphinx is so powerful, man. Although, if we had charged the War Sphinx, we would have won for sure. Because we charged the Lord, right? The Tomb King Lord here got very smashed up. But yeah, I mean, certainly better, but we kind of blundered by charging the Lord instead of the Sphinx. Yes. Yeah, I know. It definitely shouldn't lose to the Sphinx, though. The Cambrian War Sphinxes are a little overtuned. Even still. Go, kitty. All right. Let's get it. And let's get into the game here and see what's cooking. Can you dig it? The shooting is rough, yeah. Yeah, shooting's good on those guys. The Tomb Scorpion has the collision attacks added, but it just missed on the notes from Gobbo King. Okay, right on. Yeah, so the Tomb King Scorpion got buffed as expected. All right, so we're in Tim's lobby. Aces. All right, thank you, Catholic. And now it is go time. Yeah, Kislev still seems strong. They seem very good. Is this the Kislev match? Yeah, this is Lydon versus Tim, right? And the winner is going to play Grand Cathay, but pretty good faction variants today. #1 leaderboard spot is up for grabs. You can brag to all your friends that you're the #1 Total War pro player in the world if you win this. Looking around here, we do have another tournament tonight, by the way. So tonight at 6 o'clock, in case you guys haven't gotten enough Total War action, we do have another tournament. I'm not going to be streaming it, but Harrison is hosting one, which we will announce towards the end of the tournament. They buffed it. Yeah, Tomb Scorpion got impact hit, so it's probably pretty decent now. Kislev versus Demons of Chaos. This is a good test, right? Hopefully Tim doesn't bring a Skull Cannon for his sake. I think the Skull Cannon's a mistake here. A little Grom is just going to hard counter it, like one little Grom. What's Glory's charge was... Yeah, it was... You know, the Royal Altorf fights are pretty epic. They deserve it. Yeah, the Kislev Heavy Cavalry has Glory's charge. So Winged Lancers and Griffin Legion, yeah. Obviously, Dervishes aren't going to have that because they're light cav, but yeah. I don't know if the Bear Riders... I don't think the Bear Riders have it. It's very strong, though. It's very strong. Glory's charge is pretty nuts. Like, it doubles your charge bonus, or it doubles the duration, right? You count as having charged somebody's flank no matter where you charge, and I think it doubles the duration of your charge bonus, right? Very, very good. Very strong indeed. So let's see what's cracking, guys. Who you rooting for here? Old man Tim or Hlitten? I don't know if Tim's that old. I think he's a little younger than me, actually. I'm the old man here. I don't know who the oldest power gamer is among Total War players. I don't know who would be the oldest. I think Imai's is a little bit older than me. He might be the oldest. We're getting there, though, man. We're getting there. Can't wait for the Knights Panther in the Last Empire DLC. Yeah. I don't know if we'll get another Empire DLC. We might not, to be honest. Maybe like an FLC or something. But I don't know if we'll get the goods. That glazed Warhammer. That's what we're getting right now. That's what we're getting. I want to peek at the builds real quick. I can't help myself. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay. I see you, Tim. It's a little bit suspicious, I dare say, this build, but you know. No spoilers for you guys. You guys gotta wait. We were let into the club early. Yeah. Toddy's coming? You think Toddy's gonna get it? Strat Game is an elder land battle player. How old are we talking though? I'm gonna be turning 37 this next summer, so got a little time. Yeah. We were playing on old Grubby's. We played on Grubby's stream the other day. It was a lot of fun. We played. I would love to see him play this game, by the way. I'm gonna try and see if we can get Grubby to collab and do some Total War multiplayer. That'd be really fun to see him in action. Because the thing is, like, when you come into Total War multiplayer having not played it, there are so many factions to learn. It is such a rabbit hole, right? There are so many factions to learn. I'd be interested to see his like pro gamer like analytics looking into the nitty gritty of this game. It would be very interesting. Turin is a real boomer. I feel like it, man. Empire really only needs Toddy and some heroes like Hellborg and Valten. Valten probably won't get added, but yeah, I can see Kurt Hellborg and Toddy getting kind of some milk. Yeah, I don't think Grubby would get like too deep into Total War multiplayer, but I think like doing a couple streams like one-off where he plays like versus some people in the community would be fun. Yeah. Warhammer 3 players are pretty good at the game, yeah. It's so different than other RTS. That's for sure. It's so different. Yeah. My only concern would be the lag. I just hope the peer-to-peer wouldn't be an issue. Weird character when Carl Franz. Because, yeah, Carl Franz basically does the whole Valten thing. I'll be right back. My chihuahua's barking at something. I'm just going to make sure all's good. BRB. All right, Chihuahua. It's time. Let's see what's going on. in back. The battle Chihuahua was a false alarm. Anna's just in the front yard, and the Chihuahua's upset that she's not letting her out with her. So, yes. It is time. Yeah, the Celestial Huracanum. I don't think they're going to add it, though. I don't know. Maybe they will. It's a very iconic piece. The Celestial Huracanum would basically just be like a Wu War Compass. It would just be like the exact same. With some sort of an aura. Dude, our Chihuahua is an unholy terror. Oh my god. It's just like all the stereotypes about Chihuahuas being satanic and evil is true. You better start believing in Chihuahua stories because they're all true. All right. Tim is ready. These guys are getting real sweaty here with their picks. A couple games left, so we got this one, semifinals, and then grand finals to see who's going to be the first winner of season 8. We've had 8 seasons of Total Tavern. 8 seasons, ladies and gentlemen. Very exciting stuff. Would be really neat to see the faction choice and getting multiple games guaranteed. Yeah. Every other human faction should fold faster than the Empire, except actually Cathay Jades. Yeah, Jades are tough. Yeah, they're tanky. They are. I agree with the Chihuahua. Yeah, they're villainous. They're villainous little creatures, but we love them. She's a good guard dog, though, you know? Despite all the criticisms of Chihuahuas, like, she's a really good guard dog. Like, when anybody... I mean, look, she couldn't, like, fight off an intruder, but we would know if somebody's here. Like, right as soon as anybody gets into our driveway, we know they're there. It's like, if somebody walks in front of our house, if she's, you know, on edge, we'll know.
I got dinner for you.
Oh, thank you, Don.
I got drinks for you.
And
I got our share of candy.
Yeah.
Our share of drinks, and he got you Guinness.
Oh, thank you, Don. I appreciate it.
And it's always there.
All right. Shake your birds. You got the doggy?
Yeah.
All right. Chihuahuas are actually worse than having a gremlin at your house. It depends, though. Yeah, it depends. But they're great little guard doggies. Is it more fierce than Karanak? Probably, honestly. Yeah. Although probably in the similar ballpark. Yeah. In the similar ballpark, yeah. I've met some nice Chihuahuas. They're certainly rare. Usually they'll bond to one person pretty heavily. You know, they'll get very attached to one of their parents, one of their owners, and yeah, that's how they roll. Yeah, I mean, honestly, they'll alert you to a threat for sure. Check Guia parts. So right back at you, man. So let's see if there's any admin issues. I don't think so. They're getting real sweaty over the build making. I might need to message them and be like, hey guys, let me make sure they're okay. Tim is literally changing like one unit here and there. He's getting real cagey with it. Yeah, Kislev's build is as expected. Seems to be the meta that Hlin likes to enjoy. And here we are. Let's get it, baby. Let's have some fun. Turin does the Mr. Burn. Release the hounds. Dude, I love that episode. That's so funny. Simpsons was great. Yeah, I love Chihuahuas. They're one of my favorite breeds, actually. All jokes aside, I really like Chihuahuas. Yeah, Wookie hated me, though. It was rough. I rescued Wookie. I rescued that little gremlin from Utah. You know, we brought him all the way from Utah to California. And as soon as he saw Anna, I was just a piece of trash. When my wife came out to live in the United States with me from Poland, Wookie saw Anna, and I was just trash. Like, I was just like, if she wasn't around, he would like give me the time of day and be like, what's up, dude? Like, just look at me kind of angrily and then walk away. But when Anna was around, I was just trash. Yeah, 100%. Oh, sorry to hear that, meow meow. Yeah. So, taking a look at the build of Kislev here, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a little Groms. A little Grom, of course, with all the Skull Cannon meta being what it is, the little Grom is going to be an excellent counter against them. And we do have the Frostworm. Frostworm is good against demons. Well, you know, good enough. It, of course, has anti-large and AP. Not that you need AP here, but anti-large against the demonic, you know, Plague Toads and Fleshhounds, things like that is good. And Katarina is 100% the meta pick here. Incredibly hard to snipe. She has a lot of HP, anti-infantry, AP, magic damage against demons, Frostbite, a great kit of spells. I mean, dude, so much good stuff here. So much good stuff indeed. So we're going to see how it works. Now, looking at the build for Tim the Wilder, he is a Skull Cannon. Dude, he's a Skull Cannon enjoyer. And we've seen Skull Cannons do really well today. And then we've seen them throw several games. We've seen people go all in on them and they do like 300 value and die, right? So I'm curious to see if Tim's going to make them work. Maybe on this map, they can utilize the terrain to kind of be cheeky and shoot and hide. But we're going to find out, guys. We are going to find out. Looking at this here, Tim in the Sky does have a Metal Caster. So he's going to be rocking a Metal Caster who does have the blue fire of Tzeentch as well as pink fire, so the standard spell kit for Tzeentch. We got Battletoads, Bloodletters of Khorne, as well as Nurglings. Now, that is it. Let the games begin, and let the Nurglings feast. Skull Cannon shot, going to be a miss. It does do a little bit of burning damage against the dragon there, but it does get out of that vortex very, very quickly. And yes, here comes the Tzeentchian caster. What is it going to be doing? Probably blue fire spam on the armored Kossars. We do have the Soul Grinder ROR. Tim has he has really good micro. Tim is one of the sweatiest players in the entire world. So if anybody can make these Skull Cannons work really well, it's going to be him. And so far, the nukes are doing well. We do see the double Skull Cannon shooting and a torrent of demonic fire coming out. We have the Soul Grinder, we have the 2 Skull Cannons, and the blue fire. Look at the Kislev battle line being torn up by that firepower. Now, Hlydden, of course, is a very good player. Tim is, I think, one of the best players in all of Warhammer 3, like top 3 all-time Warhammer 3 player. Hlydden is pretty good. Hlydden has made top 16 several times, but it's going to be an uphill battle fighting against him, for sure. He is a very, very scary opponent to play against. His micro is good, his decision-making. He's a top land battle player and a top dom player. Having those, that's like the ultimate power combo. People who are really good at both formats are just the best players. It's very nuts. So the Frostworm here is going to be grabbing Objective 3, and it looks like Tsarina Katarine's going to be going after the Nurglings in the back, looking for some freebies. Tim's going to be pulling back now. He has done some good damage against the Kislev army. There's going to be another blue fire coming in as well. So there it goes. Skull Cannons are missing a lot, though. A couple loose shots hitting here and there, but overall, they are missing a bit. And now some firepower into the Skull Cannon's going to force them back, and Hlydden's going to be advancing up with Tsarina Katarine. And we do see the old Fiends of Slaanesh. There they are. Fiends will be good against all of these things, although the Frostworms will counter the Fiends pretty well. I wonder if he's going to be calling out like the Angels of Decay, like the Unholy Hand Grenades or like Exalted Plague Bearers to maybe try and take down some of the big boys. I don't know. We'll have to see. So the Demons of Chaos shooting into the Kislevite army, softening them up however they can. Another Skull Cannon shot. Misses point blank, basically. And another miss from the Skull Cannon. So you're seeing the accuracy really come into play here. But they have made some contact as well. It's not like a complete whiff. As the Armored Kossar is getting melted down by the blue fire. And the Noxbringer, what is it going to be shooting? Shooting into the bow units. In the back, we have the recently nerfed Heavy War Sleds. So Heavy War Sleds did get a pretty considerable nerf in this patch, which they deserved. We see ammunition being drained from the Kossars with spears. And the Skull Cannons are nuking away. And they miss again. They miss once again. So pulling back are the Noxbringer and the Battletoads. Tsarina Katarine looking to move in. This is very dangerous, though. If you go too deeply into the demonic territory, you could get surrounded by the very fast fiends and perhaps circle beaten here. Colin is going to be Bloodletters of Khorne, so he's going to be softening up the Kislevite infantry, then trying to move in with those scary, scary Bloodletters. In the backfield, we do see the Noxbringer fleeing the scene. Sheet of Ice being activated. Really nice play there by Hlydden. Trying to nuke down the Noxbringer, using the Death Frost as well, so going really hard in the paint. But the Fiends are hot on the tail of this Frostworm. We see the Bloodletters engaging, but Tsarina Katarine is designed to kill demons. That's her entire thing. She's very, very good at it. There's going to be a Tsarina Frostfang right there, which is going to nuke the Bloodletters even more. So there it goes. Melt them with some good old frost. Nice damage. As we do see Tsarina and the Frostworm trying to escape the clutches of the Fiends, taking a little bit of damage on the way out. And the Tzeentch character is also doing some superficial damage there as well. So pretty even fight so far. Another unit of Fiends is going to be called in to try and tie them up. If either of these characters gets surrounded by Fiends and loses their forward momentum, they could die. Although Tsarina does have 7,000 HP, so taking her down would be very tough. And it does look like Tim is going to be disengaging here, but he's going to need to start playing objectives soon. Up on the high ground, we do see Nurglings being run over by Heavy War Sleds. And yeah, they did, I believe, get some of the Chariot changes as well. And they do annihilate Nurglings, which they've always done. Nothing terribly shocking about that. So we do see the Heavy War Sleds of Kislev doing some very, very good damage against the Nurglings. Retreating back as the Tsarina and her Frostworm are kind of poking about. Tim, probably regretting not bringing any sort of shooting here. Like a Changebringer? Ooh, a Changebringer might be really good here. Although Kislev shooting is nice, but with good micro, you might be able to get some value. And once again, we see the Skull Cannons not doing a lot. 300 value on this Skull Cannon, and this other one's at 300 as well. So we do see the Skull Cannon kind of being a bit of a crutch for Tim here. Not a crutch, but, you know, a problem for Tim. The more Fiends moving up, Noxbringer is going to start shooting again. Tsarina Katarine going to be using Ice Sheet to slow down the Battletoads. So the Battletoads do get slowed down. And it looks like the Demons of Chaos are going to be sounding the horn to try and collapse the Kislevite lines now. Nice little pink fire right there on those Kislevite warriors. Very, very good stuff. And now the demons have arrived. So Armored Kossars are going to get torn to shreds by the Fiends. It's going to be an absolute massacre. And then the motorcycles coming in of Khorne as well. So we do see the big old skull cannons trying to replenish some of the ammunition. The Tzeentchian caster even landing on the Kossars with spears where he can. Little Grom has not connected too much. Patriarch healing is going to be on its way in. Meanwhile, Zarina just causing massive havoc amongst the infantry lines where she can. And in the backfield, we do get a Snow Leopard summon chasing down Noxbringer, which is incredibly good. Tim maybe has a Nurgle Herald in reserve. I think that'd be very nice. A very dimly lit map here. The Skull Cannon's getting some nice bump and grind. And the double Frostworm might be a little bit too much for the demons to handle. They don't seem to have any anti-large, right? It's mainly just like Toads and Fiends. The Fiends will do okay against them, but yeah, hard to say. A little bit of demonic shooting maybe via the Changebringers. The meta is so different now, right? So many units, I think people aren't quite ready or adjusted to the new stuff, so it's going to be a while before people figure out how to deal with like some of these meta things. Herald of Tzeentch shooting into the Frostworm right here. And on the backside, we do see Zarina and Katarine and her chariots trying to steal Objective 1. And they probably will. Battletoads are okay here, but they're anti-infantry. Granted, those chariots are also anti-infantry, but they have shooting on top, right? So the old Streltsy on the back of these heavy war sleds are going to be shooting constantly, and Zarina's Ice Guard will also be shooting magic damage shots. But does Tim get the objective? He does. The Kislevites do get rolled up in the middle. The question is Tim going to be able to deal with the SCs? Maybe he just spams infantry and hopes that the Frostworms kind of suck against those things. His back objective is going to get stolen. We do see some Nurglings or Bloodletters, heading towards Objective 3 there. So it's a nice little push. Skull Cannons are back online here, and the Tzeentchian Herald is cackling in the sun. The Boydniv's Brawlers coming out, so these are the Arwar Streltsy, but they immediately get afflicted by the Nurgle's Rot, and they start to lose some of their ammunition. So how much ammo do they lose? About 5-8%, somewhere in that ballpark. Middle objective, very, very firm for the demons, and now it looks like double Battletoad's going to be going out here. This objective taken by Kislev. Bloodletter's going to start sealing this point, and it looks like the double Frostworm's going to head over there, and they should be able to take down the Bloodletters. As far as the points go, Hlidden is a little bit up. Value trading is favored for Kislev. Demons do not have a lot of healing, so that is going to be a true value favor. And now we get the Hounds of the Blood Hunt. Where are they going to go? Are they going to try and kill these heavy war sleds, or are they going to rush back towards Objective 3 and see if they can get on top of that? Find out on today's episode. Yes, yes. So Objective 2 is held down here. We do see the Demons of Chaos anchoring that. Fiends getting a nice grind against the worms. They're lowering them down, but certainly not as well as like the Minotaurs of Khorne in some of the previous games. We do see the Nurglings hanging out here, and the Fiends of Slaanesh and the Skull Cannons, once again, I think being a bit of an issue, all right? They're not doing much. It did give Tim some nice poke in the beginning, but I think the Skull Cannons are a trap in a lot of matchups. In a couple, I think they're very good, but here it feels like they're a big old trap. So this objective is going to be flipping to the demons. Tim is really good at playing objectives. Oh, but Tim left it! He didn't capture it. Oh, God, no. Don't lose the game on that, Tim. Okay, Tim is paying attention. Yeah, he's a very clinical player. And Tim does have the Kislevites triple cap. So this is a situation where, like, a cheesy SE blob, like Katarine and 2 Frostworms, isn't going to be able to contest the objectives because they just aren't good against... Only Katarine's good against infantry. Frostworms are more anti-large fighters, right? So that could be a variable. We do see the Tzeentchian army ability going down, so that is the ability rolled by Tim the Wilder. Going to be taking down the Kislevite warriors. The demons are pretty numerous on the battlefield, and we do see the Frostworms getting surrounded by Fiends. Fiends, of course, are very, very good. They did lose, I think, 800 HP in this match, so they did get hit pretty hard there. Skull Cannon going to be charging in, and the Kislevites are really on the back foot now. We do see the Winged Lancers coming in to try and liberate some of the positions. The Boydniv's Brawlers got wrecked, though Streltsy got karate chopped by this Noxbringer. The Noxbringer apparently got a lot of kills. 1,600 value on that man. Give him a medal. He certainly did great. But will the Kislevite Cab be able to salvage the position? There is a chance that Tim is going to get broken open here. You know, these Winged Lancers coming in with the Frostworms. The Patriarch is also nearby. He's going to be providing AoE healing. There is a chance that Tim gets bunker busted. And then from there, the Kislevites could erupt on top of the objectives. So cons for Tim are going to be Bloodletters, and Plague Toads. Just looking to get mass and just general armor piercing onto most of the targets here. And how is this going down? Yeah, we get the heavy war sleds coming back. Kislev is taking the blob fight. Salak's Lullaby active, and the demons are starting to collapse. The Kislevites are really good sustained combat fighters, you know, with By Our Blood and just, you know, good healing and durability. They're really good in these kind of grindy fights. The Frostworm is shaken. Potentially going to break? No, probably not. The Fiends are almost out of the picture. Both of the Frostworms are actually very, very heavily damaged. Tim is down by, you know, a lot of value, though. So he's going to have to start playing the objectives. It's going to be an objective win for Tim. He's not going to win on value, but he can certainly win on objectives. And he is a good enough player to probably play in the most efficient way possible. So coming across are the Bloodletters, and we do see the Chaos Furies of Khorne being called out. And the Chaos Furies are designed to just chase down the Horse Archers here and some of these like chaff-centric units. We see some Bloodletters being run over. The Tsarina, an absolute Chadette, as she moves through and just rolls through these filthy demons. Zarina was so cool in the freaking Warhammer 3 launch trailer when she like marches through the army and takes on the Bloodthirster. That was such a cool scene. Yeah, very, very cool indeed. But the Kislevites maybe going to get this. We do see several mobile units. Their Winged Lancers coming in and the tattered Winged Lancers here. Tim trying to get his Bloodletters back to the point. And as far as this point goes, it looks like he's got Objective 2 firmly under his control. However, Kislev is moving out aggressively with Armored Kossars as well as Kislevite Warriors who might be able to get that one here in the main fight. Though we do see the Frostworms being worn down by the Bloodletters and the Battletoads, so that is a big loss there for Kislev, and I don't know if they're going to have enough time. I mean, he is up in value for sure, and the Demons do get their Fiends and the Noxbringer back. This objective is being held by the Demons. Bloodletters are just very strong. Even against Cav units, they have high enough melee attack that they can still cut through Winged Lancers. They just have good general AP, so probably are going to see many of these Cav units start to fall, as the Bloodletters will certainly be letting blood here today. So chase back are those units. Zarina and Katarine going to be trying to put this game on her back. We do see one Frostworm sitting on Objective 3, trying to get the capture on that. Kislevite Warriors on their way up, but Bloodletters are going to just massacre them. In the backfield, we see more Armored Kossars. And I think Tim's got this game on lock. He's playing very, very well here. And we do see the Battletoads. They were able to out-micro the slower Kislevite Warriors. They went around, and now they're getting onto the Armored Kossars, which is exactly the type of unit they want to be fighting. Heavily armored infantry. So their anti-infantry bonus can really shine. Here we see the Frostworm maybe going to be trying to weasel back to that objective. Zarina trying, but Tim is just too far ahead in points right now, and he's kind of keeping it close-ish on value. It is slightly favored for Kislev, but I think that it's not taking into account the units of Kislev that have fled off the battlefield, and disintegration is also not being tracked as well. So there's a lot of weird variables with the army tracker and all that sort of good stuff. But yeah, Zarina Katarine afflicted by the Soporific Musk. Once again, doing great. She's at 2,900, so she does manage to run over the Bloodletters, and there's going to be an Ice Sheet going down here, which is a good call. Slows down the Demons, allows her to maneuver over and maybe recapture this objective here. Nurglings are waddling towards that, trying their best. And will the Kislevites get past these Bloodletters? I don't know if they will. We do see the Armored Kossars here. A little bit of supporting shooting from these Armored Kossars maybe melts down the Battletoads. And Tim does get his Nurglings over here, so that probably is going to be enough capture. We'll have to see. And now Zarina Katarine on her Pimp Sled is going to be on her way in, and is she going to get it? Ooh, Tzeentch Army ability going down right there, ladies and gentlemen. All right, does nail the Frostworm, 224 HP, but I think it's probably safe to call GG at this point. I think Tim the Wilder has done it. Kislev has done well today, but they have lost a couple games. This is their second loss today, so goes to show that they can be defeated. And Tim, the things that were buffed for Tim, the Skull Cannons, didn't really even do much. It was OG demon units with nerfs that beat Kislev here, right? Like the Fiends and things like that. However, you have to take into account the experience difference between these players. Like Tim is probably a much more experienced player with more major tournament wins than Glidden. Glidden is good, but Tim is certainly on probably another level. So that is also a variable that you need to take into account when you're kind of evaluating balance, is the skill of the players too. But 1455, it's actually physically impossible for Kislev to win at this point. They would not be able to capture these three objectives, ladies and gentlemen, so that probably is going to be it. Yeah, Skull Cannons performed poorly, but the Fiends and the infantry and the characters did good. The Soul Grinder was very good. The Noxbringer was an absolute chad. And it looks like Zarina is going to be escorted off the battlefield as well. All right, GG, well played. That was quite a bit of fun, and let's go ahead and break it down and see what the Rock is cooking. Zargard are probably not good in this matchup. The Demons have a lot of bombardment against your elite infantry. So 2,300 on those. Skull Cannon 600 and 500. So Skull Cannons were a disappointment. Fiends were good, despite their nerfs still performing well. Zarina was a chad. Little Grom did okay. The Frostworms were very, very good. At least one of them was. And yeah, the infantry is subpar though. The Kislevite infantry got wrecked that game. That was probably the biggest weak link of the matchup. Bloodletters really, really did some solid work. So yeah, let's see how it's going to go. Aces. So let's go get in Dark Age Rush's lobby. Okay. And here we are. Semifinals, let's get it. Frostworms are going to be an auto take? Maybe not. They're good, but on that same note, when you take Frostworms, you give up a lot of infantry killing power, right? They're not cheap. Like, Kislev could have had a lot more shooting or maybe more heavy cav. Like, there's a number of things they could have done, right? All right, so this is the semifinals of the tournament. Tomb Kings are waiting in the grand finals for the winner of this. Any hope for more Dune action? Yeah, down the road when there's an update, Hunar, we'll play some Dune. Yeah, we will. Okay, one sec, guys. We're back in business, baby. Astonishing how well balanced the game with so many factions is. I know, that's the craziest thing about Total War. We have like 24, 25 playable factions, whatever the hell it is now, and yeah, they're awesome. Yeah, it's cool how well balanced it is. I mean, there are balance issues, but considering how many, it's pretty amazing. We're in. Alrighty, just letting Tim know where we are, and we'll get it going. Some games can't even balance with 4 factions. It's very true. It's very, very true. It is Grand Cathay versus the Demons of Chaos. Now, I don't know how this is going to go. They're both really, really good players. Tim probably has more high-profile wins for sure. Dark Age Rush is one like local level. It's kind of like in the tabletop scene. There's 2 tournaments. There's RTTs, which are small tournaments, usually under 18 people, one-day tournaments, and then there's grand tournaments, right? So Tim has won the equivalent of several grand tournaments. Dark Age Rush has won a bunch of RTTs. Both are very good players. But how many major event wins does Tim have? Let's check here. We have our trusty Hall of Fame. Okay. Yeah, look at, so Glidden is up here for now, but Tim is catching up here. Tim's creeping with his Dreadsaurian avatar. Here's our leaderboard on Total Tavern. It's reset, so everything is fresh right now. You can see where the players are from. Man, Poland is going hard in the paint. We have Poland here. We have another Polish player, another one. Yeah, Poland is going real hard this season. And of course, we have several American players, but yeah, all right. Cool to see. So let's look at the Hall of Fame for season 3. Or excuse me. So major event wins. Okay, Tim has 1 major event win here. And is it just 1? No, he's won at least 2 major events, right? I think it might just be 1 actually. Yeah, Tim won the Chaos Clash, which is major. And then we had Void Laws, Houseplant, Berserk, Catholic Alcoholic, and To Be Determined. So just 1 major event won. So he's won one GT basically. But Tim is like come in second a bunch of times in major events. That's for sure. Houseplant has the most. He's kind of seems somewhat retired from Total War right now, but he has the most major event wins. 1, 2, 3, I think 4, 5, and then maybe a faction war 2. Yeah, so 5 major event wins for Houseplant. He's probably the GOAT of Warhammer 3. I don't know who else has that many major event wins. Berserk has 2 major event wins. He's got the faction war win, and he has season 5 win. So that's 2 for Berserk, which is very, very good. Yeah. It's cool how we're able to track all this now, right? You know, we have all the data, we have all the stats and the history. That's kind of what we had in mind with the website when we made it. Okay. So, Dark Age Rush versus Tim the Wilder. It looks like Dark Age is ready. Very curious to see what they do here. I wonder if Tim's going to have learned his lesson about the skull cannons. Is he going to bring them again? Are we going to see it? Yes, yes. Okay. I want to peek at the build. I think we see some of the. I think we will see the lions actually. I think Dark Age is going to bring some of those. Maybe the Jade Lions or the Jet Lions would be a guess. Are you guys talking about how Company of Heroes can't even balance their 4 factions? Yeah. Where's the player from To Be Determined from? We will find out. It's to be determined, I guess. So that's from the previous season. We haven't had the finals for that season yet, so we don't know who the wizard is for that season. Double down. I don't think you can bring 4 skull cannons. I think it caps you at 2. I'm not sure. Because we use CA unit caps, which are actually decent now because they added the single entity cap, which is huge. So, yeah. Greenskins, we don't know yet. I think the only player who played Greenskins today was Professor Pone, so I'm not sure. I think he won a game or 2 and lost 2. I'm not sure. Like dwarves versus Skaven, dwarves always win. That's actually not true. Skaven often defeat dwarves. Yeah, I think Skaven literally beat dwarves earlier in today's tournament, and Skaven have been favored against dwarves for a long time. Yeah. Skaven are definitely favored against dwarves, in my opinion. In the history of Warhammer 3, they have been heavily favored. In Warhammer 2, like, I can't tell you how many dwarf players got wrecked by Skaven in tournament finals and things like that. All right, guys, let's get it. So it begins, the greatest battle of our age. Tim has learned his lesson about the skull cannons. They're not good in every matchup, and he has cut them. All right, guys. So we have Grand Cathay first facing off against the Demons of Chaos here on Crystal Lake. It's going to be a Dark Age Rush. We saw him lose on the top side of the bracket, and now he's here trying to get back to the Grand Finals, but he has to go through an extremely tough opponent in Tim the Wilder. I wonder who... Tim lost to the Tomb Kings earlier. Tomb Kings beat him, so that is where Tim was sent to the losers bracket. Yeah, correct. Yeah, Skaven typically wreck dwarves. Not always. Some of the new stuff, like when dwarves got really broken gyrocopters, dwarves were winning that matchup a bit. But yeah, it's still... I would say, like, if you have the top tier Skaven player against top tier dwarf player in both land battle and Dom, I think that Skaven will win more often than not. Probably like 60-40. It's not unwinnable for dwarves, but it's much harder. They just have so many good tools against you. The snipers, the death runners, good chaff to tar pit you, and absorb blasting charges. It's really good stuff. All right, guys. So the Demons of Chaos are going to be using a Bloodletter front line. I mean, who's surprised? Bloodletters counter armored infantry. Cathay is an armored infantry faction. Nurglings are going to be the Vanguard capture weight, backed up by the Sour Guts, who have recently been nerfed. So Sour Guts had a Sour Discharge. This ability used to do like almost all armor piercing, but now it does way less AP. So it's much more balanced. We do have the Noxbringer. Noxbringer is a very good piece against missile factions, like mid-range missile factions like Grand Cathay, especially on a map where it can use pillars to avoid cannons. And up in the lower sky, we do have a Exalted Lord of Chicken. They got a cost reduction, I believe, this patch, the Exalted Lords of Change, and he is here with Blue Fire and Pink Fire, so very standard stuff. So we have a little bit of everything, right? Yeah, we got Nurgle, we got Khorne, we have Tzeentch, and then Fiends are going to be called in too, right? So we have all the Chaos Gods being represented here, which is very fun. Now, Dark Age Rush has not learned the lesson about the deployment on this map. Deploying down here is way better for Grand Cathay, because you can just, like, it's so easy to use the edge of the map to kind of choke your opponent out, and then you just play these two objectives. If you push up here, the demons come through the forest and they ambush you. So once again, we see Dark Age Rush with what I feel is a pretty colossal deployment mistake. But is it going to matter? Find out on today's episode of Dragon Ball Z. Brian, thank you for the fiber. Love your streams. Hey, man, right back at you. Oh, I can even like your donation now. That's cool. I can click the like button on that. Sweet. Oh, I can reply to that? Oh, that's cool. Look at that. I can actually reply directly to your thing now. Yeah. Oh, wow. Some new features on YouTube. Okay, YouTube streaming, stepping up its game. Look at that. All right, all right. But Dark Age is going to be going for blood here, using his cannons to shoot at the Noxbringer, which is going to be fleeing. Cannons do miss. But the Jade Lion, I like the Jade Lion. It got a damage buff. It has magic damage. Reasonably durable, fast, you know, against Demons of Chaos. Something that could potentially go fisticuffs with Soul Grinders. That's kind of neat. We do see the Breath Attack coming in on the Nurglings there. Where's the Lord who cast that? Oh, is that the Jade Lion Breath? Oh, it's like a bound spell now. Oh, they changed that too, right? So the Jade Lion using his Breath Attack on the Nurglings, that's pretty rad. I like that a lot. I know. Been like this for a while, has it? We're living in the 21st century. Okay, can't do that on Twitch. That's right. That's right. It's all about YouTube, baby. We're going hard. Okay. So the Grand Cannons, unfortunately for Dark Age Rush, are kind of poorly deployed. If they were here, like I said, they could hit everything. Here, they're a little bit easier to protect for sure, but their avenue of shooting is very narrow. Unless they move up here, and then they could shoot sideways and do a little bit more work. But Grand Cathay does have the objectives. We do see the Blue Fire going down. And this is the problem, right? You're letting Tzeentch cackle in the bushes. Whereas if you were out here, Tzeentch would have to come into open field. The big chicken would have to be in open field to do that to you. So here, Dark Age Rush is just going to be punished very heavily, and the demons are going to be kiting back. There's obviously still a great chance that Dark Age Rush can win this. He's extremely good. But I do think that there have been some pretty catastrophic mistakes with the deployment, and we're going to see if it matters. Peasant Long Spears are on the way, and we do see another Pink Fire. So just like the cinematic trailer, the Iron Hill Gunners are getting roasted by the Tzeentchian Firepower, sitting at 11 leadership, and it looks like the forces of Grand Cathay are going to be, giving into their bloodlust, and they're going to be disrespecting Harmony. and coming up to party. Uh-oh. The lion over here, the lion, the witch, and the wardrobe, it's going to get hunted. It's going in the wardrobe. But yeah, big blunder by Dark Age Rush. Tim the Wilder is going to capitalize. Tim is a predator. You can't make mistakes against him. He will hunt you down. He's like the one from the original Predator movies. He's got the dreadlocks. He's invisible. You make any mistakes, he's going to cackle. Cannon shots at least return the favor a little bit, but yeah, losing this lion here like this is just such a blunder. Definitely no reason for that to happen. It's crumbling right now. We do see some Onyx Crowman over there, but there's no sense in engaging them. So that is a very, very rough engagement to lose your lion right out of the gates. And for pretty much no value. I mean, you did blob up the Fiends and do some damage against the Noxbringer. The cannon fire is going to kill a couple more Fiends here, which is going to be very good. Yeah, you see that blob? I mean, okay, it ends up blobbing them up a bit, so that's not the worst, but that's a pretty catastrophic blunder, if you ask me. So Dark Age is going to be playing these two objectives, and the Demons of Chaos are still hanging out, and the value trading is actually kind of even. Because of the cannon fire on top of the Fiends, it was kind of, normalized a little bit. We got a couple spears down here waiting to get on the objectives. Nurglings are going to be pushing for the backfield, so we do have a wild Nurgling heading for that cannon there. Jade Lancers could easily run that thing over. And yes, it is go time. The Exalted Lord of Change waiting with his pink and blue fire. What's he going to be doing? He drops into the pink fire and basically deletes the source code of that Iron Hail Gunner. So those are going to be offline. They have 400 HP. Most likely going to be shattering here at this point. Cannon fire is going to be waiting in the wings. What are they going to do? They're trying to get on that Noxbringer. You can see the cannon scooting up here as the Noxbringer continues to saturate into the Iron Hail Gunners. The demons are just going to kind of try and pick apart the Cathay army as long as possible and then use the Bloodletters to Alpha Strike. And the Bloodletters will probably utilize the tree line. I really dislike this positioning from Dark Age, man. I really dislike it. He's so good. He's such a good player, but yeah, I guess it's an easy mistake to make. Because, like, look at the cover. The demons just get all this cover for free by fighting for these. Instead of fighting in pure open... Cathay is a shooting faction. They're a gun line. You want a shooting gallery, right? Anyways, back here, we do see some Furies coming in to try and take down the cannon. The Chaos Warhounds, or the Fleshhounds, do get intercepted by the Crowmen, actually. And the Furies are going to be engaging and rear charging in. But I think the Crowmen and the Peasants and the Spears actually win this fight. So this fight ends up being, I think, a bit of a victory for Dark Age Rush here. I think that's going to be a very, very solid one here. And on the other side, what do we got? We have the old Sour Guts shooting into the Jade Warriors. Not going to be terribly cost-effective. Jade Warriors do have good armor and shields. Oh my god, the tight formation's really backfiring on Grand Cathay. The Peasant Archers, oh, they're just peasants. Okay, that's why they took... The 5 armor isn't going to help them. I thought those were like Jade Warrior crossbows for a second. I was going to be like, oof. Value trading is favoring Tim. And this is a playstyle that Demons of Chaos use in land battle quite a bit, so Tim is very practiced at it. And here we see the Crowmen. They're going to be chasing down the Exalted Chicken. And the Chicken's probably just going to land on the ground. Yep. And at this point, Dark Age, just, take that as a victory. Don't follow it to the ground, because then the Bloodletters might be able to get you. So Dark Age does follow that big chicken to the ground here. And he's going to want to retreat here. Objective 1 belongs to Grand Cathay. Objective 2 to Grand Cathay. Cannon's actually doing good work. And Dark Age Rush is doing a very good job protecting this cannon back here. And does fold Tim up pretty bad in this position. So Tim does take a big L down here. And is going to be able to move up the spears and potentially triple cap the Demons of Chaos, which Tim cannot afford. Triple cap is going to be a horrific situation for him. Because even though he does have an advantageous situation on the objectives now, the demons are coming for the envelop. The Crowmen were blundered. Didn't need to happen. Demons coming here, demons, and yeah, they're coming in from all angles. And it is go time. We'll see how long Grand Cathay is going to be able to hold on. Pretty much all of their shooting is offline. They have a couple of tattered Iron Hail Gunners who are near death. At the very least, might as well have them shoot the Battletoads, but Jade Warriors will be able to hold and defeat Nurglings, but Bloodletters will basically hard counter them. And the bottom objective was yielded, though, although a big blunder here if his cannon does go down for free. Dark Age does have some mobility nearby. Call out some Peasant Horsemen, some Jade Lancers, yeah, something like that. So Dark Age is going to be able to protect that. And the middle objective, Tim still owns this. Not Tim, excuse me, Dark Age. He's got his Jade Warriors, his Spears, and his Crowmen. Crowmen are really good against demons. They, of course, do magic damage and hit very hard, so they're a hard counter against a lot of demonic units. Grand Cathay holding this objective. We do see the Dragon-Blooded Lord duking it out with the big chicken here, but the chicken's going to win. It's a very, very good fighter. Meanwhile, Bloodletter's going to be emerging from the trees, eviscerating these peasants, and we do see the giant demon leaping in there and doing some big work. So yeah, that is incredibly tough. He's dropping his pimp cane, and oh, there goes that peasant. So they break and run. No surprises there. A greater demon attacks you, and you're literally a peasant with a spear, so... you're not going to want any of that smoke. Cannon's doing good work, though. Are they going to be stabilized? We do see this cannon stabilized here, so well played to Dark Age Rush there. He does have the triple cap. If you're Grand Cathay right now, you need to start hunkering down on Objective 2 and Objective 3 right here. That is 100% the play. Just got to anchor down on those bad boys, because the demons are easily going to be taking this point. We do see the value trading still favoring Dark Age Rush. His cannons are doing very well. That's the one thing that's keeping him in this game, are the Grand Cathay cannons. We see the Fiends of Slaanesh getting routed here, and the Noxbringer is also eating a lot of cannon fire shooting into the Fiends. Fiends have pulled back here. Meanwhile, Dark Age is actually doing a really good job stabilizing on many fronts. His Fury play, or his Crowmen against Furies, has been very, very good. He's been able to protect his backfield very effectively. But unfortunately, the demons did get kind of a freebie against him here. Here we see some peasant archers shooting into the demons. And now comes the onslaught. It's going to be a lot of pressure, right? We see Tim moving up with the Nurglings as well as the Fiends. Sour Guts are moving. Triple Bloodletter here, right? So we got 1, 2, and 3 Bloodletters. And those things are just going to collapse. They're just going to treat this like a bowling alley and basically just move to all these objectives. And it's going to be very tough for Dark Age to hold all those points. Cathay is not good when the battles become chaotic. They need to keep those formations going. So we do see the Dragon-Blooded Lord pulling back to the middle. He is going to be heading towards Objective Uno. There he goes. And Dragon-Blooded Lord will provide a little bit of capture weight to make sure the objectives don't flip. Noxbringer battling it out in melee. It's still a very good fighter, but a chance it could crumble fighting against those Peasant Long Spearmen. And there's a beautiful pink fire by Tim. Man, he is just an unholy wizard. He does get that very, very nice nuke there. That objective is going to be flipping. And I think, is it a triple cap? Not quite. No, I think Tim would still win on 2. I wouldn't be surprised to see a tap out from Dark Age. I think he's going to realize the game's over here pretty soon. Is there any way he can scrap his way back? Too many blunders, right? Like giving away the Crowmen in the bushes, the Jade Lion just dying randomly over here for no reason, and the deployment up on Objective 1 were his mistakes. But aside from that, Dark Age played a very, very good game. He's super solid. I mean, Tim is one of the best players in the world, and to have a contested game with Tim is a testament to your skill. But I think that the demons are going to be running rampant here and taking over. I'm controlling the tactical dong because YouTube keeps demonetizing my streams where I draw them. I have to really feel the call of the wild to do the tactical dong nowadays. Like, I have to really feel it, you know? All right, so Cathay is coming out. They do have their Jade Lancers. Maybe a little bit of resurgence here. Cannon maybe going to be stabilized. The Bloodletter is going to be run over by multiple heavy cav units. Also shot in the face, but then they're going to be turning and running. And we get the Dune Dragons. Dune Dragons are kind of a niche pick against demons. They do have magic damage and are very durable with high armor, so you can use them to fight demonic infantry relatively well. And looking down here, we do see Objective 3 belongs to Grand Cathay, but the Big Chicken and the Plague Toads, as well as the Fleshhounds and the Noxbringer, probably going to be able to overwhelm the Peasant Spears down here. A Bloodletter unit's going to be arriving as well. And yeah, the Dune Dragons are okay, but Tim is just going to kite them and maintain capture weight, and then you're not going to be able to get it. Dark Age does have his cannons still. No, they're offline now, so it's just going to be Jade Warriors and Peasants on their way out, and the Big Chicken able to rout off the Cathay Lord. Most likely, Tim goes back up in the sky after getting another attack if it gets away and uses a blue fire to snipe this Lord. But that objective belongs to the demons. Triple cap for Tim, and he has got this game in the bag. Grand Cathay, I think just letting themselves get surrounded and enveloped in a very bad position near the woods was just not the right idea. Open field is your best friend as shooting factions, right? Like Empire, Grand Cathay, Dwarves. You want to force the fight in the most open area possible. Yes. So there goes the Cathay Lord. It's broken and stirred, and it looks like it's going to be using the... oh, that's funny. It's using that Lord of Yin spell, which you almost never see. Blossom Wind. It's not bad, actually. It does discourage demons and debuff them and stuff, so that is not bad. But shattered and beaten are the forces of Grand Cathay. The Dune Dragons in the middle, getting a little bit of capture way back. So maybe that's going to give Grand Cathay a little bit of hope. But Tim has actually passed them in value now. So Grand Cathay had the value lead for a long time, but they've kind of faltered there. And yeah, that's going to be it. GG, well played. Grand Finals, ladies and gentlemen. We have a Halloween edition, Demons versus Undead. So all of this spooky ghouls of the night are going to be arriving. Not vampire counts, but it is the Tomb Kings in the Grand Finals versus Tim the Wilder. And I believe this is a rematch. Tim was defeated earlier in the tournament by the Tomb Kings. So they're going to get an opportunity for vengeance. And yes. That's crazy because are you guys talking about the tactical dong still? I don't know if it was a coincidence. Maybe there was something else on the stream that they didn't like. YouTube's very strange. Like, I've had many streams demonetized, and then I protest it, and they just are like, oh, okay, you're fine, actually. And you're like, why did you do it in the first place? And then you just get no answer. You're like, all right. So that happens all the time, too. So it might not be the tactical dongs, but I don't know. It could be anything. It could be the That's What She Said jokes. You have no idea. But, like, there's such horrific content on YouTube that's monetized. Like, a That's What She Said joke is where you draw the line, really? I don't think so. I really don't. So I have no idea. Part of it could be maybe the violence in this game. I mean, there is a lot, but I don't know. There's like shooting games are way worse, right? Yeah, it must be so. I would be really curious to know what actually triggers it. Yeah, GG, well played. Tim is going to get the dub. The game was basically over. And yes. Thank you guys for joining today. It's been super fun, man. Great stream. Cool new meta. A lot to explore. No restrictions on factions feels so good, and I hope we can stay that way. We'll see. We will see. A lot of accidental bans because AI falsely identifying words or images. Makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. Probably has something to do with that. All right, so Turin finals. Let's host the game, and we're going to get this. So we have you. Let's go to the old domination, and yeah, switch that. Get Tim in there. Okay. So we got Tim the Wilder jumping in here, and Solasora. Great. Loving it so far. And yes, the map for the grand finals. Let's go check Total Tavern. See what it's going to be. Yeah, Demons and Chaos rematch. We're in the grand finals, outer region. By the way, there's another tournament going on at 6 o'clock. It's not my tournament. I'm going to be out. But if you guys want more action, there is another launch day tournament. So if you were eliminated outer region, there's another one going. So if you want to play in that, you know, highly recommend it, boss. Okay, so we got the Celestial Lake. Okay, that's a good map. Great map, as a matter of fact. And there we are. The Demons of Chaos versus the Kings of the Tomb. Some people just want to watch the world burn. Yeah. Tim the Wilder and his arch nemesis. I know, it's perfect. Yeah, it's going to be great. Does that mean Super Chats can increase the amount of tactical dongs? Yeah, I could. Yeah. I'll draw one for you guys. Don't worry. It needs to happen naturally, you know? You can't force the tactical dong. It needs to happen. All right. Okay. And we're about ready. Yep, just need to wait for them to do their build, so probably 5-10 minutes and we should be good. This is the grand finals right here, yeah, the winner of the tournament. So whoever wins this is going to be taking the #1 spot on Season 8 leaderboard. It's going to be very hyped. And then we have the grand finals coming up for Season 7? Season 7 we just finished. So the grand finals will be taking place in a couple weeks, which will be a lot of fun. So you guys have we have several major events coming up. Major events have big prize pools and are usually the sweatiest. So we're going to have a faction war coming up as well as the season finals, which I'm very, very hyped for. Yeah, it'll probably be, you know what? Cetra on the Chariot? No, probably Blue Fire would snipe him too easily. If only there was a way to heal him on the Chariot. You know, that would be good. Dongzhuo, yes, of course. Yes, of course. How's life treating you guys? Where are you guys all from? I'm curious. I'm always curious at these odd times of the day when we're in the middle of the day where everyone hails from. Let me know where you guys are from. What country do you hail from? Or state. You know, if you're in the States, you can let me know the state as well. In 2 hours, Harrison will give me a chance. I want to play. I actually want to play in that tournament, but I gotta go out. We're hanging out with some of our neighbors, so. Wisconsin. Nice. Right on, meow meow. Powerful. Default funds are set. Lobby looks good. Tim, probably how do demons deal with Tomb Kings? Interesting. I feel like Tomb Kings have some good tools against them. We got okay. Let's bang off these countries right now. See where people are from. Oh my God, yeah, all over the place. We got Sweden, Ireland, Poland, Nashville, Washington, Montana, Portugal, Spain, Germany, Czech Republic, Norway, Nevada. You guys want the M&M? I can do it pretty fast. Texas, Indianapolis, Italy, Switzerland, Netherlands, UK, Idaho, US, West Coast, Germany, England, Australia, Sweden, Poland, Norway, Atlanta, Maryland, Switzerland, South Africa, Ohio, California, Sweden, Denmark, Austria. Oh no, YouTube switched it up when I was trying to read it. I think I missed some. Okay, Sweden, Kansas, Sweden, in my backyard. Oh God, Halloween spooky. Germany, Washington, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Florida, North Carolina, Wales, PA, Ontario, Texas, Sweden. Reichland. Oh, okay, we have a Sigmar's Faithful here in chat as well. Holy Terra. Wow. Okay, hanging out at the Golden Throne. I see. I don't know where that is, Rich. Where is that? Georgia country. Oh, okay, right on, man. I believe Berserk is from Georgia as well, the country. I believe he hails from there. Yeah, man, we got quite the international community here. The crew is ready. Right on. Japan. Konnichiwa. Genki desu ka? Hajime mashite. We didn't start the fire. Yeah, some Arizona power. Europeans staying up late tonight. Partying into the wee hours of the morning. You live in the swamps of Germany. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, it's always fun. I always have a good time heading over to Europe. It's always fun to try the. I'm a food tourist. Like I like to go places and try the food. That's my favorite thing about traveling. So I haven't had a chance to really explore a lot of European cuisine because we pretty much go to Poland every trip. But I have laid over at a couple European airports and I've tried some of the cultural food there, which is probably not the most accurate representation, but yeah, I love Polish food. It's so good. Oh yeah, give me the pierogies, dude. Just yes. Ireland with a Guinness in hand. A Guinness is my favorite beer, actually. It's one of my favorite beers. Like I really like dark beer with there's a Guinness that came out that is like a nitrogenated, so it's like nitro infused Guinness, and it's so smooth. It's insane. It's great. Come to Italy. Yeah, I would love it. I mean, my ancestors are from northern Italy. Let me see. Yeah, so my family comes from Lake Como in northern Italy. You know, many generations ago. I'm obviously American, but my ancestors were from Lake Como in northern Italy. So let me see what that's close to. Yeah, where's Lake Como? So Como, yeah, really like north of Milan, west of Bergamo. Yeah, pretty close to the Swiss Alps, actually. Like really close to the Switzerland border. Yeah, that's where my ancestors in Italy came from. My old bones prefer YouTube Warhammer parties these days. Yeah, it's always fun, man. All right, demons are not ready yet, nor are the Tomb Kings. Come on, I got things to do. Let's get this going. I prefer the Polish drinks to food. Yeah, absolutely. Poland has some good beer. The swamp in Germany is the Netherlands. Oh, is it? What? Is Turin a reference to a city? No, it's actually my middle name. Yeah, it's not a reference to the city. It was my dad's middle name. It was his dad's middle name. It was my great grandpa's middle name. It was my great grandpa's middle name. So Turin is like an ancestral name kind of passed down. It's obviously of Italian ancestry, but yeah. Yeah, Sebastian, he says dark beer, German Schwarzbier. Might be biased, but I prefer I love stouts. Like thick, dark beer is my favorite with like a lot of foam on it. Oh God, dude. Any chance you get Grubby to play Warhammer 3 multiplayer? I think it's possible. Turin must conquer the Swiss Alps in a flat 5. So my ancestors actually used to go over the Swiss Alps a lot. They were like, I think they were guides or something. I'd have to talk to someone on my dad's side to get the story. I can't remember, but someday we'll start a podcast, and I will tell you guys some wild stories. So one side of my family is like from New York City. They're mostly East Coast Italians, like Boston, New York City. You know, they look super Italian. They look like from The Sopranos, right? But the other side of my family, oh my God, it is the most wild stuff, dude. It is from Texas, Oklahoma, and these are some of the most country people you will ever meet. And some of the stories I could tell you guys about some of the family members. Oh my God. I'll have my mom on the podcast. We'll get my mom on there and she'll tell you guys some gnarly stories. Yeah. Yeah. Grubby not having to worry about build orders and just being able to micro would be insane. Yeah, I would love to see that. I would love to see it. So yeah, it's cool though. Like having family from New York and family from the country is really, I think it's enriching, you know? You get like a perspective on every side of American culture. Because it's very easy to just fall into one side, like, you know, oh, I'm with this side of the culture, that side. But having perspective on everything is always good, I think. Master, thank you for the donation. If you were looking to buy a property on the Warhammer 40K map, what would be your top 3 choices? Oh, dude, Ultramar, Ultramar, and Ultramar. Or you know, wherever the Salamanders are. You want to live with the Salamanders, the Ultramarines, or on Holy Terra. Those are like the only places you're going to want to live. Yeah. Thank you for the donation, bud. I don't know what the currency exchange is for that, but I don't care. Thank you. It's great. Very generous of you. Yeah, buddy. Tolkien was a reference to Turin's ancestors, yes. The Shroud of Turin, the Cape of Jesus. So, let's take a look at the builds here. So vanilla. I do like vanilla, actually. Vanilla's good. Yeah, vanilla is actually my favorite ice cream flavor, so I guess I am very vanilla. It's true. Yeah. Dude, where else would you want to live in 40K? What, do you want to live on Nocturne? You know, you want to live on Barbarous, where the Death Guard were, literally like alien overlords, like spewing toxic gas on you. Of course, you're gonna choose any of the Paradise worlds, you know, or like the safe worlds. Cadia, I don't know about that. Your planet's gonna explode. All right, ladies and gentlemen, back to Warhammer. Let's get this party started. So, taking a look here at the forces of Tim the Wilder. He's got Pink Horrors, which of course do good light shooting against light armor, which Tomb Kings have a fair amount of. Infantry Corps is going to be Bloodletters, which seem to be very popular. This matchup, it's either Bloodletters or Plague Bearers. Those are the plans. Over here on the other side, we got two Nurglings going to be rolling up with their Vanguard capture weight, and it is going to be Caress the Darkling Prince. He got cost reduced pretty heavily today, so he got buffed. As far as what he brings to the table, we have Lash and Acquiescence. He's going to be trying to trigger the Blissful Rapture to give his entire army 12 melee attack. Okay, that is very, very heavy metal. Now, for the rest of the army here, for the Tomb Kings, it's going to be two skirmish units, which are very good here at poking into the demonic units and providing capture weight. Ushapti Grapos, one of my favorite models. I rock a unit of 6 of these in tabletop all the time, and I have a lot of fun with them. They're great fun. We got Skeleton Warriors into the sunset, no surprises, and it is going to be Cetra the Imperishable, coming off a bit of a nerf. But even still, very, very good. Cetra rules, and he's here with the Ushapti. If there's going to be a unit that's the main lord for a faction, I don't want it to be like a generic sorcerer on a dragon. You want it to be the coolest character. So at the very least, you know, we have Big Giga Chad Cetra as the main pick for Tomb Kings these days, which, look, I have no complaints about that. I think it's awesome. But the Tomb Kings battle lines are going to be advancing upon the objectives. Objective 3 and Objective 2 going to be going to the Tomb Kings. And you know how Tim likes to play. He likes to poke, but I don't think he's going to be poking this game. It looks like he's preparing just a big Giga Alpha Strike, and he's going to be trying to use the Caressling Darkling Prince to apply those fat army-wide buffs, which is cool. On top of that, Caressling does have anti-large, so if he is able to find Cetra in open field, he might be able to do well. On the other side, the Bloodletters have heard the call of Khorne, so, you know, they want skulls, and there are skulls here. They're just, you know, it's less work, you know, to get to the skulls. They're literally just skeletons, so you just bash them up and, you know, you got your goodies. Tim going to be pulling back a little bit, trying to force the Tomb... So what he's doing right now, Tim, is very good. He's forcing the Tomb Kings to overextend some of their weak units so that they're easier to envelop through here, and then it's harder to get support for the Tomb Kings. But Tomb Kings might just go pedal to the metal. We're going to have to see. So the big Cetra are going to be moving in, doing glorious battle with the Plague Toads. Plague Toads getting melted down really, really hard there by Cetra. And also by the Ushapti Grapos. The Ushapti Grapos have been teeing off on those Battletoads. But the Caressling is going to be moving in, so the Slaanesh Demon Prince, dude, look how Chad he is. I think he's freaking huge. He has anti-large. Man, the Slaanesh aesthetic is so cool. When they do Emperor's Children in 40K, I'm definitely going to start a Slaanesh army. But, yeah, the Darkling Prince getting a lot of work done here on Cetra the Imperishable, who has popped all of his buffs. So the Blessed Blade of Batra is active. And the Darkling Prince now going to be engaging once again. Cetra taking a lot of damage. He's going to need to be careful. On the rest of the fights, we do see the Nehekar Warriors and the Ushapti engaging. Pretty strong combo, right? The Ushapti will be very good against Bloodletters. And Nehekar Warriors aren't bad against Demonic Infantry either. They do have bonus versus Infantry, they just lack armor piercing, but against these units, should more or less be fine. But Tomb Kings are pressing Tim super, super hard here. Just everything is moving forward. We see Solasar with a big value lead. These Ushapti Grapos are teeing off. Currently 600 value, just wrecking a lot of the elite Demonic Troopers. And a lot of it's going to come down to, for Tim, whether or not he can kill Cetra. If Cetra is able to escape, because all of Tim's value is basically on Cetra. He is not trading well anywhere else in the battlefield. It seems like the Ushapti and the Chaff units are just doing really well in up trading. Although here we do see some of the Demonic Troopers doing okay against the Nehekar Warriors. But the melee Shapti, Nehekar Horsemen, the Swarming Elements just doing so much work. So there we see another Lash of Slaanesh, and up here we do see Caress the Darkling Prince going for the kill once again on Cetra. A lot of crossfire coming in here from the Pink Horse. So the Pink Horse getting a bit of work done on old Cetra the Imperishable. And is he going to get it? He's at 2,900 HP. Army ability going down. Is this going to be the first time we see Cetra get taken out here today? Maybe we will. Demons pulled the value back. The Demons have pulled the value back, and I think Solasora got a little bit too confident against Tim. You know, you pull a little bit ahead, you're thinking things are looking cozy. Then Tim the Wilder comes in with the steel chair and causes a lot of problems. So there he comes once again. The Darkling Prince going to be jumping into Setra the Imperishable. There it goes. And what sort of witchcraft is going to be getting summoned here? I think it's a Ushapti summon. So the Ushapti summon is going to be active. It's trying to buy time and tar pit the Prince. Setra's at 900 HP. The Slaanesh Prince showing that it is an amazing anti-large fighter. 1100 value so far, all of which has been against Setra. Setra also took a lot of damage from the shooting. Tomb Kings do have the objective advantage, though, and they do have a lot of units coming up. So we see the new... Well, the Chariots, of course, got buffed this patch. There's going to be a massive legion of Tomb Kings mobility coming out. So much that it's, like, lagging the game a little bit. But isn't that cool? Look at the Legion of the Dead advancing across the battlefield. You gotta love to see it. I think it looks so rad. So Setra falls to the Darkling Prince. The Imperishable one has perished. Down with his Sphinx. Setra face down in the dirt as the Dark Prince's Chosen continues its rampage. Now... big thing for Tim is he's been able to hold on to his back objective. If he had lost his back objective, his opponent would have almost 800 points now, and he could be in a very precarious situation. Yeah, Setra expires on Halloween, that's right. Big Chariot play, going to be rear charging into the back of the Bloodletters. Beautiful stuff right there, as we do see these Nurglings getting roasted pretty good. And the Ushapti here are in critical binding, but holding on. Chariot's doing some work, actually. They did a lot of damage against those undead, or against those demons when they moved in. Objective 2 and 3 firmly in the control of the Tomb Kings. Tim is still on the back foot, though he's starting to value trade better. If the Tomb Kings can keep the value trading even, they probably win this game because they have the status quo is them with 2 objectives. So if you maintain that status quo in terms of value, then that is a big win. But Tim is starting to pull ahead a little bit. We do see 67 against 63. Both sides have healing, though. I think, actually, no. Demons don't have any healing. Tomb Kings do. But the Tomb Kings have also lost their Wizard, which is catastrophic. Setra dying that early is a big blunder. If you're Solasora, you need to save up for Setra again, 100%. We see a lot of demonic crumbling, and that's something else we haven't accounted for, is that the demons could have had a lot of units crumbling, and it's not necessarily reflected in the old power balance here. So Pink's unleashing the Fury. Fiends of Slaanesh going to be coming out. Fiends of Slaanesh are a hard counter against Ushapti and against Chariots, so they do move in, and these Chariots are probably going to be eviscerated. They're immediately taking a bit of damage, afflicted by the Soporific Musk, and most likely will be taken to Pound Town here. Is Tim making any plays for the far side objective? He is. We do see these guys on the outside, so the Nurgling's going to be heading towards objective trace. Going to be trying to grab that if they can. And on objective 1 here, what do we got? We do see the Demons of Chaos holding it down, but their capture weight is diminishing. Good skirmish gap play. Solasora is playing really well. Aside from the Setra blunder, really, really good map control, really good play, and heavy pressure. Yeah, Solasora is saving up for Setra again. So Setra is undead. It makes sense for him to come back to life. And on the backside, we do see some Skeleton Horsemen called out. So trying to get a little bit of mobility there, because waiting for Setra is going to give up a lot of battlefield agency, and you're potentially going to be having a relatively bad time. So we will have to see how that is going to be unfurling here. So objective Uno is going, and is it going to be flipping to the Tomb Kings? They have a lot of capture weight here. Tim piles in with pretty much everything that he has. The Nurglings, the Fiends, and the Battletoads to try and grab that objective. The Demonic Infantry making a little bit of progress, but it is a triple cap, and Tomb Kings are going to be very resilient. Setra is back, baby. It's Halloween. The dead rise again. He has heard no bell, and now Setra is going to be moving out. Now, saving up 3,000 supplies to bring Setra back, it gives up a ton of battlefield agency, right? But if the Tomb Kings can get it to a point where they win on just one objective, that would be colossal. That would be very, very good. So is Setra going to be heading over here, maybe, to bully those Nurglings and get them off the point? I think that would be a good call. You need to hold the objectives for as long as humanly possible. So Tomb Kings don't really have a lot of fighting power anymore. It's mainly just skirmishers and light cav and Setra, right? Both armies are very worn down. Tim has a little bit better momentum. He's got the Fleshhounds, he's got the Bloodletters, he does also have the Nurglings, a couple very, very powerful elements here. But Tim is going to be flipping this objective, and are the Tomb Kings going to be Helm's Deeping in the back objective? We'll find out. Here we do get Curse Blades activated on the Skeleton Horsemen, trying to give them some more killing power, but mainly just triggering the army-wide heal for the Tomb Kings is going to be the play. Skeleton Chariot's taken down, but they got 600 value, which isn't terrible. They only cost like 800 or something, so not a terrible trade there. Caressing the Darkling Prince at 1600 value. Really cool to see like a niche Demon Prince like doing very well. Just a testament to how giant. Like the Nurgle Prince would be fine here. I think that the Tzeentch Prince would be fine. You know, Red Ogre probably not, but yeah, the Corn Prince is a little bit haggard overall, but Caressling, he seems to be doing very, very well for Tim. This objective does flip really, really bad for the Tomb Kings to have the Nurglings flip this objective. Cetra, in the meantime, is going to continue pushing. It is a triple cap situation, by the way, so the Tomb Kings can totally Helm's Deep if they want to. So right now, the big thing for Solasora is to make sure that Tim the Wilder is not able to get up and get his objective too. If he loses his home objective, he's going to need to start sending some good, solid infantry to that point. If he doesn't, I think there's a big chance he's going to be losing it. So Curse Blade's activated once again. The Tomb King's mobility trying his best to hold back the tides of the demons, but the demon tide is on the way out. I think the blunder of Cetra in the beginning might have been too much. You know, against a player like Tim, that is really, really, you know, hard to come back from. But Cetra's back, and once again, he might just be getting whooped on by the Darkling Prince. I mean, oh, the blessed number! Dude, there's no way he can lose now. 69 kills on Caress. The Dark Prince oversees this game himself, and he is not going to let his chosen demon fail with 69 kills. You gotta love it. All right. So Skeleton Spears on their way up. They're going to be heading towards Objective 2. We got more Skeleton Spears heading there to buffer, providing a little bit of cap weight. Some Light Horsemen also going to be running interference, but this is going to be a long time before you win, right? And the Tomb King's light cab, it's mostly desperation sends from the Tomb Kings, right? They're not sending anything meaningful. It's just desperation to try and hold. And if Cetra dies again, probably going to be it. And it looks like Tim the Wilder is going to get revenge for the earlier game in which he lost to the Tomb Kings. He probably tried to bring the cannons earlier, which is what I assume happened. And Cetra getting whooped on again by Caress. Absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal. Yeah, Slaanesh himself is here in this game watching. And a little bit of lag when you really get in on those animations there. I'm going to have to check my graphics card and make sure my drivers are up to date. I've been having a little bit of issues lately. Soporific Musk, Acquiescence, and Sundered Armor, and Cetra down again! The two-time Dark Prince. Caress getting the job done, closing out the game, and now Tim the Wilder is going to come and just absolutely annihilate these skeletons. Do you know how long you would have to hold Objective 2 for? That is so freaking long. This is going up, you know, it's what, almost 400 victory tickets, and that's 1 per second. That is so freaking long. Can Cetra die a third time? That would be a record for sure. But Skeleton Spearmen without a Lord, they're based... Look at the leadership. It's freaking 24 right now. There's no way. Those guys, as soon as like a stiff breeze blows on them, they're going to start coming down. That objective's going to be flipping. Fiends and the Pink Horrors have done the job here. Battletoad's going to be heading over that direction to make sure they get that objective as well. Tomb King's just pure Helm's Deeping, but the Darkling Prince is going to get it done. Yeah, he will for sure cut through these guys. Solasora doesn't know this game's over, but it 100% is, ladies and gentlemen. And it was a good match, good tournament. You know, overall, a lot of really fun games today. We got to see a fair amount of new units. I mean, Fiends were nerfed. Caress was buffed, right? We saw Skull Cannons. We saw Kislev in action. Didn't get to see Chorfs or Ogres. Ogres didn't really get any changes. But yeah, a fair amount of factions we got to see. We got to see some Elves, Empire. I'd be curious to see how Steam Tanks play out and some of those other elements on the Empire roster. Really excited to use the Royal Altar of Griffites with their Glorious Charge. I think that's going to be incredibly fun. But yeah, the Skeletons are holding on pretty well. I mean, that's what Undead do. They're very good at just kind of anchoring on a position with their unbreakable stat line. But the Disintegration and the Crumbling is really going to be a big variable now. Caress is there. Bloodletter's on their way over. And the Fiends of Slaanesh. Demons of Chaos are really good because they're a rapid response faction, right? They can really make sure that, you know, if somebody tries to go for a sneaky objective cap on them, they have really fast units. They have all the Slaanesh cap, right? Not all of them, but they have Seekers and Fiends. So if you try something, you know, cheeky on them, they're going to be able to catch you. Bloodletters are arriving. And another Bloodletter here, that's going to be a ton of killing power. The Tomb Kings, you're going to see this like start to flip really rapidly here as Solasora calls out another Skeleton Horseman. And Tim the Wilder is going to be claiming victory here today in the first match of Season 8. The first tournament, excuse me, the Grand Finals. Old Tim. Yes, the champion of the Pacific Northwest. He has done it. And we see these guys melting. Skeleton Horsemen paying the troll toll. And a good, solid, heavy-duty 5-hour tournament. This one's almost done. Capture weight's going up. Skeletons provide a little bit. I think Solasora was in that... I mean, the Cetra blunder in the beginning was just too much. And Tim was very keyed in on killing Cetra. And this Demon Prince did a freaking amazing job of it, actually. 3,400 value on the Demon Prince. So yeah, that's great. That's big, big money there. And GG, well played. The demons have done it. Happy Halloween, everybody. Makes sense for the scary creatures of the Beyond to fight the skeletons in the grand final. Two very Halloween factions, right? I mean, Vampire counts are the ultimate Halloween faction, but, you know, we have the Vampire counts at home here with the Tomb Kings. All right, GG, well played to Tim the Wilder. Holding it down, the Slaanesh Prince. Very cool tech there in the beginning. And, yes. That is it. The Demon Prince, he got like, I think 300 gold off him or something. So he's a freaking steal for sure. Yeah, absolutely. That game just came down to Cetra dying. That's basically it. Like, everything else was, decent trades, but Cetra getting karate chops cost the Tomb Kings the game. Ladybird loved her thumbnail. I'm glad your dog loved the thumbnail we made for her. I'm glad. Yes, it was good. All right, ladies and gentlemen. As always, on the way out, if you guys enjoyed the stream, please do drop a like. It helps keep the Total War engine going. We'll be back streaming pretty much non-consistent for the next week. It's going to be a lot of fun. But I'm out for tonight. I'm going to go hang out with my smoking hot wife. We're going to go have some fun, hang out with our neighbors, and do the whole Halloween shenanigans. Should be great. But I appreciate all of you guys. It was great fun. Drop a like on the way out. Let's pump up those rookie numbers. And we'll see you around. Really excited to explore the meta. The Chowie Czar will be coming. Tomorrow, the Chowie will rise. Maybe tomorrow or the next day. I'm not sure. But I'm going to be playing my beloved Chowie soon, and we will be having fun. I'm sorry, the dong has to wait, Piotr. It'll be there for you next time. Or maybe the time after that. We'll see. Yes, also, Harrison is hosting a tournament. If you guys go to Total Tavern, Harrison is hosting a tournament at 6 o'clock, I believe. So a little bit later tonight. I'll do a link to it in Discord, Harrison. So we'll get more folks in there. And yeah, that's it. See you guys around. Take care of yourselves. Sigmar bless this ravaged body. And that is it for tonight.